Skylark's guess was absolutely correct. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said, "Although I have no idea why Senior White has disguised himself as Shu Hang and entered this prison, I know that as long as Senior White is here, it's a good thing for us." Since Senior White was here, it meant that luck was on their side. In this way, his and Fairy Skylark's escape plan would have a greater success rate. A disguise? The Kirin, who was quietly keeping guard from outside the Lock Immortal prison, was stunned. So that's why. No wonder Cheng Lin looks like a man. It turns out that she had been using a disguise all along. The Kirin secretly took a glance at Cheng Lin, who looked like a young man. Is Fairy Cheng Lin's true appearance hidden under this kind face? Oh, no. My heart has become troubled again. Enough. The Kirin shouted inwardly, getting rid of the demon named Cheng Lin inside his heart. After breaking through the mental barrier, he was able to continue thinking calmly. The man and woman in the next cell seemed to know Cheng Lin. With that being the case, they have become of even greater value. Perhaps I can get some information about Cheng Lin from the pair. When he thought of this, the Kirin silently made some hand seals, passing this information to Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. To prevent any accidents from happening, it had to constantly monitor Cheng Lin and stop her from escaping. Senior White, wake up. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber tried calling out to Senior White with the secret sound transmission technique. However, Senior White did not reply. Skylark shook her head, her long blue hair swaying slightly. Fellow Taoist White is meditating. When Senior White was closing up, even if the heavenly tribulation were to strike, he might still not wake up. What do we do then? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked using the secret sound transmission technique. We wait, said Skylark. They had to wait until Senior White woke up. Calm returned inside the Lock Immortal prison. Senior White continued with his meditation. Skylark and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber closed their eyes and waited in the next cell. The Kirin stood guard and watched them all. Time slowly passed by. After an unknown amount of time, a strand of hair protruded from Senior White's sleeve, which the Kirin could not see. This strand of hair came with a powerful camouflage ability and an invisibility effect. It could even block all kinds of aura from leaking from it. An immortal's hair had a multitude of functions. The hair stretched longer and longer, avoiding the Kirin's senses. Soon, it managed to slip into the ear of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, who was in the next cell. Senior Thrice Reckless. 16th's voice spread from the tip of the hair, echoing in Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's ears. Thrice Reckless, who was resting with his eyes closed, was taken aback. 16 said, "It's me, 16. Don't move, the Kirin is still watching us. You can use the secret sound transmission technique to communicate with me." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, who was quite proficient at acting, managed to maintain a calm face as he followed 16's guidance and began to communicate through the strand of hair. 16, are you also here? Where are you? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked curiously. 16 replied, we are currently in Senior White's sleeve. Shu Hang is also there. Huh, it seems like the whole gang's here. Anyway, why were you arrested? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked. 16 replied, it's a long story. Shu Hang was mistaken by the members of the Heavenly City for another person. After that, Senior White was seemingly amused by the scene, so he let himself be captured by the Kirin. How about you, Senior Thrice Reckless? We deliberately provoked the members of the Heavenly City, and then we let ourselves get arrested. Senior Skylark and I infiltrated this place to find something, or a certain place. I'm not sure. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber laughed. Senior, what are you looking for? 16 asked curiously. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's ears twitched slightly. You'll have to ask Senior Skylark for that. While communicating with 16, he simultaneously transmitted the discussion to Skylark. The strand of hair beside Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's ear shifted slightly, and moved to Skylark's ear. This head. When Pavilion Master Chu approached Skylark's ear, her heart skipped a beat. Gorgeous long blue hair, and ice blue eyelashes and eyes. Isn't this the head that Song Shuhang gave to Chu Tu before? She didn't notice it before, but when her hair came closer to Skylark, she immediately noticed this tiny detail. "Senior Skylark, what are you looking for?" 16 asked. Maybe they could help. A large resurrection formation, possibly in the form of an altar. It's a means of resurrection left behind by an old friend. Skylark replied softly. 16 mused, an old friend? From Senior Skylark's tone, this old friend should not be a member of the 9 Provinces number 1 group, and none of the members of the group would place their resurrection formation in the lair of the members of the heavenly city in the beast realm anyway. It is the means of resurrection left behind by the scholarly sage, Skylark added. After her bone of eternity was retrieved from Netherworld ruler Fat Ball and taken away by the urn of the scholarly sage, the chaotic memories in her mind became clearer. She remembered that the scholarly sage had hidden a resurrection formation in the beast realm. This formation was very special. Before it was activated, it would have nothing to do with the scholarly sage. Maybe, there was a very small chance that this formation had avoided the detection of the wielder of the will. With this thought in mind, she came to the beast realm to have a look. She wanted to see if the formation still existed. And if it existed, would it still work? Together with Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, she entered the beast realm in search of clues. In the end, the clues pointed her here. The resurrection formation left behind by the scholarly sage appeared to be somewhere in the base of these members of the ancient heavenly city. A means of resurrection left behind by the scholarly sage? 16 was stunned when she heard Skylark's words. This was huge news at the nuclear level. At the same time, she looked around in the universe hiding sleeve. Senior White came here on his own initiative. Could it be that his luck had secretly guided him here? So, it's something related to the scholarly sage and ancient heavenly city. Sister White Dragon thought to herself. She looked at Song Shuhang. That scholarly fairy should be interested, right? As expected, fairy creation emerged from Song Shuhang's body. Sister White Dragon asked, "Fairy, do you know anything about this?" Fairy creation shook her head. She didn't know that her teacher had set up a resurrection formation here. The black-skinned soft feather, who was hidden in Song Shuhang's shadow, recorded everything she saw and heard. Once the signal was restored, she would share all the information with her main body. The black-skinned soft feather could smell the makings of something massive. 16 thought for a while and approached the strand of hair on Song Shuhang's head. "Senior Skylark, do you have any plans?" "I have a 3-step plan. The first step is to break out of prison. The second step is to look for the resurrection formation. The third step is to get out of here," Senior Skylark replied solemnly. 16. Should I applaud Senior Skylark for her 3-step plan? 16 did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior Skylark, how do you plan to get out of this Lock Immortal prison?" Sister White Dragon said before that the Lock Immortal prison was surrounded by dozens of spatial confinements chained to form an unbreakable spatial lock. Even an immortal would have trouble getting out of it in a short while. Could Senior Skylark have a way to get out? Leave that to me. As soon as fellow Taoist White wakes up, we will break out and escape from this prison. From the looks of it, Skylark had a plan in mind. Senior White, who was meditating, seemed to have heard someone call him and opened his eyes. He got up from the ground. He's woken up? "Senior White, you're awake," Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was overjoyed and said via voice transmission. Senior White stood up and turned his head, looking at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's position with a bewildered expression. His eyes were out of focus, and he did not appear to be fully awake. Seeing this, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber felt a chill in his heart. A senior white who was not fully awake was distracted, and thus a moving natural disaster. Senior Skylark, tactical evasion. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber shouted. He crouched down and quickly rolled away from Senior White. Skylark said calmly, "Don't be so scared, fellow Taoist White is not showing any signs of falling to the ground." Her eyes were watching White's footsteps, just in case. Senior White stared at Thrice Reckless' position in confusion for a while, then turned back. He squatted down on the spot and stretched out his hands to the ground. The ground of the Loch Immortal prison was made up of rock slabs. Each slab had been reinforced with layers of defense, and runic formations were engraved on it. With everything added together, it was a top-level ceiling formation that was extremely difficult to destroy. Senior White squatted casually, reached out with his hand, grabbed a rock slab, and then lifted it up forcefully. The heavy rock slab was easily lifted up. The large ceiling formation wasn't activated for some reason. Without that single slab, a hole appeared in the large formation. The Kirin, who was watching from the sidelines, was taken aback. Was what she aimed at the weak point of the entire formation? I must stop her. The Kirin thought to himself. But before he could move, Senior White had taken off another 6 slabs. He moved his hands quickly, and the 6 blocks were arranged to form a stone box. The virtuous Lamia stepped forward, wrapped her long tail around the stone box, and held it together tightly so that it would not fall apart. Finally, Senior White went into the stone box and curled up. A lid was positioned on the stone box, leaving only a gap. Runes drilled out of the stone box and branded themselves on the stone. In the blink of an eye, an exquisite defensive formation was formed around it. Highly efficient. The Kirin. 16. Fairy Skylark. Can you do that while sleepwalking? Pavilion Master Chu said dumbfoundedly. 16 speculated, it could also be his instincts. I heard that whenever Senior White closes up, a layer of stone ends up covering his body, turning him into a statue. It might be that the environmental conditions of the Loch Immortal prison were not up to Senior White's standards, so he instinctively urged his body to create a safe and reliable environment for himself. Is it safe now? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber skillfully rolled back to where he was standing earlier. Skylark looked at the Loch Immortal prison and the ceiling formation dug up by fellow Taoist White and smiled. Senior White was indeed their lucky star. She wanted to wait for fellow Taoist White to wake up and then escape from the prison with his help, but that was no longer needed. Fellow Taoist White had already paved the way for her to escape. Guys, get ready. We are going to escape from prison. Skylark transmitted her voice. She then flicked her long blue hair. Ice condensed on her long hair, turning her soft hair into sharp blades, which she then used to slice her wrists. Her hands were cut off, but not a drop of blood was spilled out as the wound was immediately frozen. At the same time, the handcuffs that sealed her spiritual energy fell off along with her hands. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, who was beside her, was ready. When Skylark's hands fell, he darted toward them and caught them. Then, he reached out and raised them. Skylark stretched out her arms, and her wrists came in contact with the base of her hands. The wounds instantly healed, and her hands recovered their functionality. Thrice Reckless, move back, Skylark said. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber swiftly moved backward. Skylark reached into the middle of her chest and took out a potion. The Kirin, who was watching from the sidelines, appeared to be quite slow today. Nevertheless, it soon made a move and a large hand made of immortal energy grabbed Skylark. Although it had no idea what she was doing, it decided to stop her. At the same time, it activated the alarm of the Loch Immortal prison. Clink, Skylark broke the potion. At the same time, she activated a magical technique that she prepared earlier. She had prepared this magical technique before she and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber even got captured. She had inscribed the runes of the magical technique on her body. With all living beings as witnesses, if I become a profound sage, I shall create a world where all heretics and evil spirits do not exist. If I fail, I shall suffer from dismemberment. A weird magical technique erupted from her body. This magical technique was extremely ancient. When it was cast, there was an aura of antiquity that emanated from Skylark. This magical technique seemed as ancient as the world itself. The large hand approaching Skylark was repelled by the power of the magical technique, unable to advance further. With all living beings as witnesses, if I become a profound sage, all living beings shall live in peace in my world, and the virtues shall be immeasurable. If not, my body shall suffer 10,000 calamities, and my soul and path shall be erased entirely. An even vaster aura rushed toward Skylark, wrapping around her. Is she crazy? The Kirin stared at her wide-eyed. He could sense that Skylark was performing a magical technique similar to the Grand Wish of Buddhism, but it was even more profound and ancient. This kind of magical technique required one to do what one said. If the user failed, the consequences were no joke. All living beings shall live in peace. Is such a wish even possible? Moreover, can a profound sage's path even be as grand as this? It felt like sacrificing one's life for a first-stage spirit stone. The price to pay was way greater than the reward they would get from fulfilling these wishes. However, Skylark's oath was not over yet. With all living beings as witnesses, if I become a profound sage, the world shall be forever peaceful, and there shall be no more conflicts. If not, I wish to be shattered like a star. World peace? This kind of thing can't be achieved even by the wielder of the heaven's will. Yet, you want to accomplish such a feat when reaching the profound sage realm? Who gave you the courage to make such a big oath? With Aluro I'm dead. Skylark opened her arms. It was impossible for her to turn these wishes into reality. In the next moment, Skylark's body really did shatter like a star. The vast energy attracted by the three vows enveloped her and caused her to detonate. A mushroom-like explosion spread from Skylark's body, making the entire Loch Immortal prison tremble. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had rolled to a corner of the Loch Immortal prison and curled up into a ball. The location he was at was the safe zone designated by Skylark. As long as he did not move around, he would not be killed. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair also retracted and returned to Senior White's stone box. Did fellow Taoist White build this stone box just for this moment? Pavilion Master Chu thought to herself. Crazy. The Kirin was beyond shocked. It was the first time that he had met a woman with such a personality. She was simply crazy. Still, although the energy that had been drawn over by the three vows was massive, it was not enough to destroy the prison. The Loch Immortal prison was not so easy to breach. The Kirin did not waste time and began to suppress the power of the explosion. Perhaps due to those distracting thoughts from before, his reaction time was a tad slower today. Whether it was when Qing Lin dug up the rock slabs, or when the blue-haired fairy self-destructed, he failed to react in time. He could not stop himself from thinking about Qing Lin. Moreover, Qing Lin's appearance kept overlapping with the image of this young man in the Loch Immortal prison. Those distracting thoughts were on the verge of evolving into an inner demon, which left the Kirin's heart stifled. Other than that, he was injured by the data flow that profound sage Tyrannical Song forcefully injected into his brain earlier, which didn't help his situation. Suppress. The Kirin's claws pointed at the mushroom cloud. But as soon as it stretched out his arm, the two cells in front of him were blown open. His heart skipped a beat. This is impossible. How could the Loch Immortal prison be blown open by an explosion of such magnitude? Even if the ceiling formation on the ground was disrupted by the young man, resulting in a faulty formation, the overall performance should not have dropped so much. But at this moment, he didn't have the time to think about this problem. Even if the Loch Immortal prison had been broken open, he could not allow the people inside to escape. The Kirin quickly returned to his senses. His claws moved around, unleashing a powerful binding technique that covered the area where the two cells were located. He felt especially wise for having stayed back to keep an eye on the prisoners. Moreover, he had already activated the alarm of the prison, so his companions should be rushing over. Neither Qinglin nor that man who seemed to be afflicted by some kind of infectious disease could escape from the lock immortal prison. As for that crazy woman, she had already been reduced to dust, her soul had died and her path had vanished. It was the kind of death one could not come back from. Making a vow to all the beings in the universe was no joke. She died under the weight of her own vow, and there was nothing that could revive her. The binding technique unleashed by the Kirin turned into a big net and covered the lock immortal prison. This binding technique had a wide range and strong binding ability. It was a magical technique that the Kirin liked very much and was very proficient at. All creatures in the dungeon were covered by the huge net. "You can't escape," the Kirin appeared and said in a low voice. "Bah, bah." At this moment, a strange bleat came from one of the cells. Soon after, the spiritual energy of the explosion dissipated, and the smoke cleared. Inside the lock immortal prison, a huge turtle was covered by a large net, looking bewildered. The strange bleating sound just now came from the turtle. The giant turtle's eyes met those of the Kirin. The Kirin. His brain also skipped half a beat, and it did not know how to react. Trapped in the big net, the giant turtle let out a sweet feminine sound. "Meow? Is this thing trying to act cute?" The Kirin gritted his teeth and said, "May I know who you are? How did this giant turtle appear here?" It was clear that this giant turtle was not an alternative form of the man with the infectious disease, as that man was a human and not a monster. And there was no way that this turtle could be Qinglin either. So, how did this giant turtle end up in the lock immortal prison? From the beginning to the end, the Kirin had not sensed any spatial fluctuations. Was the lock immortal prison spatial confinement just a decoration? The giant turtle of disaster blinked and finally sighed tiredly. Due to the language barrier, they were unable to communicate. In the next moment, the figure of the giant turtle turned illusory as if it was preparing to escape. "Stop right there!" The Kirin yelled in anger. "Do you really think you can just come and go as you want? What kind of place do you think the lock immortal prison is?" With a wave of the Kirin's claw, the binding net tightened. This binding technique could even affect space. "How can you leave so easily after being caught in my binding technique?" While he was thinking this, the giant turtle disappeared. In the binding net, only air was left. The stone box in which Qinglin was lying and the man with the infectious disease disappeared alongside the turtle. "Vile beast!" The Kirin raised his claw angrily and smashed it against a pillar, cursing in his native language. Deep gashes were left on the thick pillar. It must have been that turtle who rescued Qinglin and that man. Fairy Qinglin, who was captured after so long, has now escaped. The Kirin gritted his teeth, turned around, and ran outside the lock immortal prison. He was very angry at the moment. He was annoyed that he was not in the right form today. He was always one step slower and failed to hold the lock immortal prison down. He was also annoyed at the incompetence of his companions. Why had none of his companions rushed over after it activated the alarm of lock immortal prison? Even Zither Master Phoenix Bearing had not shown up. Did none of his companions, or even Zither Master Phoenix Bearing, notice the huge commotion taking place at the prison? Unless something happened outside. The Kirin suddenly felt uneasy. Outside the lock immortal prison, an inconspicuous mass of grey liquid was wriggling slowly. This grey liquid was very strange, and it was easy to overlook. It was just like a certain fellow Taoist in the 9 provinces number 1 group. Even if you saw it, once you looked away, you would forget its existence. This grey liquid squirmed and slowly moved forward. Inside it was a small person the size of a fingernail. This small person was carrying a stone box and controlling the movement of the grey liquid. The person was Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, and the box was Senior White's stone box. This grey liquid came from the potion that Skylark took out and smashed before casting that magical technique. The grey liquid was an instrumental part of her escape plan, and it would act as coordinates for when she would resurrect. As long as they found a safe place, a brand new Skylark could be quietly revived where the liquid was. After the grey liquid, which had enveloped Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and Senior White's stone box, crept out of the range of the Lock Immortal prison, its pace increased. Although Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's body had shrunk down to the size of a fingernail, when he began running faster, even the wind could not catch up with him. The strength of a 5th-stage spiritual emperor was shown in full. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair peeked out from a small gap in the stone box. It extended beyond the grey liquid and scouted the outside world. Pavilion Master Chu said, The members of Ancient Heavenly City seem to be in trouble. They are fighting Summoneuro. No wonder only the Kirin tried to stop us after we blasted our way out of the Lock Immortal prison. Pavilion Master Chu's consciousness quietly swept across the surrounding area, and she noticed that the members of Ancient Heavenly City were currently fighting with other forces. This foreign force directly invaded the lair of the members of the Heavenly City, and even Zither Master Phoenix Bearing, who possessed immortal-level strength, was involved in the fight. Is there someone with immortal-level combat power among the invaders? Or could they have brought some treasures to restrict Zither Master Phoenix Bearing? At the same time, Pavilion Master Chu projected the image captured by her divine sense into space in Senior White's sleeve using a projection-type magical technique. 16 said, "It seems we are very lucky today. If it was not for this foreign force that just so happened to invade the lair of the members of the Heavenly City, it would not have been so easy for them to escape from the Lock Immortal prison. The timing was just right at every turn. Well, we have Senior White with us. With his presence, luck is on our side." The black-skinned soft feather emerged from Song Shuhang's shadow and looked at the screen projected by Pavilion Master Chu. The ongoing battle in the secret base was fierce. The intruders and the members of the Heavenly City used all kinds of skills while fighting and killing each other. Fresh blood, mutilated limbs, shattered magical treasures, and broken flying swords unceasingly fell from the sky. So far, I have not found any energy fluctuations that belong to 9th stage tribulation transcenders. It seems that when the 9th stage cultivators commenced their battle, they left this place. Pavilion Master Chu dutifully explained the situation on the battlefield. Her lazy voice sounded especially pleasant to the ears when she was explaining what was taking place. Sister White Dragon said softly, "This is a secret realm created from the fragments of the ancient Heavenly City, and it means a lot to the members of the Heavenly City. With people at the 9th stage or above involved, they would naturally try to move the battlefield to some other place to avoid damaging the fragments in the secret realm. Moreover, it wasn't only the 9th stage battles that were moved elsewhere, but the 8th stage ones as well." That's true. In addition, there are still 2 9th stage fighters hiding in this secret realm, but they are not making a move. And there is still that Kirin in the Lock Immortal prison. The overall situation seems to be under control. Pavilion Master Chu quickly moved the camera around. A bald man with his arms crossed was shown on the screen, and beside him was a woman with a snake around her waist. She had half of her face covered by a fan, and her eyes were full of vigilance. These two were the 9th stage fighters in charge of keeping an eye on the situation, and act as backup should the need arise. The bald man was a genuine tribulation transcender, while the woman was carrying a top-notch tribulation transcender-level magical treasure. With her profound sage strength, she could unleash destructive power close to the tribulation transcender realm for a short period of time. Sister White Dragon said calmly, "There are a lot of members of the ancient Heavenly City lurking all over the Beast Realm, and they can quickly return to this base of theirs. The longer the battle lasts, the greater the advantage they will hold. The battles between profound sages and tribulation transcenders have been transferred elsewhere?" The black-skinned soft feather felt slightly regretful when she heard this. She wanted to carefully watch the battles between profound sages and tribulation transcenders to increase her knowledge and experience. After all, it was rare to be able to witness such high-level battles while in a safe place. By watching through the broadcast, she would not have to worry about the pressure released from the moves of those tribulation transcenders. It was truly a pity. Don't be discouraged. Although you can't see the battles between profound sages, you can witness several wonderful battles between venerables. For example, those two venerables over there are masters of body tempering and they're fighting with their fists. Such fights are extremely fierce and cause the spectators to go wild with excitement, said Pavilion Master Chu as she shifted the camera to another place. Although the members of the ancient heavenly city had several profound sages and tribulation transcenders, the number of venerables they had was not that high. The reason there were more profound sages and tribulation transcenders than venerables was that profound sages and tribulation transcenders could live longer. There were several tribulation transcenders who survived the collapse of the heavenly city and lived until now. On the other hand, most of the venerables here were descendants or disciples of the members of the heavenly city. They were basically new venerables that had ascended in the past few thousand years. So in comparison, the number of 7th stage venerables was actually smaller. In the picture projected by Pavilion Master Chu, the two venerables covered in muscles and whose arms were thicker than soft feathers waist were frantically confronting each other. Their fighting style was reckless and violent. Fellow Daoist Chu, I did not expect you to like men with such style. Sister White Dragon smiled lightly. If that's the case, why did you fall in love with a guy like slow-witted Song who has thin arms and legs? Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair tied itself into a bowknot, and smiled without saying a word. Who said that slow-witted Song still looks like that? His style right now is one that exudes extreme power, and he relies on his fists to fight 9th stage tribulation transcenders. The scene of him appearing in the form of a golden Buddhist monk and rescuing her from the trees of life and death was etched in her mind. It was after that incident that she became interested in cultivators with this type of build. Fellow Daoist White Dragon's information was lacking, so it was her win. Boom boom boom, on the screen, the two venerables were fighting each other, every punch making a thunderous sound. The black-skinned soft feather asked curiously, Senior Chu, Sister White Dragon, how do these two 7th stage cultivators compare with Senior Song? Disregarding magical techniques and other stuff, and just focusing on the physical aspect. She had remembered that Senior Song was also a body-tempering cultivator. Sister White Dragon. Pavilion Master Chu. After a while, Pavilion Master Chu said earnestly, Soft Feather, don't compare that guy who has a face that even the heavenly punishment cannot break to normal cultivators. It is simply not fair. While they were speaking, the two venerables in the air, as if with tacit understanding, violently punched each other in the face. They hit each other's faces with no hesitation. The fists of both parties seemed to sink into the other's face, blood spurted from their orifices, and the teeth of the two venerables fell from the sky. Sister White Dragon gestured with her little claw and said, for example, that punch. If they had done this to Song Shuhang instead, his face would definitely not sink in like this. Instead, it would be their fists that would break. Sister White Dragon, don't badmouth Shuhang like that. 16 gently pulled on Sister White Dragon's claw. 16 felt that Sister White Dragon was still angry about Song Shuhang using her as a scarf and wrapping her around his neck. Badmouthing Shuhang? Sister White Dragon patted 16 lightly with her little claw. This girl is still too young and naive. How are we badmouthing Song Shuhang? We're simply speaking the truth. If the two of them wanted to truly badmouth Song Shuhang, they could have easily done so. For example, they could say that if a body-tempering cultivator were to punch Song Shuhang in the face, while Song Shuhang's face would remain safe, the body-tempering cultivator's fist might have ended up with a print of Song Shuhang's face on their hand. This would have been a much better way to badmouth Song Shuhang. While they were talking, the two body-tempering cultivators on the screen had already finished their fight. These two cultivators had the same strength, physique, and stamina. They had been fighting for a long time before Pavilion Master Chu began showcasing their fight. When they started smacking each other's face, they ended up entering a battle where they traded blow for blow and injury for injury. After the two of them had fought for a while, they both fell from the sky. Both cultivators had passed out at the same time. This kind of fighting lacks skills. This is negative material, so you two must not learn from it. After Sister White Dragon finished evaluating the fight, she gave her opinion to 16 and the black-skinned soft feather. This kind of reckless fighting style lacked skill and blindly relied on the strength of the body. Such a style was not suitable for 16 and soft feather. I feel that the battle was really passionate. Sometimes, this kind of fighting style can bring out a cultivator's potential, retorted Pavilion Master Chu. She found herself captivated by their well-sculpted and swelling muscles, as well as their passion as they launched and received punches. Sometimes, the love for a person makes one biased toward those with even a tinge of similarity to them. Splash, thud, the two muscular cultivators landed on the ground one after another, but they made different noises. One of them fell into a small lake in one of the heavenly city fragments and created huge waves, while the other fell right in front of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. The latter fell very close to Thrice Reckless, creating a deep pit in the ground. As body-tempering cultivators, they had strong bodies, so they did not become meat paste after the fall. Instead, it was the ground and the small lake that suffered tons of damage when they fell into them. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, who was nearly hit, was startled. I was only one step away from being crushed. Thrice Reckless was terrified. If he had been hit directly, he would have been squashed to death. Fortunately, the body-tempering cultivator had landed a step away from him and he was protected by the gray liquid. It's Senior White we're talking about. With him, fortune is always accompanied by danger. 16th's voice sounded from Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair. When they escaped from the Lock Immortal prison, that was when fortune came into play. It was thus normal for the danger to follow. Is it possible that since little friend Shu Hang isn't here to bear the brunt of the bad luck, that role has been passed on to me? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber thought to himself. Thrice Reckless looked into the deep pit. The muscular 7th stage cultivator's face was covered in blood and caved in due to the brutal fight just now. His body was covered in deep fist marks. Despite that, he was slowly recovering. After thinking for a while, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked the strand of hair, "Is this guy from the ancient heavenly city side? Or is he one of the invaders? Seniors, can you tell the difference?" Sister White Dragon's voice sounded, "He's a member of the ancient heavenly city. He has a code mark on his body. It's on his wrist." As the ancestral golden dragon of the ancient heavenly city, she was familiar with such code marks. Great. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber laughed. It was unlucky that he nearly hit me just now, but it is our fortune that this Venerable is a member of the ancient heavenly city. After saying that, he took out a mask from his pocket. This mask was a one-time use artifact created by Silver Trigram. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber observed the unconscious muscular cultivator carefully and put on the mask. Soon after, his appearance changed, becoming the same as the muscular Venerable. He even managed to copy the mark on the other party's wrist, as well as their facial structure and body shape. However, because he was still covered by the gray liquid, his figure was only the size of a fingernail. After disguising himself, or rather shape-shifting, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber clenched his fists and performed a set of basic punches on the spot. The muscles all over my body seem to be real. This is not just some simple disguise. Thrice Reckless murmured. He felt as if he had really turned into the muscular Venerable. The disguise technique of the Metal Trigram clan was truly miraculous. In the future, who could recognize Copper Trigram if he became this good? At the same time, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had a sudden thought. Copper Trigram. Is he really Copper Trigram? From what they knew, Copper Trigram belonged to the family of Metal Trigrams, and above Copper Trigram seemed to be Silver Trigram, while above Silver Trigram appeared to be Gold Trigram. However, Copper Trigram never seemed to have mentioned having a master named Silver Trigram, or the existence of a Gold Trigram. Perhaps there are no Silver or Gold Trigram in the world and all of them are just Copper Trigram in disguise. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber pinched his chin and thought. Senior Thrice Reckless, Senior Copper Trigram has a disciple named Iron Trigram. The voice of the black-skinned soft feather came from the strand of hair, reminding Thrice Reckless Mad Saber of something he seemed to have overlooked. That's right. Thrice Reckless laughed and decided to stop thinking about this matter for now. Afterward, he made a hand seal, and his figure emerged from the gray liquid. When he emerged from the liquid, his figure swelled rapidly. In a blink of an eye, he reverted to his normal size. 16 asked, does Senior Thrice Reckless want to rely on the disguise to find the sage's resurrection formation? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber nodded and said, yes. This guy happens to be seriously injured, so I can make use of his identity to move around the battlefield. Pavilion Master Chu asked, the question is, what should we do with this 7th stage Venerable? Sister White Dragon hesitated for a moment and said, if possible. Let him live. While they were conversing, the virtuous Lamia emerged from the gray liquid. She stretched out her hand, and the fat virtuous whale appeared. The fat whale looked at the seriously injured Venerable and swallowed him in one go. That solved the problem of how to deal with him for the moment. Sister White Dragon asked, Fairy at #% your fat whale won't end up digesting him, right? The virtuous Lamia giggled, and she patted the virtuous fat whale lightly. In the next moment, the belly of the fat whale squirmed. The injuries that the muscular cultivator had suffered began to recover. The virtuous fat whale actually had a healing ability. After the virtuous fat whale swallowed the cultivator, the virtuous Lamia returned into the gray liquid and went back to being the size of a fingernail. At the same time, hurried footsteps could be heard coming from outside the pit. Quickly rescue the injured Venerable Azure Reckless. He's in the pit. Someone from the medical staff of the Heavenly City could be heard shouting from outside the pit. Azure Reckless? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thrice Reckless felt as if the other party's Taoist name was an attempt to insult him. In fact, there were many similar situations in the world of cultivation. For example, there was a well-known forging master in the Jade Silk Artifact sect in the north of China, and their Taoist name was Taoist Prosperity. And then in the Slaughter Saber Alliance, which was in the same area as the Jade Silk Artifact sect, there was a famous saber cultivator who went by the Taoist name, Slicing Prosperity. Because the two sects were situated in the same area, there were occasional exchange conferences between them. As elites of the two factions, it was difficult for Taoist Prosperity and Slicing Prosperity to avoid meeting each other. When people started introducing them, the scene usually went like this. This is the Taoist Prosperity of the Jade Silk Artifact sect. This is the Saber Cultivator Slicing Prosperity of the Slaughter Saber Alliance. The scent of gunpowder would immediately pervade the area. Immediately bring Venerable Azure Reckless out of the pit. The medical staff swiftly came over and jumped into the pit. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber hastily closed his eyes, suppressed his aura, and faked a state of serious injury. At the same time, he reached out and scooped up the gray liquid into his hand. Things were going smoothly for now, other than the Taoist name Azure Reckless making him feel a little stifled. The only thing that he had to watch out for was the respawn time of Skylark. He could only hope that she would not come back to life while the medical team of the Heavenly City was bringing him out of the pit. The members of the medical team gently moved Thrice Reckless Mad Saber onto a flying sword and then brought him out of the deep pit. Be careful, don't cause Venerable Azure Reckless wounds to open up. Hurry up. There are still many companions waiting for us to transport them. During the transportation, a member of the Heavenly City's medical team suggested, Venerable Azure Reckless is severely injured. We should give him first aid first. Then one after another, healing magical techniques fell on Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's body, but the wounds on Thrice Reckless did not heal. Someone said out loud, this is not good. Our healing techniques are too low-leveled. Venerable Azure Reckless injuries are the result of the attacks of a 7th stage Venerable. Our healing techniques are too weak for him. Feed him healing pills first to stabilize his injuries. A medical staff opened Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's mouth and stuffed several pills with unknown effects into it in one go. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Brother, I am in a coma and severely injured state. You just stuffed so many pills into my mouth without holding back, and a few of those pills aren't the type to instantly melt after entering one's mouth. There are even a few big ones. Are you not afraid of choking me to death? While Thrice Reckless was feeling greatly stifled, one of the medical staff activated the manual chewing mode and helped him chew the pills in his mouth. However, this person was by no means as gentle as fairy creation or the virtuous Lamia. When the medical staff was manually bringing Thrice Reckless' jaw up and down to chew on the pills, Thrice Reckless felt a fair amount of pain from how hard their grip on his chin was. This scene was broadcasted by Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair. 16, Sister White Dragon, and the black-skinned Soft Feather watched the entire event silently. Although the Heavenly City's medical team was particularly rough with how they carried out their treatment, the effect was good. Not long after, the pills in Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's mouth were chewed into fine pieces. However, because he did not know the specific effects of these pills, Thrice Reckless kept the pill fragments in his mouth and did not swallow them immediately. He wanted to try to distinguish the effects of these pills before swallowing them. Luckily, he had some experience in distinguishing the effects of pills. When he was young, he and a little monster stole the pills of a certain alchemy master and treated them as jelly beans. In addition, over the years, due to various reasons, he had ended up eating countless medicinal pills, so he could roughly gauge their effects from their taste. Senior Dong, Venerable Azure Reckless coma is too deep. He isn't swallowing the pills, the medical staff who was holding Thrice Reckless' jaw called out anxiously. Senior Dong, who was at the front, replied without turning his head, use a magical technique to force the pills down Venerable Azure Reckless' throat. The medical staff replied, but I don't know such a magical technique. Senior Dong said out loud, does anyone here know such a magical technique? If any of you do, then please hurry up and help Venerable Azure Reckless swallow down the pills. Senior, we are the medical personnel of the Psychological and Inner Demon Department. None of us knows such a magical technique, one of the medical staff replied with a wry smile. On weekdays, they were responsible for giving psychological counseling to the practitioners of the Heavenly City, loosening their mental barriers and reducing the chance of them developing inner demons. The members of their department only knew some simple healing techniques. During battles, the task of going out to rescue the wounded and bringing them back fell on them. The medical personnel who were really in charge of treating the wounded were already fainting from overwork at the rear of the battlefield, and they were unable to divert any more staff to the battlefield. Senior Dong gritted his teeth and said, then, there is no other way. Use your mouth to help Venerable Azure Reckless swallow the medicine. Don't waste any more time. The medical staff who was holding Thrice Reckless' chin could not help but freeze when he heard what Senior Dong said. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber felt a sharp pain in his jaw due to it being pinched too hard. Inside the space in Senior White's sleeve, the black-skinned Soft Feather, 16, and Sister White Dragon were sitting side by side as they watched the live broadcast. Faced with the situation where a mouth-to-mouth procedure was about to be carried out to help him swallow the pills, what would Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber choose to do? The flying sword that was transporting Thrice Reckless continued to steadily head toward the rear of the battlefield. Senior Dong urged, saving lives is of utmost importance. The consciousness of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber quietly swept across the medical team that was transporting him. There were no women, only burly men. The medical staff pinching his chin gritted his teeth and seemed to have made up his mind. While the flying sword continued moving at the same speed, he lowered his head and leaned towards Thrice Reckless' face. Gulp gulp, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber gulped loudly. He swallowed very loudly, making sure that it was impossible for the other party to miss it. He had confirmed that most of the pills in his mouth were medicinal pills for healing internal injuries and enhancing spiritual energy. They would heal the body if one had injuries, or act as a supplement if there were no injuries. They were basically no different from jelly beans for him. It was just that there were a little more of these jelly beans in his mouth than he was normally used to, and he had to swallow them all in one go. Venerable Thrice Reckless has swallowed the medicine. The medical staff attending to him was relieved. Helping a patient swallow medicine mouth to mouth was not something unacceptable to medical staff, but it didn't mean that they liked doing it. Senior Dong praised, "Liang, you are truly understanding." Then, he waved his hand, and another flying sword was brought over from not far away. Lying on the flying sword was a beautiful fairy maiden who was also seriously injured and unconscious. Senior Dong said encouragingly, "I'll leave it to you to feed Fairy Yuanyuan medicinal pills." Was this the rainbow after the heavy rain? Only an understanding man could be trusted with heavy tasks such as this. On the flying sword next to them, the unconscious Fairy Yuanyuan trembled slightly, but the degree with which she trembled was so small that nobody noticed. But Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair, who was watching nearby, noticed this detail clearly. Pavilion Master Chu said, "There is something wrong with this Fairy Yuanyuan. She might be another Thrice Reckless." Azure Reckless sounds similar to fuck reckless, hence his reaction. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber? The black-skinned soft feather explained, Senior Chu is trying to say that this Fairy Yuanyuan might also be wearing a disguise. As for the original Fairy Yuanyuan, she might not be among us anymore. The tip of Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair nodded. Exactly. Sister White Dragon added, she should be a part of the invaders' camp. She's trying to sneak in from the backlands. While launching a direct attack, they are sneakily sending in injured people through the rear. Their real target may be something located in the lair of the survivors of the ancient heavenly city. Additionally, it should be something that can be carried away by one or more people. 16 voiced out her thoughts. Pavilion Master Chu added, it may also be that they are simply trying to create chaos by sneaking in through the rear. Once they are deep enough, they can destroy the control center of this secret realm and achieve their true goal. The black-skinned soft feather said, however, there are still 2 Tribulation Transcenda-level fighters guarding the lair of the members of the heavenly city. Even if they reach the control center, it won't be easy to damage it. Sister White Dragon said, actually, I've got a bad feeling. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair swayed slightly. Me too. I suspect that the goal of this fake Fairy Yuanyuan coincides with ours. Hearing this, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber felt pain in his liver. I just want to take a look at the scholarly sage's resurrection formation and see if it can actually revive the long-dead sage. Is it necessary to make me go through so many trials? Can't I just be allowed to sneak into the formation, summon Senior Skylark, then call it a day and safely escape from the lair of the survivors of the ancient heavenly city? Fairy Yuanyuan seemed to be internally struggling, and her fingers were twitching very slightly. She appears to be struggling. She must be deciding on whether or not she should wake up from her coma. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair zoomed in on the fake Fairy Yuanyuan and explained. She must have heard the words of this Senior Dong. She probably does not want to be fed pills by that Liang guy, but if she wants to get in, it would be much easier for her to do so by pretending to be unconscious. Because while in an unconscious state, she would not need to talk to anyone, thus the chance of her slipping up is much smaller. Afterward, Pavilion Master Chu zoomed out. On the screen, members of the medical team were looking enviously at fellow Daoist Liang. At the front of the team, Senior Dong said, "Don't waste time. Liang, give Fairy Yuanyuan some medicine." In the end, the fake Fairy Yuanyuan decided to not wake up. Pavilion Master Chu said, "It seems that she has made up her mind and is going to continue playing unconscious until the very end." The fake Fairy Yuanyuan had indeed made up her mind. She remembered how Venerable Thrice Reckless had been fed pills. First, the pills were manually chewed in his mouth, and only when Venerable Reckless could not swallow the paste was the mouth-to-mouth procedure brought up. If it happened to her, she could follow Venerable Reckless' example and swallow the pills before anything of that happened. With this thought in mind, the fake fairy Yuan made her choice. On the flying sword next to her, Liang took out several pills. He then pinched fairy Yuan's chin and opened her mouth. He did everything professionally and sincerely. This was an honest person who has never been corrupted. If this opportunity to feed the fairy maiden was given to his companions, there was a high probability that they would directly chew the pills and feed them to fairy Yuan. However, Liang followed the procedure honestly and helped fairy Yuan manually chew the medicinal pills first. His companions cast complicated glances at him. They felt that such a great opportunity was wasted on this honest man. It was really lucky for fairy Yuan that it was an honest man such as this one that was treating her. Seeing this, she secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Senior Dong said, "Stop wasting time. Fairy Yuan's injuries are worse than Venerable Reckless. Additionally, she is not a body-tempering cultivator. Even if you help her chew the pills manually, she won't be able to swallow them. Just skip the manual chewing portion and go to the third step." Oh, okay. Liang nodded silently. After saying that, he stuffed several pills into his mouth and started chewing them up. The plot so far had been unpredictable and caught people off guard time and time again. 16. The black-skinned soft feather and Sister White Dragon could all feel the deep despair of the fake fairy Yuan through the projection. On the screen, the honest Liang kept flying on his flying sword while lowering his head to feed fairy Yuan the medicine. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair deliberately enlarged this shot. She was going to teach the young 16 and the black-skinned soft feather a lesson. But just when she was about to give a lecture, she found that she only had theoretical knowledge herself. She did not have any practical experience on this topic either. In the end, Pavilion Master Chu remained silent. The black-skinned soft feather stared at the image, forcing herself to keep looking to preserve her dignity as an inner demon. 16 looked at this scene, and then turned her head to look at Song Shuhang, thoughtful. Meanwhile, outside of Senior White's sleeve. Ha ha ha. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was elated. Keep on acting. This is what you get for trying to mess with my plan. Just as he was celebrating, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in his ear, "Senior Gangfeng, why am I being forcefully fed medicine while you got to avoid it? The world is so unfair." This gentle voice was speaking in the language of the ancient era. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was currently studying the basics of the language of the ancient era, so he could understand some of the words. With everything taking place, it was easy to guess what was happening. This gentle voice was coming from none other than the fake fairy Yuan, who was forcefully kissed by the medical staff. And she seemed to regard Thrice Reckless Mad Saber as one of her seniors, someone called Gangfeng. In their plans, this Gangfeng should have been in charge of looking for an opportunity to replace Venerable Reckless and sneak into the lair of the survivors of the ancient heavenly city. Now, Fairy Yuan mistook Thrice Reckless for her companion. Interesting. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's mind. Every idea brought him great excitement. Inside Senior White's sleeve, Pavilion Master Chu fixed the camera on Thrice Reckless and Fairy Yuan, watching them as they were carried to the backlands where they would wait for further treatment. After dropping off the patients, Senior Dong led the medical staff and hurried back to the front lines to bring back other wounded people. Thrice Reckless and Fairy Yuan lay on the ground quietly, looking for an opportunity to escape. Neither of them moved. The picture projected on the screen looked rather boring at this time. Gurgle, all of a sudden, Song Shuhang's stomach let out a loud noise. The black-skinned soft feather looked at Song Shuhang doubtfully. Is Senior Song hungry? Generally speaking, 7th stage Venerables no longer had a real need for food unless they consumed too much of their energy. Has Senior Song been consuming a lot of energy while unconscious? I'll give him a fasting pill. 16 took out a small bottle from her pocket and took out a pill. Then, under the puzzled eyes of the black-skinned soft feather, she calmly put the fasting pill into her mouth. Practice what you have learned. Was there not a saying that went like this? Is there anything more joyful in this world than being able to put something into practice immediately after learning it? 16 was all about applying what she learned now. She chewed the fasting pill, helped Song Shu hang up, and leaned closer to him. Wait, said the black-skinned soft feather. Her intuition as an inner demon told her that it was a little wrong for 16 to continue what she was doing. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair. Sister White Dragon. In fact, 16 was very nervous right now. Her heart of virtue was beating like a drum, and it felt as if it could break at any moment. With great difficulty, she mustered up the courage to bring her face closer to Song Shuhang's. She knew what she had to do next, and she had prepared herself for it. But when she saw Song Shuhang's face, she began to falter and second-guess herself. She was especially daunted by the black-skinned soft feather's words, which made her feel at a loss. If Song Shuhang were to wake up at this time. This thought flashed through 16's mind. Then, as if her thought had triggered a certain precondition, Song Shuhang, who had been unconscious until now, suddenly opened his eyes. The duo stared at each other. 16. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair curled up. Sister White Dragon sighed inwardly. Song Shuhang was busy comprehending the benevolent saber he got from Striped Dragon too. This saber intent left some information in his mind after unleashing that last attack. He wasn't looking to fully comprehend this saber intent but wanted to obtain a superficial understanding of it. He still had some self-awareness. A saber intent that belonged to the ruler of the netherworld was not something that a small cultivator like him could master so easily. During the comprehension process, his physical, spiritual, and mental energy were being consumed continuously. If not for his divine sense and mental energy getting strengthened by the three-eyed young man's data stream, he would not have been able to keep up with the consumption rate. If he had forced it, perhaps his brain would have exploded halfway through the comprehension process. Because of the excessive consumption, he started to feel hungry. Song Shuhang was starved to the point of suffering, and he woke up suddenly from starvation. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw 16's little face approaching his own. Her cheeks were bulging, as if she was about to give him artificial respiration. The duo looked at each other. Cute. This thought popped up in Song Shuhang's mind. 16, with her bulging cheeks, looked like a cute little hamster. Reason told Song Shuhang that it would be best for him to close his eyes and pretend to fall unconscious again. However, 16 looked so cute that he could not help but take a second look at her. I can't stand it anymore. Sister White Dragon could not bear it any longer. Her dragon head turned around, and a pair of golden pupils stared intently at Song Shuhang. She unleashed an innate ability. This was an innate ability that Sister White Dragon could only use once a month, Enhanced Draconic Might. Her Draconic Might was already at the top among true dragons. Once her innate ability strengthened it even further, it could affect even immortals. Of course, when she used her Draconic Might on Song Shuhang, she didn't use her full strength and only used it for an instant. In this way, she could force him to fall unconscious without hurting him. Song Shuhang felt his vision go dark. This was a new type of mental pain that he had not felt before and had yet to be recorded by his pain endurance skill. Moreover, the impact had only lasted for a split second, so his innate skill failed to develop a resistance against it. After being hit by the powerful Draconic Might, Song Shuhang's eyes rolled upward, and he passed out once again. That's cheating. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair transmitted her voice to Sister White Dragon. Won't it be more interesting if Shuhang were awake? Why did you knock him out? Sister White Dragon, what are you going to do about it? Bite me? Pavilion Master Chu. If it was not for my strand of hair not having a mouth or teeth, would have definitely bitten that head of yours. After 16 saw that Song Shuhang had passed out, she was a little bit disappointed but also happy. Because from the moment Shuhang opened his eyes, the meaning of her actions had completely changed. However, now that Shuhang had already figured out what she was going to do, it seemed even more inappropriate for her to give up halfway. Gurgle, Song Shuhang's stomach made another gurgling sound. 16 did not hesitate anymore and followed the plan that she had played in her mind dozens of times. This time around, she would try to become familiar with the process. Next time, she could use this experience to feed Song Shuhang medicine when he was awake. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair twirled slightly. Biting the ancestral golden dragon was impossible as her strand of hair did not have the ability to bite people. Also, her head could not leave Song Shuhang's inner world. Since you decided to cheat, don't blame me for cheating too. Pavilion Master Chu flicked the tip of her hair, and secretly used a secret technique. Pavilion Master Chu's hair was one of her primary weapons and an important part of her body. Every strand of her hair had been infused with spiritual energy and could store things like divine sense and consciousnesses. After she activated her secret technique, Song Shuhang's consciousness was secretly extracted from his body and transferred to her strand of hair. When 16 leaned over and pressed her lips against his, Song Shuhang's consciousness was in the strand of hair and thus awake. Pavilion Master Chu's and Song Shuhang's consciousnesses manifested in a humanoid form and sat side by side within the strand of hair, watching 16, feeding him medicine from the perspective of a third party. What do you think, little friend Tyrannical Song? Pavilion Master Chu clenched her right hand into an empty fist and brought it close to Song Shuhang's mouth, asking him a question in the tone of an interviewer. Song Shuhang replied, "It tastes good. Apart from that, do you have any other thoughts?" After Pavilion Master Chu finished speaking, she placed her empty fist close to Song Shuhang's mouth once again. "Next time, if possible, I hope that Senior Chu can quietly wake me up after Sister White Dragon knocks me out," said Song Shuhang sincerely. After his consciousness left his body, he could only watch from the sidelines without interacting with the scene. Pavilion Master Chu asked, "Do you still want to experience the feeling of being fed medicine?" "If there is a chance," Song Shuhang replied. Pavilion Master Chu nodded. She then pointed at herself and said, "Shall I help you with that?" "Senior, you?" Song Shuhang looked at Pavilion Master Chu's red lips, and calmly waved his hands. How could he take such an obvious bait? While he was waving his hand, Pavilion Master Chu's fist turned into a palm and hit his chin. Song Shuhang was knocked down by a soft force. When he fell to the ground and rolled over, he found a third spiritual body sitting beside him and Pavilion Master Chu. This third spiritual body was Song Shuhang's ghost spirit. The ghost spirit was one with him, so when his consciousness was drawn over by Pavilion Master Chu's secret technique, the ghost spirit's consciousness was also drawn over and transferred to the strand of hair. Under normal circumstances, the appearance of a ghost spirit should be exactly like that of its host. However, Song Shuhang's ghost spirit had a completely different appearance from him, and it was female on top of that. Moreover, his ghost spirit's consciousness appeared to be very young, only about 5 or 6 years old. Strange, why is my ghost spirit's consciousness so weak? Song Shuhang thought to himself, wondering if there was something wrong with his ghost spirit. Do you see? This is your ghost spirit's consciousness. Pavilion Master Chu moved past Song Shuhang, reaching out to hold his ghost spirit in her arms like she was holding a baby. With a dull expression on her face, the ghost spirit allowed Pavilion Master Chu to hold her without resisting. Song Shuhang nodded. Yeah, I can see her. Pavilion Master Chu hugged Song Shuhang's ghost spirit and continued, "You should know that the senses of a ghost spirit are synced with its hosts. As such, if you want to experience what it's like to be fed medicine again, I can let you experience it indirectly through your ghost spirit. Senior, I feel that if I were to accept your offer, you'd beat me to death," said Song Shuhang calmly. He was not at all tempted by Pavilion Master Chu's beauty. With how firm his will was, how could he be affected by this degree of temptation? Pavilion Master Chu fell back lazily. You really have faith with Buddhism? No, I do not. That's not true. Song Shuhang shook his head repeatedly. Even though he had ascended to the 7th stage Venerable realm, he did not want to become a monk. He still wanted to get married and have children like ordinary people, and it would be best if he could have a boy and a girl in correspondence with the national two-child policy. He would watch his daughter grow up day by day, and marry her off to a young man with a blurred face when she was of age, wishing her well. Then, late at night, he and his wife would huddle under a quilt and weep quietly. Although it was not easy for a 7th stage Venerable to have children, it was not impossible since Venerable Spirit Butterfly had soft feather after reaching the Venerable realm. As long as they worked hard, a 7th stage Venerable could still have a daughter. Senior Spirit Butterfly was his role model. As long as he had faith and worked hard, he could even have a second child after his daughter got married. In this way, the birth of his second child could reduce the sadness brought about by the marriage of his eldest daughter. Pavilion Master Chu sat up again. She watched Song Shuhang's face, which was rich with changes, and felt like she was watching a short movie. What if I promise not to kill you? Do you want to try? Anyway, I'm just going to feed your ghost spirit medicine with my mouth. I don't mind your ghost spirit getting close to me. Pavilion Master Chu continued to ask. Song Shuhang's ghost spirit gave her a very strange feeling. It was a feeling beyond kinship, it was as if they shared a deep level of trust that could not be described with words. Song Shuhang shook his head even harder this time. No need. After all, Senior Chu is old enough to be my great ancestor, and having you do that would make me feel rather strange. Pavilion Master Chu? Shuhang was good at a lot of things. But sometimes, he forgot to use his brain before speaking. Pavilion Master Chu gripped Song Shuhang's petite ghost spirit and used her as a weapon, slamming her into Shuhang's face. The ghost spirit and Song Shuhang were one, so hitting Song Shuhang with his ghost spirit should bring him double the pain. Even though she was wielded as a weapon, the ghost spirit continued to have the same dull expression on her face and did not resist. After spinning one, she hit Song Shuhang's face. Pavilion Master Chu shouted, "Go!" The consciousnesses of Song Shuhang and the ghost spirit were kicked out of her strand of hair and back to Song Shuhang's body. Shuhang had learned from his previous experience and did not open his eyes this time. When he returned to his body, 16 was slowly rising up from him. Song Shuhang could still feel the fragrance lingering in his mouth. There was a fragrant and fruity taste, as well as the taste of 16. Did I brush my teeth today? Ah, wait. I'm now a 7th stage Venerable, and I don't need to brush my teeth. Let alone today, it's normal even if I were to not brush my teeth for a whole year. He felt the hunger in his stomach begin to disappear. Fasting pills were a great thing, delicious and very useful. 16 asked softly, "Are you awake? Don't you dare wake up, don't you dare wake up." Song Shuhang thought to himself. If he were to open his eyes now, Sister White Dragon might reward him with another round of her draconic might. And so, he continued to pretend to be unconscious and remained motionless. Secretly, he focused his attention on his lips. There was still some warmth left behind by 16, and another sensation as well. After carefully trying to figure out what it was, he felt that this sensation was very weird, just as if he had kissed himself. The black-skinned soft feather asked, "Is Senior Song still hungry?" She felt that she had to do something and occasionally perform her inner demon duties. "I'm not hungry anymore, but thank you." Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix, Song Shuhang thought to himself. He did not dare to reply to her or use the secret sound transmission technique. Sister White Dragon was a big shot. If he used the secret sound transmission technique, she would definitely notice the fluctuations caused by the technique. Meanwhile, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber and Fairy Yuanyuan finally found a chance to escape. Taking advantage of the increasing number of patients and the medical team being too busy, the two slipped off the hospital bed without attracting attention. Everything went smoothly. Luck was on their side. After leaving the place where the wounded were being treated, the two successfully sneaked into the depths of the base. They met no obstacles on their way. "Senior Gangfeng, let's split up," said Fairy Yuanyuan said to Thrice Reckless Mad Saber via sound transmission. "According to the information we received, the legendary scholarly sage's resurrection formation should be hidden in this area." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber nodded expressionlessly. It was really as the seniors had guessed. The target of the invading force was the scholarly sage's resurrection formation. What were they planning to do? Did they want to bring the scholarly sage back to life? Could it be that they were members of the scholarly faction? Several guesses flashed through Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's mind. "Senior, the scholarly sage's resurrection formation can definitely withstand the strength of the Venerable Emperor. The survivors of the ancient heavenly city wanted to transform it into a formation that would resurrect the heavenly emperor, but they did not expect that they would end up doing the work for us," transmitted Fairy Yuanyuan. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber nodded silently. "I see. No wonder the members of the ancient heavenly court created a base around the scholarly sage's resurrection formation. They wanted to resurrect the heavenly emperor. And what the invading forces want to do is something similar. They also want to use the formation to resurrect this venerable emperor." The scholarly sage was truly amazing. Even a resurrection formation of his could attract all kinds of forces and make them dance for it. The fake Fairy Yuanyuan agreed on a way to contact Thrice Reckless. Then, they parted ways to search for the scholarly sage's resurrection formation. After the fake Fairy Yuanyuan left, Thrice Reckless quickly shared the information that he had obtained with Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair, passing it on to everyone through her. "Are the members of the heavenly city trying to repurpose the formation to resurrect the heavenly emperor?" Sister White Dragon frowned. It seemed like the heavenly emperor did not bother to contact the members of the heavenly city after possessing Soft Feather's ghost spirit. It looked like she was hiding things even from her old allies. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said, "And that invading force also wants to repurpose the resurrection formation to resurrect this venerable emperor. By the way, who is this venerable emperor? Have any of you ever heard of them?" Ever since the crystal-clear water pavilion had been destroyed, she had lived inside the illusory reality. She lacked a lot of information about the outside world and had never heard of anyone that went by the name Venerable Emperor. "They sound quite powerful, but I have never heard of any legend concerning someone named Venerable Emperor. The black-skinned Soft Feather shook her head. She sat beside the unconscious Senior Song, wanting to see if Senior Song would get hungry again so that she could perform her duties as an inner demon. 16 also shook her head. The Spirit River Sioux clan has no records of anyone that goes by that name. Song Shuhang, who was unconscious, also started searching for the keyword Venerable Emperor in his mind. A moment later. What am I even searching for? Today is the first time that I've heard of a big shot that goes by the name Venerable Emperor. Song Shuhang felt that his mind was a little slow now. It was probably an after-effect of Sister White Dragon's draconic might. At this time, what he wanted to search was not his memory, he wanted to search online. After all, he still had his chat group. And so, Song Shuhang began to secretly fiddle with the chat. Send a group message. Song Shuhang began to try to use the chat. He remembered that as long as he willed it, he could send messages to all of his friends through the Cultivation chat group. With the urging of Song Shuhang's will, the chat group was successfully activated. Beep Tyrannical Song has initiated a remote request for help. The specific content of the request for help is as follows: Seniors, fellow Taoists, fairies, does anyone know of some Venerable Emperor? I'll be waiting for answers, very urgent. Would you like to help Tyrannical Song? Yes/no. That's more like it. After blocking the friends that are on the ancient heavenly city friend list, send the message to everyone. The members of the ancient heavenly city list had to be blocked before he sent the message. Now, he just had to wait and see who among the fellow Taoists in his friend list had any information on this venerable emperor. I'm so witty, Song Shuheng praised himself. After the next evolution, it would be great if an AI service could be added to the group chat. That would make its management much easier. After a while, the group request for help was sent to all available friends on the list. Then, Sister White Dragon, Pavilion Master Chu, and 16 all lowered their heads and looked at Song Shuheng. Song Shuheng, who was pretending to be unconscious, sensed several gazes focusing on his body. Oh my God, I'm dead. When he sent that message for help, he only thought of preventing the members of the ancient heavenly city list from receiving it. He had completely forgotten about Sister White Dragon and Pavilion Master Chu. The after effects of Sister White Dragon's draconic might are really scary. My mind has become so confused, and I keep on overlooking important details. At this time, there was no longer any point in pretending to be unconscious. Song Shuheng could only open his eyes in embarrassment. Would you believe me if I said that I was sleep chatting? Pavilion Master Chu smiled and said, your cultivation chat group is becoming more and more practical. Beep Pavilion Master Chu has rejected your request. Sister White Dragon grabbed her chin with her claw and looked at Song Shuheng thoughtfully. Beep the Ancestral Golden Dragon has rejected your request. Has anyone replied? 16 subconsciously avoided Song Shuheng's gaze and asked in a low voice. 16's shy appearance was really sweet. Song Shuheng shook his head and said, not yet. Beep Demon Emperor Heji has rejected your request. Postscript, beep beep beep, Demon Emperor Heji seemed to be fuming. When Song Shuheng saw this postscript, he imagined him inflating like a pufferfish. Beep the Indestructible Lord has rejected your request. Postscript, snore snore, Beep the Blacklisted Almighty Merchant has remotely transferred you 1 point of energy. P.S. I have information. Information? Song Shuheng jumped up from the ground. Sister White Dragon asked curiously, who has information? It's the Almighty Merchant. He said he has information on the Venerable Emperor. Hey, wait a minute. He did not agree to my request. Song Shuheng noticed that the Almighty Merchant had transferred energy to send him a message instead of accepting the request. Almighty Merchant, do you want it? If you want my information, I will sell it to you for 1,000 5th stage spirit stones. 1,000 5th stage spirit stones. Song Shuheng flinched when he heard this number. Should I buy this information? Beep the Blacklisted, Fairy Chenglin, why are you asking about the Venerable Emperor? Fairy Chenglin seems to know something. Song Shuheng hastily sent a drop of energy back with a postscript. The Venerable Emperor's old subordinates are attacking the base of the survivors of the ancient heavenly city. They are aiming for the scholarly sage's resurrection formation and plan to use it to revive the Venerable Emperor. Does Fairy Chenglin have any information about this Venerable Emperor? After replying, Song Shuheng remembered something else and turned and looked to the side. When he turned to the side, he saw Fairy Creation, who was very well behaved today, sitting beside him silently. Song Shuheng asked, Fairy Creation, does the scholarly faction know about the scholarly sage's resurrection formation? The survivors of the ancient heavenly city, the Venerable Emperor's subordinates, Xian Nu Sec Skylark, so many people knew about the resurrection formation left behind by the scholarly sage. But what about the scholarly faction? Fairy Creation raised her head to look at Song Shuheng. She nodded, but then shook her head. The black-skinned soft feather looked puzzled. What does she mean by nodding and shaking her head? Song Shuheng explained, the scholarly faction probably knew in the past, but the current members do not know about it. It looked like the scholarly faction was hit really hard. Not only had their experts fallen, but even the knowledge that had been passed on appeared to be fragmentary. At this time, Fairy Cheng Lin sent another postscript, should have thought of it earlier. You were running around the beast realm a short while ago, and now you're fighting against the members of the ancient heavenly city. You must currently be in the base of the survivors of the heavenly city located in the beast realm, right? Across his cultivation chat group, Song Shuhang could feel the helplessness in Fairy Cheng Lin's tone. The helplessness in Fairy Cheng Lin's tone immediately made Song Shuhang think of a certain possibility. He quickly asked, Fairy, could it be that you are the Venerable Emperor? After Song Shuhang sent this message, Fairy Cheng Lin quickly replied. Fairy Cheng Lin, like hell I'm the Venerable Emperor. Let those subordinates of his find you immediately so that they can dig a hole and bury you inside, lest you cause any more trouble. Song Shuhang. Although I do often stir up trouble, it was really not my fault that I ended up in the base of the survivors of the ancient heavenly city. I was brought here by Senior White while I was in a coma. Also, it's Senior Thrice Reckless who's jumping all over the place right now. Fairy Cheng Lin, the Venerable Emperor, is someone who lived very long ago. He existed even before the era of the third wielder of the will, so it is normal for you to not know of him. The Venerable Emperor was a god of nature, and he ruled over a group of gods who were also related to nature. He once conquered most of the universe, but due to the limitations of a natural god, his life was bound to have a start and an end. He had no fate with the heavens will, able to wield only a small portion of the wielder's authority. He wanted to break through these limitations and made many attempts to do so. In the end, he failed and died thoroughly. Ever since the third wielder of the will came to be, no one has ever seen him. Even his subordinate gods seem to have gone into hiding. Fairy Cheng Lin quickly recounted the origin of the Venerable Emperor. Song Shuhang pinched his chin and fell into thought. After careful consideration, he asked, Fairy Cheng Lin, how can you write so many words in one post? Any tips? He asked because when the number of words in his postscript surpassed a certain limit, the message could not be sent or it would get cut short. When Fairy Cheng Lin received Song Shuhang's message, her fingers froze. In an instant, billions of plans popped up in her mind, all about how to crush the spirit of the first sage in 1,000 years. In the past, she was the one who challenged the limits of other people's patience. But ever since she got acquainted with Tyrannical Song, she would always get the urge to strangle him and become particularly irritable. While Fairy Cheng Lin was thinking, Song Shuhang sent another message. This time, it was an apology. Thank you for the information, Fairy Cheng Lin. I just received a blow from Sister White Dragon's Draconic Might, so my mind is still a bit befuddled. Because of that, I keep saying and writing weird things. So if I have offended you in any way, Fairy, come and fight me. Fairy, please forgive me. Fairy Cheng Lin. She stretched out her hand and grabbed a phone-shaped magical treasure. She unlocked it and silently opened an app called Lightning Pack, ordering a thunderstorm package for Tyrannical Song. She set the time for next month, and the location to Jiangnan area, China, Earth in the main world. As long as Song Shuhang returned to China, he would be able to enjoy a package of lightning strikes. Fairy Cheng Lin nodded in satisfaction. Although the package of lightning strikes could not hurt Song Shuhang, it could somewhat let her vent her anger. At this time, Song Shuhang sent another postscript, Fairy Cheng Lin, do you know what the Venerable Emperor might be searching for in the base of the survivors of the heavenly city? Even the news of the scholarly sage's resurrection formation did not surprise Fairy Cheng Lin, and adding that to the helplessness in Fairy Cheng Lin's tone, a hypothesis emerged in Song Shuhang's mind. He sent another postscript, Fairy Cheng Lin, did you return among the living again and set something in motion? After a while, Fairy Cheng Lin replied, I secretly guided the Venerable Emperor's old subordinates and made them attack the base of the survivors of the heavenly city. I disclosed the news about the scholarly sage's resurrection formation to his subordinate. Song Shuhang looked up at the sky, Fairy Cheng Lin is indeed a sinful woman. Meanwhile, Fairy Cheng Lin received a new message. Beep Tyrannical Song, Fairy Ching Lin is indeed a sinful woman. Block, block. Friendship ended. Fairy Ching Lin was about to block Song Shuhang when she noticed that she was already on Song Shuhang's VIP blacklist. I'm going to extract your ghost spirit again and have you share the pain. Fairy Ching Lin said hatefully in her mind. After imagining countless scenarios of torturing Song Shuhang through his ghost spirit, she calmed down a lot. After calming down, Fairy Ching Lin sent another postscript to Song Shuhang, regarding the matter of the Venerable Emperor's subordinates attacking the survivors of the Heavenly City's base. Do not interrupt them. Just watch silently from the sidelines. Song Shuhang quickly replied, Fairy Ching Lin, do you want to be reborn through the scholarly sage's resurrection formation? Fairy Ching Lin said, I died with no regrets, so why would I want to be resurrected? One of my companions is Daozi of the scholarly faction's 13 tribulation transcenders, and it was him who told me of the scholarly sage's resurrection formation. He wants to retrieve the resurrection formation. Daozi? This name sounds familiar. Song Shuhang turned to look at Fairy Creation. After Fairy Creation thought for a while, she stretched out her hand and projected a picture. Then, the image of the old driver he met when he went to the scholarly faction previously appeared before his eyes. Song Shuhang nodded and said, oh, so it was him. It's strange how I always forget about him. Since it was Daozi of the scholarly faction who was planning things behind the scenes, Shuhang would obediently watch from the sidelines and not stir up trouble. Rest assured, Fairy Ching Lin. I am a person who understands when to take things seriously. I will do my best to hold myself back and quietly watch from the sidelines. Song Shuhang assured Fairy Ching Lin. Just as he said that, inside the stone box, Senior White, who was wearing Song Shuhang's face, opened his eyes and woke up from his meditative state. Senior White, Shuhang got out of the stone box and stretched himself. Then, he sniffed lightly. Senior White said, this smell. It's the smell of treasure. At the same time, the gray liquid surrounding everyone dispersed. It then split into two strands and rushed toward the air where the two strings intertwined like DNA. With this gray liquid as the center, a woman's body began to take shape in the air. It was like 3D printing an object. After the prototype of a body was constructed, long blue hair fell down. The thick long blue hair was like a cloak, covering the woman's body. Her blue eyes slowly opened, her long eyelashes fluttering. Xian Nu sect Skylark had resurrected. Skylark said softly, is this the place? Her voice was not as energetic as before. This downcast tone did not fit her personality. She gently stretched out her hand and pressed it lightly against the air before her. A small black dot appeared in her palm. The resurrection formation left by the scholarly sage was hidden in this black dot. Even though Skylark did not have the method to open the space of the resurrection formation, after sensing Skylark's aura, the entrance to the space opened automatically. This was the backdoor left for Skylark by the scholarly sage. Even if the survivors of the ancient heavenly city had added all kinds of restrictions and anti-theft measures at the entrance to the resurrection formation, none of them would have stopped Skylark, because they only had knowledge about the main entrance. This back door was only for Skylark, and no one other than the sage knew about it. This scene was completely relayed by Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair. Song Shuhang. I, Song, am a man who knows when to be serious. If I say I will not stir up trouble, I will not do so. However, the scholarly sage opened the door himself, so I can't be blamed for this, right? He silently sent a point of energy to Fairy Ching Lin with a postscript attached. Fairy Ching Lin, even when a tree wishes for silence, the wind does not stop blowing. I wished for peace and quiet, but the scholarly sage did not give me the opportunity to carry out my wish. Fairy Ching Lin, what did you do? What did you do with the scholarly sage's resurrection space? I didn't do anything. I merely stood by and watched. But after Senior Skylark appeared, the entrance to the scholarly sage's resurrection formation opened up by itself, Song Shuheng quickly replied. Fairy Qinglin. The sage left a back door for her? Outside the resurrection formation, Senior Skylark said softly, let's go in. Next, the little black dot in front of her generated a powerful force of attraction, which sucked her, Sage White, and Thrice Reckless into it. That black dot was both infinitely small and infinitely large. When Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was sucked into it, he felt as if he had entered a dungeon inside a game. First there was a black screen, and when the world was loaded and the light returned, they found themselves in a new place. Once he was inside, Senior White flicked his sleeves lightly, releasing 16, Sister White Dragon, and Soft Feather from his sleeve. However, Song Shuheng was left in the space within his sleeve. Song Shuheng? Senior White, what are you doing? Let me out too. Song Shuheng called out, Senior White, don't forget about me. Senior White replied softly, you cannot come out right now. 16, Sister White Dragon, and the black-skinned Soft Feather looked at Senior White doubtfully. Song Shuheng also looked confused. Why? Could it be that, it's not good for me to wander in this resurrection formation? Could it be because of the scholarly sage's eye in my eye socket or the drop of the sage's blood in my body? As soon as I come out with those two items, is it possible that I might end up activating the resurrection formation? As expected of Senior White, he's so meticulous. Senior White replied solemnly, that's because I am pretending to be you right now. If you come out, won't there be two Song Shuhengs? Wouldn't that ruin the play? Song Shuheng? 16. The black-skinned Soft Feather blinked her eyes. Senior White then added, just stay in my universe hiding sleeve for now. Fairy Creation, you should also stay where you are. I will let you out when I think it's okay. Sister White Dragon said with a smile, fellow Taoist White is worried that if Shuheng and Fairy Creation come out, it could alter the resurrection formation, so we should wait and check the place before making a decision. 16 nodded in understanding. Sister White Dragon turned her head and looked around the scholarly sage's resurrection space before saying, I quite like this place. She said this because, in this space, everyone had become the same color as her. This was a world with only two colors, black and white. White sand, white grassland, and a huge black lake. The people standing on the beach were also affected by the environment and turned into shades of black and white. The black-skinned Soft Feather asked curiously, where is the scholarly sage's resurrection formation? In this space, there was no formation they could see. The entire space is a part of the resurrection formation, said Skylark. She took a few steps forward, then squatted on the edge of the big black lake, reaching out to touch the black water. Thrice Reckless thought for a short moment and said, and this dark lake is the core of the resurrection formation, right? Skylark nodded and said, indeed. She raised her slender hand back and held out her palm to Thrice Reckless. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber handed over a bracelet-shaped magical treasure to her. Skylark got up and put on the magical treasure. She then took out a dress from it and changed into the dress calmly. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber turned his head, avoiding looking at her while she changed. The virtuous Lamia reached out and covered Senior White's eyes. By the way, is there no guardian in this space? Senior White asked. When his eyes were covered, he immediately got the urge to start meditating. In order to stop himself, he had to divert his attention by chatting. Song Shuheng said from the universe hiding sleeve, perhaps the survivors of the heavenly city are confident in their defensive measures, or maybe people cannot stay in this resurrection space for long periods of time, so they can't really send people to guard this place. It seems to be the second reason. Someone is coming. Sister White Dragon looked up at the sky above the lake. On the surface of the pitch-black lake, the projection of a white gate appeared. Then, a bald man stepped through the gate. It was one of the Tribulation Transcenders who was secretly guarding the base. While he was responsible for keeping an eye on the base, he was also responsible for guarding the resurrection formation. Just now, he sensed that there was an intruder, so he undid the seals as quickly as possible to enter the space through the main entrance. I did not expect for people to be able to break in despite all the time and resources we spent on the defensive measures at the entrance of this place. The bald man had his arms crossed as he stood in the air and looked down at the people on the beach. I'm curious, how did you get inside? I've been guarding the entrance the entire time. In other words, you did not come through the main entrance, right? It was clear to him that there were other entrances to the scholarly sage's resurrection space, and that was not good news. As he said that, his gaze happened to fall on Sister White Dragon. Ancestral Golden Dragon, so it was you, the bald man said in a deep voice. If it was you, I can understand. It seems that you secretly broke through our confinement. Don't fault me for this. I'm neutral. Sister White Dragon shook her head. So, it was not the doing of the ancestral Golden Dragon? The bald man obviously believed in Sister White Dragon. Then, who broke through the restrictions? His eyes then fell on Sage Song Shuheng White. I know you. You're the first sage in 1,000 years, profound sage Tyrannical Song. I just happened to go out of the secret realm and see your show of divinity. The bald man stretched his neck, making a crackling sound, and said in a mocking tone, I did not expect that apart from having superb cultivation talent, you're also very good at scurrying around like a little mouse. Sage Song Shuheng White nodded slightly and said, many people acknowledge me as a little mouse that is difficult to crush. Song Shuheng. The bald man. Senior White, that title is actually not something to be proud of. Song Shuheng thought while inside his sleeve. But I am not the one who broke into this space, said Sage Song Shuheng White. The bald man wore a textbook sneer expression on his face. Do you think that I will believe you? Whether you believe me or not, that does not change the fact that I didn't do it. Senior White slightly smiled. The bald man was stunned, and he could no longer maintain his textbook sneer. After a while, he changed his target. Right beside the man he just questioned was a large, muscular figure. This muscular figure was curled up into a ball and had his hands pressed against his face. He looked like an ostrich with its head buried in the sand. Azure Reckless. The bald man let out an angry roar when he got a proper look at the muscular man. It was apparent that the bald man and Azure Reckless had a relationship that was deeper than that of ordinary allies. Judging from their muscular physiques, the two were likely to be in a master-student relationship. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was startled by the shout. He had been squatting on the ground just now, trying to take off his disguise mask. Since they had already reached the scholarly sage's resurrection space, it was meaningless to keep wearing the face of this venerable Azure Reckless. At first, he planned to use the identity of this venerable Azure Reckless to carry out several bold actions. But now that they had already achieved their goal, these bold plans were left to waste. Startled, Thrice Reckless looked up at the angry bald man in the sky. What's with this bald man's furious expression? Is he somehow related to Venerable Azure Reckless? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber thought for a moment, and then it suddenly clicked in his mind. He covered his face with his hands, and said in a pained voice, Senior, you are a good person, but, let's break up. The surroundings turned silent. I see, so you're not Azure Reckless. Is this how you want to proceed? When the bald man said this, veins could be seen bulging on his head. Since these guys refused to tell him how they sneaked into the sage's resurrection space, the only option he was left with now was to take them down and extort a confession out of them or directly read their memories. Are you going to surrender without a fight, or are you going to force me to take you down one by one? The bald man stretched his hands and clenched them into fists. Right after he said that, pale white flames blazed on his body. The terrifying aura of a tribulation transcender came bearing down on everyone. As the guardian of this space, he could not let anything happen to the sage's resurrection space. Below, Senior White put his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker, a calm expression on his face. Sister White Dragon went to protect 16. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber shrunk into a ball from the suppression of the Tribulation Transcender's aura. Skylark, who was by the lake, suddenly raised her head and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" The bald man said coldly, "I'll give you a chance to surrender without a fight. Are you going to lock us up in the immortal lock prison again afterward?" Skylark brushed her long hair behind her back. "I just got out of it and don't want to go back inside." "That's not up to you to decide." The bald man stretched out his hand toward Skylark. She was a 7th stage Venerable, and he should be able to handle her easily. A large hand materialized and grabbed Skylark. Skylark faced the large hand with her chest raised and with no fear in her eyes. At this time, a burst of golden light surged from the originally pitch-black small lake. The scholarly sage's resurrection formation had been triggered. The golden light soared into the sky and turned into a scholarly rune, which then slammed into the bald man's body. The scholarly rune read as Seal. The bald man, as well as the large hand he had summoned, were frozen in mid-air, just as if time had halted. What just happened? The bald man wondered. Why did the sage's resurrection formation suddenly activate? Why does it seem like the formation is protecting this female 7th stage Venerable? Inside Senior White's universe hiding sleeve. Song Shuheng chuckled. "It's fine if you want to disco dance on the sage's grave, but you better not try to hurt Skylark in its proximity." Boom! An explosion came from the pitch-black water once again, and another scholarly rune flashed. This rune read as Expel. The bald man and the large hand were hit by this second scholarly rune. Tribulation Transcender blood spilled from the bald man's body as he was expelled from the scholarly sage's resurrection space. "Congratulations, you have been kicked out of the space by the group owner scholarly sage Song Shuheng said inwardly. For a short time, the bald man would not be able to come back, and other people could not enter either as the main entrance to the space was now blocked. 16 asked, "Has the scholarly sage resurrected?" Skylark shook her head slightly. The two scholarly runes that resurfaced from the bottom of the lake just now were means left behind by the scholarly sage when he was still alive. They were set to be activated if Skylark was attacked while in the formation space. Skylark said softly, "This resurrection formation is no longer complete." The black-skinned soft feather asked, "Was it sabotaged by the members of the Heavenly City?" Senior White arrived beside the lake and reached into the water to investigate. After a while, he said, "This resurrection formation has been erased from the root. This grand formation was secretly arranged by the scholarly sage for his resurrection. But in the end, it still failed to escape the eyes of the current wielder of the will and was erased from the root. The scholarly sage could no longer be resurrected with this formation." Sister White Dragon said, "So that's why the survivors of the ancient heavenly city and the Venerable Emperor's subordinates are fighting for it. They just need to add the information of the Heavenly Emperor or the Venerable Emperor in the layer that was erased. Filling that up again could turn this resurrection formation into a resurrection formation for the Heavenly Emperor or the Venerable Emperor. It was only this kind of resurrection formation that was set up by the scholarly sage that had any hope of resurrecting entities like the Heavenly Emperor and the Venerable Emperor, who were in a similar cultivation realm." Song Shuheng asked, "If we use the sage's eye and blood, can this large formation be restored?" "It's useless. This formation can no longer resurrect him." Skylark sighed. It was the current wielder of the will that disabled the formation. Under the influence its will, the information of the scholarly sage could no longer be added to the formation. That's why you should leave this resurrection formation to us. At this time, a female voice sounded from Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Then, a branch sprouted from his back. This branch grew extremely fast, extending until reaching the Black Lake. Strangely, Skylark, Senior White, and Sister White Dragon did not do anything to stop it. The branch bloomed in the lake. Afterward, that fake fairy Yuan emerged from the top of the branch. She looked at Thrice Reckless and smiled sweetly. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. You are a good person, so. I used you. You were on my body this entire time? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber turned his head and said in a sad tone, You planted a seed on me and birthed new life. You need to take responsibility. After understanding what Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was hinting at, the fake fairy Yuan froze. She was at a complete loss for words and did not know how she was supposed to answer. In this confrontation of words, she had already suffered a crushing defeat. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Skylark laughed happily. In the past, when she was in the 9 Provinces #1 group, she enjoyed witnessing similar scenes. This fairy has picked the wrong person to provoke. 16 looked at the fake fairy Yuan with pity. The black-skinned soft feather said seriously, unless you have Senior Yellow Mountain's muting technique, chatting with Senior Thrice Reckless will simply leave you at a loss. In retrospect, the muting technique developed by Senior Yellow Mountain was truly the best way to deal with people like Daudu, Senior Thrice Reckless, Senior Copper Trigram, and Senior Song. The fake fairy Yuan secretly gritted her teeth. She did not want to talk nonsense with Thrice Reckless anymore as she was no match for him in this field. No matter how much nonsense she spouted, she would only end up humiliating herself. However, it did not matter as she had already completed her mission. When her branch sprouted from Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's back and reached the lake, she placed the magical treasure containing the data of the Venerable Emperor into the Black Lake, making this top-tier resurrection formation whole again. That magical treasure was something left behind by the Venerable Emperor before he disappeared, and it was also the key to his resurrection. Her mission was over. She looked at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's group and smiled slightly. You did not stop me when you could. That was your biggest mistake. Seeing your blooming smile, I know that you must have accomplished your mission. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, who was still in the form of Azure Reckless, stood up and smiled back at the fake fairy Yuan. The fake fairy Yuan had learned from her earlier experience, so she did not dare to carelessly reply to the other party for fear that she would be tricked. She threw a magical treasure into the lake. Skylark narrowed her eyes slightly. She had been squatting on the edge of the Black Lake the entire time with her fingers dipped in the water. Senior White squeezed his chin, deep in thought. Then, he reached out and snapped his fingers, summoning a magic lamp from his cosmos bag. There was smoke spewing out from the magic lamp, then Demon Venerable Lushan Street emerged from it. After Demon Venerable Lushan Street appeared, he took out a chair and a table, and placed them in front of Senior White. Sage Song Shuheng White sat down grandly with his fingers interlocked and his chin resting on top of them. Beside him, Demon Venerable Lushan Street floated quietly. Seeing this, 16 did not know whether to laugh or cry. Senior White, you're leaning into the act a bit too much. The magical treasure she threw into the Black Lake should contain the Venerable Emperor's information. It should be similar to the Imperial Pearls that the Heavenly Emperor had given the members of the Heavenly City before the Heavenly City collapsed. Senior White spoke with a particularly oppressive tone. Hearing this, the fake fairy Yuan turned to look at Senior White, who had disguised as Song Shuheng. Her heartbeat accelerated slightly. She experienced a heart-thumping feeling that she had not felt for thousands of years. Fairy, before you threw that treasure containing the Venerable Emperor's information into the lake, did you ever stop to think of the possibility that someone else's data or information has already been buried under this Black Lake? For example, the Heavenly Emperor's? Senior White continued to speak. This scholarly sage's resurrection formation had been in the hands of the members of the ancient Heavenly City for so many years. If the resurrection formation could be completed by just throwing in a magical treasure containing the information of a certain person, then what was stopping the members of the ancient Heavenly City from throwing the Imperial Pearl into it earlier? The number of Imperial Pearls in the hands of the members of the Heavenly City was not small. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber interjected, so, is it the Heavenly Emperor who will be resurrected or the Venerable Emperor? The black-skinned soft feather thought seriously and said, perhaps before the resurrection takes place, the Heavenly Emperor's information will fight with the Venerable Emperor's information? Skylark said with a grin, that's an excellent idea. Why not have them do that? The fake fairy Yuanyuan clenched her fists lightly. However, no panic could be seen on her face, and she sported a look of confidence instead. Of course, they had thought of this possibility when they had discovered that the scholarly sage's resurrection formation was in the hands of the survivors of the ancient heavenly city. When they attacked the base and sneaked into the resurrection formation, every step they took was carefully planned. The magical treasure that she threw into the lake had been modified, and there was something installed into it that could deal with the Heavenly Emperor's information. Nonetheless, she herself did not really understand the modifications or principles relating to the magical treasure. After all, that was not her field. Her task was to throw the Venerable Emperor's information into the water and have her branches take root at the bottom of the lake. Then, she would just wait for the magical treasure containing the Venerable Emperor's information to do its work. At this time, Sister White Dragon said, "This fairy and little friend Song have something in common." The black-skinned soft feather looked puzzled. What? She has an honest face just like Song Shuhang. The corners of Sister White Dragon's mouth curled up. Despite the disguise, the expressions on this fake fairy Yuanyuan's face were very vivid. If the disguise mask on her face was torn off, her face would probably be the same as Song Shuhang, with its own set of easily readable information. The black-skinned soft feather. The face-reading technique is extremely unfriendly to people like Senior Song. 16 asked, Sister White Dragon, do we really not need to stop her? Remember, I'm neutral, replied Sister White Dragon. The black-skinned soft feather said, but this fake fairy Yuanyuan belongs to the Venerable Emperor's faction and is a third-party force. You do have a point, but that does not change the fact that I cannot do anything. Sister White Dragon patted 16's head lightly with her little claw and said, I have not come back to life yet. She had already planned her resurrection way back then. If she took part in the scholarly sage's resurrection formation and resurrected now, her plan would be disrupted. Sister White Dragon said, besides, Fairy Skylark has not panicked from beginning to end. She is the person most involved in this, so you don't need to worry. Huh? Skylark suddenly turned her head and said, I have not panicked all this time because I saw that fellow Taoist White Dragon and fellow Taoist White have been very calm, so I followed suit. Senior White said, well, I saw that fellow Taoist White Dragon and fellow Taoist Skylark were calm, so I followed suit. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. The black-skinned soft feather. 16. Whoosh, while they were discussing, the water in the Black Lake surged. The scholarly sage's resurrection formation was restored and activated. The fake fairy Yuanyuan beamed. Senior White, Sister White Dragon, and Skylark still maintained calm looks on their faces. A golden beam of light shot up into the sky from the lake. The beam then split into 4 rays, and inside every ray was a tall figure. The fake fairy Yuanyuan was taken aback. 4 people are resurrecting together? Are the Heavenly Emperor and the Venerable Emperor both resurrecting? But then, who are the other 2? The fake fairy Yuanyuan stared closely at the 4 figures in the beam of light. She was trying to figure out which among the 4 figures was the Venerable Emperor. It was only after recognizing him that she could go and protect him while he was being resurrected. However, the 4 beams of light were way too dazzling, and they contained the laws and principles behind resurrection. The fake fairy Yuanyuan strained her eyes, but she could only see a vague outline of the 4 tall figures. After staring at the beams for a while, she felt her eyes begin to swell, just as if they could burst apart at any moment. The fake fairy Yuanyuan hurriedly closed her sore eyes, bloody tears flowing down from her eye sockets. The resurrection formation laid down by the scholarly sage was simply too high level. It contained the mysteries behind the resurrection of immortals. With her strength, if she were to look at it for a long time, let alone her eyes, even her soul may end up getting damaged. Due to her insufficient strength, she was forced to stop looking at the four beams of light. In fact, the fake fairy Yuan was very fortunate that she had a strong will. If her will had not been firm enough, she would not have been able to draw her eyes away from the four beams of light, and her eyes may have directly exploded. When the fake fairy Yuan turned her head and opened her sore eyes again, she saw the fake Tyrannical Song, White Dragon, 16, Skylark, and the black-skinned soft feather staring at the four pillars of light. It was as if they were not feeling any discomfort at all. How can this be? Several of these people are far weaker than I am. Why can they keep staring at the beams of light of the scholarly sage's resurrection formation while I can't? Are they all cheating or something? The fake fairy Yuan turned her head again to look at her last possible consolation, the fake Venerable Azure Reckless. There is nothing special about this fellow. When he was suppressed by the Tribulation Transcender's aura earlier, he curled up into a ball. If it's him, he'd definitely do worse than me, right? When she looked at Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, she saw that he was also staring at her. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was holding a very large saber in his hand, dragging it back and forth while sawing a branch. This branch was the one that had sprouted from Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's back. You finally found out? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber smiled brightly and began to speed up his sawing. Fake Fairy Yuan. Fairy, let me ask you a question. When I saw through this branch, does it hurt? Asked Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. He sawed even harder with his saber, sparks flying from the branch. This guy does not play by the rules at all. Why is he not attracted to the laws of the scholarly sage's resurrection formation? Does he have a firm will, or are there other reasons? The golden light shining from the four pillars of light became stronger and stronger, congealing into substance. The four figures wrapped by the pillars of light were completely submerged by the light. Sister White Dragon said curiously, by the way, is this resurrection supposed to be a buy one get three free? If the scholarly sage's resurrection formation was completed with the data and information of the Heavenly Emperor and the Venerable Emperor, then it should be a buy two get two free, said the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. The virtuous Lamia was floating behind Senior White, and the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword moved past her, also looking at the four beams of light. 16 raised her doubts and said, the question is, are the Heavenly Emperor and the Venerable Emperor really being resurrected? I have a way to verify it. Song Shuhang in the Universe Hiding Sleeve said to them using group sound transmission. He quickly opened his cultivation chat and sent a drop of energy to the Heavenly Emperor. Then, he added a postscript. Fairy Heavenly Emperor, are you there? I have a question for you. Have you begun resurrecting? It was a rude thing to ask, but the most effective method to verify the situation was to simply ask one of the involved parties. After a while, the Heavenly Emperor sent back a drop of energy, and wrote, Senior Song, I am not dead, so why would I need to resurrect? Are you cursing me? Be careful or I will kill you. Song Shuhang nodded silently. After that, he sent a voice transmission to Senior White and the others, the Heavenly Emperor is still alive and well, and she is not resurrecting. It is certain that she is not among the four figures. After saying that, he thought of Fairy Qinglin. I almost forgot about that sneaky woman. She's the one behind this incident, so she probably knows why four people are being resurrected by the scholarly sage's resurrection formation. When he thought of that, Song Shuhang quickly sent a drop of energy to Fairy Qinglin, with a postscript, Fairy Qinglin, the scholarly sage's resurrection formation has been activated. Someone from the Venerable Emperor's party has completed the resurrection formation, and now there are four beams of light rising from the Black Lake, and it seems like there are four people who are resurrecting. Fairy Qinglin replied very quickly, what? There are four people being resurrected? How can that be? She looked shocked. As the mastermind behind the scenes, she did not seem to expect that four beings would be resurrected at the same time. Song Shuhang. Fairy, you are so unprofessional. Song Shuhang sent another point of energy and postscript, Fairy Qinglin, you're the one who lured the Venerable Emperor's subordinates into attacking the base of the survivors of the ancient heavenly city and made them bring a modified magical treasure containing the Venerable Emperor's information. Who were you planning on resurrecting? The Venerable Emperor's subordinates naturally wanted to resurrect the Venerable Emperor. The survivors of the heavenly city want to revive the heavenly emperor, who was still alive by the way. Fairy Qinglin and Daozi had joined forces, and there had to be someone or some people who they wanted to resurrect. However, Fairy Qinglin did not reply to him right away. She was currently busy looking for Daozi and several others. At this moment, Senior White said, "They are being revealed." The light of the 4 pillars of light began to dissipate. After that, 4 tall and elegant men materialized in midair. The 4 men were standing right next to one another. The first man was gentle and elegant, and he looked easy to approach. The second man appeared to be high-spirited and confident, and he looked brilliant. The third man was handsome, and he looked quite refined. The fourth man had a blank face, and he looked like a bookworm at first glance. Song Shuheng was taken aback. He actually knew the 4 men. To be precise, Song Shuheng once saw the corpses of these 4 people. Last time, he had personally brought the bodies of these tribulation transcenders back to the scholarly faction, and then the scholarly faction had arranged their burial. These 4 were a part of the scholarly faction's 13 tribulation transcenders. The resurrection of these 4 people could be said to be beyond everyone's expectations. Neither the survivors of the heavenly city, the Venerable Emperor's subordinates, nor Qinglin, the mastermind behind the scenes, thought that this would be the outcome. Who are you? Where is the Venerable Emperor? The fake fairy Yuanyuan stared at the 4 men wide-eyed. The greater the expectations, the worse the disappointment. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber chuckled. He raised the saber in his hand, and chopped off the branch that he had sawed down until there was only a thin strip of it left. Skylark's hand had never left the Black Lake, a calm expression on her face. It seemed she realized what was happening earlier on. Skylark said, "This is the backup plan he had left behind for his disciples." From the very beginning, this was not a formation for the scholarly sage's own resurrection, this large formation was arranged for his disciples. Song Shuheng asked, "In other words, this is a resurrection formation designed for the 13 tribulation transcenders that have died. If that's the case, what about the lustrous scholar? Didn't the lustrous scholar, who had scammed him of his ghost spirit, die as well? Since it was the resurrection formation left by scholarly sage for his disciples, the dead lustrous scholar should also be resurrected by this formation, right?" Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair replied, "There are 3 possibilities. The first possibility is that he is so dead that even the resurrection formation failed to bring him back. His soul might have perished forever, and there is no longer any possibility for him to be resurrected or be reborn. The second possibility is that the lustrous scholar has not completely died yet. Since he has not died completely, there is naturally no way for him to be resurrected. As for the third possibility, it may very well just be his luck. Maybe the lustrous scholar has poor luck. You must know that when it comes to resurrection formations, it's not guaranteed that they will resurrect their target. The higher the power of the cultivator, the more difficult it is to resurrect them, and the lower the chance of a successful resurrection. It is not easy to be like you and be able to resurrect successfully every time." Song Shuheng nodded thoughtfully and said, "That is to say, the next time I require a resurrection magical treasure, I'd better get one that has a 100% chance of resurrection, lest the resurrection result in failure. Or maybe I should prepare several other resurrection plans at the same time, so that should one plan fail, plan 2 or 3 may be successful, and so on and so forth." When it heard Song Shuheng's words, the black scarlet heaven sword could not help but voice out its thoughts, "No, Shuheng. I think it would be best if you did not prepare any means of resurrection at all. I am being completely serious with you here." Every time he got a resurrection item, Song Shuheng would use it dutifully as if he was afraid of wasting it. If Song Shuheng went ahead and made resurrection plans 1, 2, 3, and so forth. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword felt that every year for the next few years would be Song Shuhang's death anniversary. And if he really went hard with the resurrections, the next 365 days of the year might be filled with funerals. One funeral in the morning, one funeral at noon, and another funeral in the evening. Why? Song Shuhang asked doubtfully. After thinking for a while, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword replied solemnly, as a cultivator, it is not good if you become too reliant on certain types of treasures. It will be detrimental to your future development. As such, you should not rely too much on unconventional things like resurrections. What if you get used to resurrecting, and then one day, you no longer have any resurrection magical treasures? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword's words were very reasonable, making everyone feel somewhat shocked at its change in character. Song Shuhang nodded thoughtfully again. Pavilion Master Chu reminded him, fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven Sword is not wrong. However, as it is an inner demon, you should be careful of its words and not trust them fully. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. It did indeed speak in half-truths and half-lies. However, the half that it made up was also for the good of Song Shuhang. It just did not mention Song Shuhang's innate ability that made him use resurrection items as soon as he got them. I'm just helping him out here. Wait. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suddenly slammed its hilt hard into the spatial wall in the virtuous Lamia's stomach. I am an inner demon, an inner demon. Despite being an inner demon, it showed great care for Song Shuhang. It had become an embarrassment to all inner demons through all generations. But, that saber-nurturing technique is really just too refreshing. In the space above the Black Lake, the golden light had completely dissipated. The four tribulation transcenders opened their eyes all at once. How could this be? The fake fairy Yuanyuan stood at the tip of the branch, her heart sinking into what felt like a bottomless abyss. The four tribulation transcenders slowly walked towards the shore. They passed by the fake fairy Yuanyuan. Among them, when the bookworm-like tribulation transcender passed by her, he reached out and patted her on the head. Thank you, fairy. The fake fairy Yuanyuan felt the warm hand on her head and raised her head stiffly, looking at the bookworm-like tribulation transcender. The bookworm-like tribulation transcender gave her a blank smile, and then continued walking forward. The four tribulation transcenders arrived at the shore together and they stopped beside Skylark. They then bowed to her. Skylark had mysterious origins, and she taught the scholarly sage back when he was very young. In fact, she may have even been the reason why the sage began to tread the path of cultivation. Therefore, in terms of status, she deserved the respect of the 13 tribulation transcenders. Skylark glanced at the four of them, frowning slightly. You. The bookworm tribulation transcender nodded slightly, and then he said softly, yes, Senior Skylark. Generally speaking, our resurrection is a failure. The handsome tribulation transcender added, the formation left by our teacher had been destroyed. Although it has been restored, it has been changed too much. The gentle tribulation transcender said softly, besides, it has been too long. If the resurrection formation had been activated immediately after they died, then the four of them could have been resurrected nearly perfectly due to the incredible skills of the sage. But now, the ancient era had long since ended, and tens of thousands of years had already passed since the era of the scholarly sage. Time was like a blade. Even with the methods left by the scholarly sage, it was impossible to completely resurrect his disciples who had fallen so long ago. Skylark was an expert in the field of resurrection. From the ancient era to the current one, there was no one with a richer experience in resurrection than her. Therefore, she could see the incomplete state of these four disciples at a glance. After they were resurrected, they had not been able to rid themselves of the state of death. They were like candles that had been relit. After a few days at most, they would disappear once again. And once they disappeared this time, they would be gone forever. There would be no way to bring them back to life again. We want to make use of these final moments to visit the scholarly faction, said the high-spirited tribulation transcender, and then he asked, does the scholarly faction still exist? It does. Song Shuhang's voice sounded from afar. Senior White flicked his sleeve lightly, and Song Shuhang and Fairy Creation were thrown out together. Song Shuhang landed steadily. Fairy Creation shrank behind him, hiding her petite figure. She seemed afraid to see her 4 elder brothers. While in the universe hiding sleeve, she had heard the news that the 4 had failed to be resurrected completely. The bookworm tribulation transcender looked at Song Shuhang and Fairy Creation behind him, and for the first time, a normal smile appeared on his dull face. He raised his foot and instantly appeared beside Fairy Creation. Then, he stretched out his hand toward the top of Song Shuhang's head and patted it. Apologies, junior sister. We agreed that should we meet again, we would never be separated by death once more. However, it seems that we will not be able to honor that agreement. Song Shuhang? Why are you stroking my head while apologizing to Fairy Creation? The bookworm tribulation transcender's hand patted Song Shuhang's head repeatedly. Song Shuhang looked all around him suspiciously. Could it be that he has poor eyesight? Or could it be that my true identity is finally coming to light? Could I actually be the reincarnation of Fairy Creation? If that were to be true, things would make a lot more sense. For example, why did Fairy Creation rarely ever go back to Dharma King Creation's body after transferring to mine? Song Shuhang was imagining all sorts of scenarios, mainly due to his mind still not having recovered from the impact of Sister White Dragon's draconic might, which left it slightly fuzzy. He was like a drunk person at the moment, and that led to some illogical thoughts popping out. The bookworm tribulation transcender said, when I touched little friend's head, I noticed that my teacher's eyes were watching me. This gave me an indescribable feeling, and I could not help but think of him. I truly do miss him. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Believe it or not, I can make your teacher's eyes shine and make you feel even more nostalgic. Suddenly, Song Shuhang realized that the bookworm tribulation transcender was speaking in the language of the ancient era, yet he did not have much difficulty understanding what he said. Could it be because his learning ability had improved and he could already understand most of the language of the ancient era, or was there someone secretly helping him translate the words? While Song Shuhang was in thought, Fairy Creation finally emerged from behind him. She looked at the bookworm tribulation transcender and the other 3 in the distance. The 3 tribulation transcenders smiled at her. Fairy Creation sighed and kept staring at her 4 senior brothers for a long while, just as if she wanted to engrave their features in her mind. After a long time, she turned around and dove into Song Shuhang's arms. She looked sad. Song Shuhang subconsciously stretched out his arms, wanting to catch the sad Fairy Creation. He even came up with some lines to comfort her. However, Fairy Creation passed through his arms and dove straight into his body. Song Shuhang was left with his arms stretched out, now feeling a little embarrassed. Seeing this, the bookworm tribulation transcender stepped forward and gave Song Shuhang a warm hug, timely alleviating his embarrassment. Little friend, I will trouble you to take care of our junior sister. Although she is a little troublemaker who even swore that she would never have children in her life, she has a kind heart. Song Shuhang opened his mouth to say something, but a heavenly voice came out when he spoke. The lyrics he sang were in the language of the ancient era. The singing became louder and louder, spreading throughout the entire resurrection space. The fascinating power of the sound of nature was embodied in this singing, making everyone addicted to it. The 4 tribulation transcenders cooperated with her and clapped according to the beat. During their lifetime, they were masters of arts and poems. If it was not for the lack of musical instruments, the 4 would definitely have provided accompaniment to Fairy Creation's singing. The 3 tribulation transcenders standing beside Skylark hummed softly and drummed beats according to the rhythm. The bookworm tribulation transcender, who was hugging Song Shuhang, slapped his back like a drum. Song Shuhang was hit so hard that his blood and chi went into turmoil. He felt that this bookworm tribulation transcender must be doing all this on purpose. After a while, the 3 top-tier body tempering cultivation techniques he practiced activated one after the other to protect his body. The variant steel hands technique added a black metallic sheen to Song Shuhang's back. The bookworm tribulation transcender's slaps, which sounded like drumming earlier, now sounded like the tolling of a bell. The sound changed from the thud of a leather drum to the sound of metal clanging. The sudden change in the sound surprised the bookworm tribulation transcender and he nearly missed the beat. Not only that, 123 holy apes in scholarly robes with books in their hands appeared on the top of Song Shuhang's head. The holy apes formed a 3-dimensional, triangular pyramid above Song Shuhang's head. This time, in order to not damage their master's reputation, they did not use that formation used to praise the dead. After the holy apes appeared, they immediately entered choir mode and proficiently followed the rhythm. When fairy creation's vocals needed chords, they would synchronize with her and accompany her with waves of vocals. The leading large holy ape played the role of the conductor this time. The bookworm tribulation transcender looked up at the massive holy ape choir and was stunned. This is the holy ape dragon power technique of the breast realm. Wait a minute, why does it look like our scholarly indestructible body of the Buddha is also there? In his entire life, he had never seen anyone who had practiced these 2 great skills to produce such an appearance. No wonder their junior sister would be willing to attach herself to this little friend. It turned out that they had similar tastes. Shuhang carried a whole choir with him, and every holy ape could perfectly follow the rhythm, allowing for the best display of their junior sister's singing. When Song Shuhang saw the shocked appearance of the bookworm tribulation transcender, he felt happy. It's not over yet. Following Song Shuhang's command, the virtuous Lamia got up and swam over. Her tail coiled up, and she sat on the virtuous fat whale. The immortal goose's zither among the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure flew out of Song Shuhang's original dantian and landed on her snake tail. The virtuous Lamia started playing the zither. After a little adjustment, it perfectly merged with everything, providing a perfect accompaniment for fairy creation. The virtuous Lamia's attainments in music were also top-notch. At the same time, the black-skinned soft feather got up. If she wanted to become a qualified inner demon, her dancing ability must not be lacking. The black-skinned soft feather started to dance alongside the tune. She was tall and had long, slender legs, so she was naturally suited to dancing. If it wasn't for my inner world being unavailable, I could have added even more flavor to the performance, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Lead singer, choir, band, backup dancer, and even special lighting effects, as long as Song Shuhang was given time, he could prepare everything. The bookworm tribulation transcender said admiringly, "You're amazing, little friend." Throughout the universe, it was not difficult to find people who could perform better than Song Shuhang, but the bookworm tribulation transcender could see that Song Shuhang's choir was all part of him. The song eventually concluded, and everyone was satisfied. Aside from that, the 4 tribulation transcenders were also quite satisfied with Shuhang's muscles. After all, this powerful choir of his could immediately switch modes and display top-tier offensive power. They could be at ease with their junior sister staying with this little friend. Senior Skylark, fellow Taoists, we shall bid you our farewell then. The bookworm tribulation transcender bowed to everyone. The time that they could remain in this world was limited, so they wanted to go back to the scholarly faction before they completely disappeared. If possible, they wanted to help the scholarly faction before going. The most important thing for them was to pass on their knowledge, as knowledge was the greatest wealth. Song Shuhang cupped his hands and said, "Have a safe journey, seniors." As soon as he finished speaking, in his eyes, 2 slender arms stretched out from his eye sockets. Those were Fairy Creation's arms. Song Shuhang. Fairy Creations opened up her palms, and in each palm lay a beautiful eye that looked like it was made of glass. Are these junior brothers' eyes? The bookworm tribulation transcender was taken aback. Song Shuhang said in a deep voice, "No, these are my eyes." Above Song Shuhang's head, Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said, "She wants the four of you to attach yourselves to this pair of eyes. These eyes contain the resurrection power of the General Principles chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique. They may allow the four of you to exist in the world for a little longer." The handsome Tribulation Transcender said in surprise, A strand of hair that has become a spirit? Pavilion Master Chu. You idiot, take my immortal's hair stab. Under the surprised eyes of the handsome Tribulation Transcender, the strand of hair stretched out with a swish and stabbed at him. Then, the four Tribulation Transcenders were all neatly impaled by a single strand of hair. The Bookworm Tribulation Transcender. The Gentle Tribulation Transcender. The Confident Tribulation Transcender. Why were the three of us also stabbed by the strand of hair? We didn't do anything. That's too much, Fairy Chu. It was only one of them who offended you with his words. Why did you have to stab all four of them? Sister White Dragon reprimanded. Besides, this fellow Taoist from the scholarly faction did not say anything false. Are you not just a strand of hair right now? If you want to blame someone, blame Song Shuhang for sticking you on the top of his head. Song Shuhang? So, is it my fault now? Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair slowly retracted, and then she wrapped herself around Song Shuhang's neck. However, the strand of hair did not tighten its grip this time, choosing to act as a sword of Damocles. If he behaved well in the future, perhaps he would not have to suffer death. Fine, it's my fault. It's all my fault. Song Shuhang sighed, looked at the four Tribulation Transcenders, and asked, Seniors, are these two eyes enough for you? There were only two eyes, but there were four of them. When he had used the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique to regenerate his body, Fairy Creation had only gouged out two eyes. If he had known his eyes were so precious, he would have asked her to gouge out a few more. The Bookworm Tribulation Transcender said, "To be honest with you, it would be better if there were two more eyes." Fairy Creation's small hands protruded from the top of Song Shuhang's head like a pair of antlers, swaying left and right. Even if Song Shuhang's current eyeballs were gouged out, they would not have the same effect as these two lustrous eyes. The only way to get some more was to make Song Shuhang go through the whole process again. His body would need to be destroyed, then he would have to use the General Principles chapter to forge it anew. It was only with this method that they could get another pair of lustrous eyes. The Bookworm Tribulation Transcender said, however, two should be enough to sustain us. He took the two lustrous eyes, cupped his fists at Song Shuhang, and said, "Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, we will borrow these eyes for a while. After the four of us disappear, we will let the scholarly factions return them to you. At that time, we will leave a small gift inside these eyes of yours. We sincerely hope that the gift we leave behind will be to your liking." When Song Shuhang heard this, he felt a strong sense of dread in his heart. He felt as if his precious pair of lustrous eyes were about to disappear forever. The Bookworm Tribulation Transcender said, "Then fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, let us say our goodbyes here." Song Shuhang said, "When you leave this place, pay attention to your safety. Right outside is a base of the survivors of the ancient heavenly city, and they have placed all kinds of spatial restrictions." While Song Shuhang was talking, the Bookworm Tribulation Transcender casually stretched out his hand and created a spatial gate. The dazzling spatial gate shone with white light. They were currently inside the resurrection formation set up by the scholarly sage specifically for his disciples. In order to ensure the safety of his disciples after they were resurrected, the scholarly sage made it so that his disciples could use spatial energy even when inside. Aside from his disciples, no one else could use spatial abilities while inside the resurrection space. The Bookworm Tribulation Transcender smiled at Song Shuhang and said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist. We will leave this place through this spatial passage and return directly to the location of the scholarly faction in the main world." The Gentle Tribulation Transcender waved at Song Shuhang and the others. "Farewell." "Wait a minute." Song Shuhang hurriedly shouted. Take us with you. Let's go together. If there was a spatial passage that could let them leave directly, then it would be much better for them to make use of it. Otherwise, when they left the resurrection space, they would have to break out of the base of the members of the heavenly city. The bookworm Tribulation Transcender smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song wants to go together with us. That would be great." They had been dead for tens of thousands of years, and they were not aware of the current situation of the scholarly faction. If this little friend Tyrannical Song, who had strong ties with the scholarly faction, was willing to go with them and brief them on the current situation, that would be excellent. Song Shuheng turned his head and asked, "Senior White, should we leave now? If you want to return to the beast realm to fish, it would not be too late to do so after our trip to the main world." "I have no problem with that," said Senior White. "Anyway, it was just a quick spatial trip to get back to the beast realm." "Then, let's go." Song Shuheng laughed. "Little friend Tyrannical Song, please." The bookworm Tribulation Transcender kept the spatial gate open and gestured for Song Shuheng to enter the gate. Song Shuheng cancelled the holy ape projections that filled the sky, then stuffed the virtuous Lamia, fairy creation, and the black-skinned soft feather back into his body. After getting ready, he walked toward the spatial gate and jumped lightly. Right after Song Shuheng jumped into the spatial gate, another spatial gate opened above the Black Lake, and Song Shuheng fell out of this spatial channel, straight into the Black Lake. Song Shuheng. As he floated in the Black Lake, his left eye glared at the bookworm Tribulation Transcender. This Tribulation Transcender is quite black-bellied. Was he taking revenge for Senior Chu stabbing him with her strand of hair? Huh. The bookworm Tribulation Transcender was stunned. He could swear that the location where his spatial gate led was the scholarly faction, which was located in the main world. But when little friend Tyrannical Song jumped into the spatial gate, the gate distorted, and little friend Tyrannical Song fell into the Black Lake. At this time, the handsome Tribulation Transcender said, "It should be a safety measure left by our teacher." The sage had truly taken great measures to ensure the safety of his disciples. In this resurrection space, his disciples had the ability to open spatial passages, but to prevent enemies from using these spatial gates to chase after his resurrected disciples, the sage made it so that should someone other than his disciples enter the spatial gate they had created, the gate would distort. If the enemy jumped into a spatial gate created by any of the 13 Tribulation Immortals, they would be affected by the distorted space and fail to leave through that passage. Teacher has worked so hard for us. It really is a pity. The bookworm Tribulation Transcender said in a depressed tone. The gentle and elegant Tribulation Transcender said, "Sorry, little friend Tyrannical Song. I'm afraid we won't be able to take you with us." Song Shuheng, who was in the Black Lake, reacted and nodded. As expected of the super-duper amazing sage. His methods are quite sophisticated. The insurance measures left by the sage for Skylark were equally good. Even the ruler of the netherworld was surprised by the means left by the sage and got tricked twice in a row. Super-duper amazing sage? The face of the bookworm Tribulation Transcender twitched. After some time, the 4 Tribulation Transcenders bid their farewell to Song Shuheng and the others, leaving the resurrection space through their spatial passage. Song Shuheng said, "Now, we have to think about how to get out of here." He began swimming toward the shore to join Senior White and the others. But just when he was about to get out, he felt a large hand grab his hairy leg and try to drag him to the bottom of the lake. A water ghost? That's going too far. How dare a mere water ghost stretch out his filthy hand and grab my thigh? And the strength of this hand was not weak. Song Shuheng kicked hard at the hand clinging to his leg, and a water column shot up from the Black Lake. With Song Shuheng's current strength, a single punch of his could cause a waterfall to flow backward, so it was only normal that his kick caused such a commotion. At the same time, his divine sense swept the depths of the lake to see what was lurking down there. Just in case, he also made a hand seal and cast the lightning drawing technique. A total of 3 lightning bolts were drawn toward Song Shuheng's body. Come, let us taste this sweet lightning together. With his strength at the 7th stage Venerable realm, even something ordinary like the lightning drawing technique could unleash terrifying power. And as his cultivation realm improved, he felt that his mastery over the lightning drawing technique was improving as well. It would not be long before he could draw 4 lightning bolts, and then 5 and use the 5 lightning explosion. Regardless, the purpose of these 3 bolts of lightning was to notify Senior White and Sister White Dragon that he was being attacked. If that hand at the bottom of the lake was too strong, then Senior White and Sister White Dragon would be able to come to his aid immediately. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair, which was wrapped around his neck, had also noticed something strange. It unraveled itself from Song Shuhang's neck, locked onto the large hand at the bottom of the lake, and stabbed at it like a sword. Then came the virtuous Lamia. Affected by the Black Lake, she had failed to protect her master when he got attacked earlier. The virtuous Lamia felt like she was being provoked. She wrapped around Song Shuhang and clasped her palms together to cast a powerful virtuous technique. The virtuous giant Sunday water columns shot up, lightning descended, an immortal sword intent exploded, and a dazzling display of virtue lit up the Black Lake. The scene was breathtaking. The hairy hand in the Black Lake never thought that Song Shuhang could unleash such a terrifying attack in an instant. Gurgling bubbles rose to the surface. The hairy hand unwillingly let go of Song Shuhang, retreating to the bottom of the lake after being attacked by the virtuous giant Sun and Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair. Song Shuhang took this opportunity to jump up and have black lotuses appear beneath his feet to support his body. What was that just now? Song Shuhang frowned and looked at the Black Lake. As the core of the resurrection formation set up by the scholarly sage, the Black Lake severely limited the range of a cultivator's divine sense. Song Shuhang's divine sense barely managed to get an image of the hairy hand, which seemed to be the claw of a beast. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said, "It's an ugly water beast, and this water beast can survive in the resurrection space arranged by the scholarly sage. It now seems to be heading toward the fake fairy Yuan Yuan," said Skylark. Her fingers were still in the Black Lake. It was unknown what she wanted to do. At this time, the fake fairy Yuan Yuan was standing on the tip of a branch, right above the surface of the Black Lake. When she heard Skylark's voice, she jumped up and stepped into the air to avoid the water beast. Splash! After the water beast got close to where the fake fairy Yuan Yuan was, it stretched out its hand and pulled the branch toward the bottom of the lake. Song Shuhang looked at the fake fairy Yuan Yuan and asked, "Is this your doing?" Hearing his question, the other party shook her head. Could this be the doing of the survivors of the ancient heavenly city? Song Shuhang looked at his leg. There were still a few tufts of fur attached to it, which had been cut off by Pavilion Master Chu when she attacked the beast. Song Shuhang stretched out his right hand. The ends of the defiant whale warrior's glove receded, revealing his fingers. He bent down and pinched the fur while activating the secret appraisal technique. After the secret appraisal technique was activated, a shallow wound appeared on his wrist, and a few drops of blood spilled out of the wound and fell into the Black Lake. Song Shuhang said with a tone of heartache, "I forgot to switch to my smoke mode and wasted these drops of blood." He was now a genuine 7th stage Venerable, and he had also tempered his body to a great degree. Moreover, he had practiced the General Principles chapter of the Holy Ape Dragon Power Technique, so every drop of his blood was a treasure and had the same medicinal value as that of a spiritual beast. If one were to take out a tube of his blood and add some medicinal materials to it, they could refine a great pill. The secret appraisal technique quickly transmitted back the information about the water beast. Meanwhile, the wound on his arm had already healed. Mutated water beast, it was originally an ornamental pet adopted by the scholarly sage. A herd of water beasts had once been kept in the Black Lake of the Resurrection Formation, adding a little beauty to the gloomy lake. After the fall of the sage, the herd of water beasts met with many accidents and mutated many times. Now, there is only one mutant water beast left. An ornamental pet? The scholarly sage must have felt that the Black Lake was too dull and desolate, so he added a group of ornamental pets such as goldfish to it. Unexpectedly, they mutated after generations of reproduction and turned into this thing. Raising goldfish in the resurrection place of his disciples, something like this could only be done by the sage. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand to throw away the several tufts of fur he had just grabbed. Then, he prepared to relay the information to Senior White and the others. But before he could say anything, the shallow wound on his arm opened again, and several drops of blood spilled out. Song Shuheng? Since when was the price of the secret appraisal technique paid in installments? Modified mutated water beast. The survivors of the ancient heavenly city captured the lone mutated water beast, buried an imperial pearl in its body, and hid a magical treasure containing the heavenly emperor's information beneath its scales. When the time is right, the heavenly emperor would be able to return with the help of the resurrection formation. Song Shuheng sighed and said, the survivors of the ancient heavenly city put a lot of effort into it. But the problem is, the heavenly emperor isn't even dead. She is alive and kicking and has no need for a resurrection formation. However, it is really enviable to have such a group of loyal subordinates and allies. So many years after the fall of the ancient heavenly city, these old subordinates of the heavenly emperor have still not given up. I really wonder what kind of bewitching soup the heavenly emperor gave them back then. Senior White, this mutated water beast was raised by the scholarly sage, ah. While Song Shuheng was in the middle of speaking, the wound on his arm opened again. This time, the cut was much deeper. He felt a sharp pain like when one stubbed a toe on the leg of a table. Obviously, the injury was not that serious, but it hurt a lot. Another drop of blood flowed from his arm and dripped into the Black Lake. It's still not over? Song Shuheng was pissed. How many installments do I have to pay? Don't tell me it's the one where I have to pay 12 installments in a year. It's better to just have it done all at once so I don't have to worry about it anymore. Modified mutated water beast that has swallowed the source information of the Venerable Emperor. Out of greed, the mutated water beast swallowed the branches under the fake fairy Yuanyuan's feet. The water beast's body now contains the information that would allow for the Venerable Emperor's resurrection. The beast now possesses two powerful source data that are clashing within its body. Song Shuheng. He knew that his secret appraisal technique must have evolved as its result was now updated automatically. Is it finally done updating? Song Shuheng looked at his arm. After the water beast ate the branches, there should be nothing else for it to devour. The current data that it has should already be all that it can get. While he was in thought, the wound opened up again. Song Shuheng. Besides the branch, what else did this water beast eat? What did it find in this Black Lake? Song Shuheng looked at his aching arm, a bad feeling arising in his heart. A cultivator's gut feeling was often quite accurate. The appraisal information was transmitted to his mind. Mutated beast that contains the information of the Heavenly Emperor, Venerable Emperor, and Tyrannical Song. The resurrection information of the Heavenly Emperor, Venerable Emperor, and Tyrannical Song are clashing in the body of the water beast. This is an incredible occurrence. Song Shuheng. Every time the mutated water beast changed, the information about it would be immediately updated and sent to him through the secret appraisal technique. If the mutated water beast were to fart, take a nap, or drink water, would that also trigger the secret appraisal technique? Song Shuheng said, distressed, the secret appraisal technique is not evolving in a good direction. If these real-time updates are not handled properly, I could die. If the updates could not be stopped manually, and he ended up appraising a ball today, a strand of hair tomorrow, and a ghost the day after that. Then, even if he was not doing anything and just laying on his bed, he could be receiving countless real-time updates of balls, hairs, and ghosts, and end up bleeding uncontrollably due to the price of the appraisal. But then again, the fact that the mutated water beast was able to store the conflicting resurrection information of the Heavenly Emperor, Venerable Emperor, and himself was indeed beyond his expectations. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair asked, "Are you okay?" I'm just in a little bit of pain. As long as the appraisal technique stops sending me updates, I should be fine. Song Shuheng glanced at his arm. The wound on his arm had healed, and there wasn't even a scar left. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said, "I'll take you ashore first." Afterward, Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair started to spin like a propeller, bringing Song Shuheng back to shore. Song Shuheng. It turned out that Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair gave him the ability to move on the Z-axis freely. After they got back to shore, 16 stepped forward and helped up Shuheng. "Shuheng, you were talking about the water beast just now, right? Is the water beast related to the scholarly sage?" Song Shuheng nodded. Then, he told everyone about the water beast's origin and its mutation process. Upon hearing this, Senior White became interested. "So, the water beast is an ornamental pet raised by the scholarly sage." I did not get a good look at the water beast, but Pavilion Master Chu said that it looked ugly. The water beast has mutated from generation to generation, so it should no longer look like the original pet, Song Shuheng guessed. After thinking for a while, Senior White said, "Forget it then, our time is almost up. We should leave this resurrection space first." Song Shuheng said, "Sure." 16 turned to look at Skylark and called out, "Senior Skylark, Senior Thrice Reckless, we're heading out." Skylark nodded and pulled her hand out of the Black Lake. She had been trying to instill spiritual energy into the Black Lake, wanting to see if there would be any new changes in the resurrection formation if she did so. She wondered if there was some secret that the scholarly sage had left deep in the Black Lake. However, it seemed like everything related to the scholarly sage had been wiped clean. After getting up, Skylark looked at her wrist and said curiously, "If I drop some of my blood into the lake, do you guys think something would happen?" Scanning things with one's mental energy scan and pouring spiritual energy into items were basic operations that all cultivators were familiar with, but after these two basic operations came blood dripping. A cultivator's blood contained a part of their self, and it could sometimes lead to unexpected surprises in cases mental energy scanning or spiritual energy proved useless. "Well, something will definitely happen," Song Shuheng said. "For example, there will be a giant turtle in the lake competing with the mutated water beast for the status of Lord of the Lake. If Senior Skylark did drip her blood into the lake, the mutated water beast might end up swallowing her blood, which would cause his secret appraisal technique to send him another update. Then, the mutated water beast could end up being swallowed by a giant turtle of disaster, and another update would come." When he thought of this possibility, his brain started hurting. Skylark smiled awkwardly when she heard this and gave up on the idea. Next to them, Senior White took out a stack of the wooden body's branches and began to carve them. He made one small blackroom-breaking disposable flying sword after the other, handing one out to everyone. Song Shuheng asked, "Senior White, where is the destination of these disposable flying swords?" After a moment of thought, Senior White said, "To Earth's moon in the main world. I'm going to set up a new immortal cave there to carry out my Beast Realm fishing plan." "Right, Shuheng, you've already reached the 7th stage realm, so it's time for you to officially set up your own immortal cave." "I don't need an immortal cave. I have my inner world. Also, the scholarly faction gave me a small immortal cave before," replied Song Shuheng. When he mentioned the inner world, he switched to secret sound transmission. An immortal cave is directly related to the reputation of a cultivator. Since you're going to attend the Spirit River Sioux clan's annual meeting this December, you will need a formal immortal cave to back you up. You better not embarrass the fellow Taoists in the group. As for the immortal cave that the scholarly faction gifted you, that's too small. It might be enough as a vacation or rest house, but it is not suitable for your current status," Senior White said. "When the time comes, I will help you carve out a piece of land on the moon. You can learn from me and set up an immortal cave that suits your status." Senior White made a good point. Song Shuheng smiled and said, "At that time, I will trouble Senior White to teach me how to set up an immortal cave." It's actually very simple to set up an immortal cave. First, come up with a name for the cave, and then make a hole in the plot of land you've chosen. For example. Senior White's eyes blurred as he spoke. 16 shouted, "Oh no. Don't panic." Song Shuheng stepped forward, activated his 3 top-tier body-tempering cultivation techniques, and reached out to support Senior White. Boom! Song Shuheng managed to stop Senior White, but his body was driven into the ground by the powerful force. The entire space shook, and the black lake churned. The water beast in the lake was frightened and jumped out of the water. The water beast was an ugly yet cute creature that resembled a blobfish. It had scales on its abdomen and a thick hand covered in fur on each side. These hairy hands were what had grabbed Song Shuheng's thigh earlier. Coincidentally, the eyes of the mutated water beast met Song Shuheng's eyes. "Heh, I didn't think that you would come out of the water on your own." Song Shuheng chuckled. Then, his left eye lit up. He thought that he would leave this space without ever getting to meet the water beast, but Senior White's sudden fall caused the mutated beast to jump out of the lake. Naturally, he wasn't going to let go of this opportunity and would let the water beast experience what his left eye could do. Seeing Song Shuheng's left eye light up, the ugly yet cute water beast let out a cry of terror. The fear engraved in its genes was triggered. Meanwhile, inside it, the resurrection data belonging to the Heavenly Emperor, Venerable Emperor, and Song Shuheng became active. A battle between the different source data broke out. This blobfish-like water beast was the result of millions of mutations that those ornamental pets had gone through. This creature had never seen the scholarly sage, nor had it ever encountered the sage's eye. Nevertheless, the fear in its genes, which had been passed down from generation to generation, erupted at this moment. Unfortunately, it was too late to escape. The moment its fat body jumped out of the water and met Song Shuheng's eyes, it was done for. Song Shuheng said majestically, "The time has come to witness whether you are an expert or not." Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair, which was on top of his head, became a tick mark. It was obviously just a name change, but calling the move Expert's Appraisal, rather than Impregnating Gaze, felt so much better. The meaning behind the move had changed completely. This was why choosing a proper name for something was very important. Behind him, Sister White Dragon whispered to 16, "Are you betting big or small?" 16 looked puzzled. "What big or small? Is Sister White Dragon betting on how big this mutated water beast's belly will become?" "I bet big," answered Skylark. "Me too," said Thrice Reckless Mad Saber quickly. Sister White Dragon grinned and said, "Then, I'll bet small. I believe that the Expert's Appraisal will result in a single-child pregnancy unlike the twins' impregnating gaze or any of the other gazes that are of higher level. And for fish, to be pregnant with one child would mean to only carry a single fish roe. Therefore, I bet that this mutated water beast's belly won't grow in size at all." 16 said, "I'm of the same opinion as Sister White Dragon. I bet small." On the side, Senior White thought for a while and said, "I bet." "Fellow Daoist White, don't say anything," said Skylark while placing her finger in front of her mouth. Senior White looked puzzled. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber patted his chest and said, "Senior White only needs to raise the average of our group's attractiveness and prevent Shuheng from lowering it. You should leave the gambling to us." Once Senior White participated in the betting, the game would be completely unplayable. Senior White. He felt wronged. Seeing this, 16 thought for a while, then quietly took a few steps back, distancing herself from Senior Thrice Reckless Mad Saber so as to not be affected by any disasters. Sister White Dragon mentally approved of 16 for her cautious behavior. Meanwhile, at the front, Song Shuheng wished he could turn around and send out another Expert's Appraisal, this time at Senior Thrice Reckless. What does he mean by, and prevent Shuheng from lowering it? Besides that, the mutated water beast in front of him seemed to be somewhat strange. After it received the Expert's Appraisal, it floated on the water's surface, screaming in pain and fear. However, the effect of the technique was not reflected in its body at all. Normally, after seeing the light from the sage's eye, the effect of the impregnating gaze would become apparent within 10 seconds at most. But now, Senior White and the others behind him had already finished talking, yet there were no signs of pregnancy on the mutated water beast. Pavilion Master Chu guessed, could it have inherited some antibodies? It would be impossible even for me to develop antibodies to something like this, replied Song Shuheng, and Shuheng was very confident about his body's ability to produce antibodies and resistance. While they were talking, something finally happened to the mutated water beast. Its body began to inflate and expand like a pufferfish. It quickly swelled into a sphere. It seems that you are not a peerless expert. The virtuous Lamia quickly emerged from behind Song Shuheng and said in a cold voice. Not wanting to be outdone, Fairy Creation came out with great momentum. Song stupid. Song Shuheng. Fairy Creation, I don't mind you snatching my lines, but why did you have to insult me? But seeing that Fairy Creation was still alive and kicking, Song Shuheng felt relieved as he did not know how to comfort her after the failed resurrection of the 4 tribulation transcenders. It seems that I have won, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber said confidently. Even if it is a stone tire, it will swell after being hit by the impregnating gaze, let alone a mere water beast. Sister White Dragon turned into a scarf, wrapped herself around 16's neck, and said with a smile, I admit my loss. As the price for my loss, I can do you and Fairy Skylark a small favor. If you ever need something from me, just contact me. Senior White looked at everyone resentfully. He pointed to the belly of the fish and said, then allow me to be the dealer of another bet. How many babies are in the belly of this water beast? If you guess right, I will give you a box of virtuous fruits. Do not use your divine sense or any magical techniques to scan the water beast. His virtuous tree had borne fruit once more, which was perfect to give out as the prize to whoever guessed right. 1 child? In the belly of the virtuous Lamia, the voice of the black scarlet heaven sword sounded. Wait. 16 noticed a key point and asked, is the water beast really pregnant? Shuheng's expert's appraisal was only supposed to have its target experience the pain of pregnancy, but it did not actually have the ghastly effect of making the target pregnant. Could it be that this water beast had a special physique, which made it so that after being hit by the expert's appraisal, it would really become pregnant? Sister White Dragon patted 16 lightly and smiled. Fellow Daoist White only asked us to bet on how many babies there are in its stomach. He never said that it was the effect of Shuheng's impregnating gaze. I'm guessing that there are 2 babies. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber thought about it and said, the members of the ancient heavenly city and the Venerable Emperor's subordinates have tampered with the scholarly sage's resurrection formation. An important thing to take note of is that inside this mutated water beast, there are 2 rays of light, corresponding to the energies of the heavenly emperor and the Venerable Emperor. 16 took a look, and sure enough, she saw 2 rays of light shining in the bulging belly of the water beast. The brightness of the 2 rays of light was comparable, and they seemed to be fighting. Sister White Dragon nodded. Indeed, one of the rays of light belongs to the Heavenly Emperor. And there was no question that the light that was clashing with that of the Heavenly Emperor was the Venerable Emperor's. 16 asked, then, are we also going to bet that there are 2? On the side, Skylark stretched out 3 fingers and said, I bet that there are 3 as you guys have already placed bets on 1 and 2. Considering fellow Daoist White's luck, it would be best for us to avoid guessing the same number twice to avoid being killed by the dealer. That makes sense. Then, I'll bet that there are 4 babies, said Sister White Dragon. Okay, then I'll bet that there are 5 babies, answered 16 casually. Senior White. Ahead of them, Song Shuheng had a solemn look on his face. In the mutated water beast, the information belonging to the Heavenly Emperor and the Venerable Emperor was in a fierce fight against one another. The information belonging to him was completely suppressed by the other 2. This was very normal, as he was the weakest of the 3 parties. But when his information was suppressed, the information belonging to the Heavenly Emperor and the Venerable Emperor actually began to encroach on his portion. This encroachment faintly extended to his body. If he allowed the Heavenly Emperor's and the Venerable Emperor's information to continue to fight, he would also be implicated. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Song Shuheng put his hand on his forehead. The eye gifted to him by the three-eyed young man opened. Have a taste of my barrage of spam. Unfamiliar the first time, familiar by the second time. After using the third eye a few times, Song Shuheng had become quite good with it, and he even managed to unlock several new functions despite not having a teacher. This time, he shuffled and jumbled up all of the questions from the speech before sending them out. It was a real spam attack. All of this information was virtually worthless, and the more there was of it, the stronger the attack would be. After preparing everything, he injected this huge amount of information into the targets, the mutated water fish, the Heavenly Emperor's information, and the Venerable Emperor's information. There have hardly been any cultivators in the entire universe that had encountered this kind of attack, as this was a relatively new form of attack. The mutated water fish was the first to experience it. Its eyes rolled upward, its inflated belly bobbed up and down, and its arms drooped weakly. Immediately afterward, a huge amount of junk information flooded the Heavenly Emperor's and Venerable Emperor's data. You followed my data to harm my main body? Fine, then mutual destruction it is. Song Shuheng was looking forward to seeing what would happen to the Heavenly Emperor's and Venerable Emperor's data once they were filled with junk. The spam attack turned out to be very effective. With the attack being unleashed through Senior Three Eyes' Divine Eye, which was not weaker than the Scholarly Sage's Eye, the Heavenly Emperor's and Venerable Emperor's resurrection information could not resist at all. The two rays of light began to dim. Song Shuheng laughed heartily. Beep, the Heavenly Emperor has remotely transferred you 1 point of energy. P.S. Senior Song, did you do something to me? I suddenly had goosebumps just now and felt that someone was targeting me. I performed a divination, and it showed me that Senior Song was the one attacking me. What are you doing? Believe it or not, I will kill you. Song Shuheng. Was the Heavenly Emperor always so perceptive? She sensed that she was being targeted after I filled her resurrection information with junk? Big shots whose cultivation realm has reached a certain level are truly terrifying. Maybe if you say something bad about them behind their back, they would be able to sense it, and then they would be able to pinpoint you with just a single divination. Are all big shots as perceptive as the Heavenly Emperor? An interesting thought suddenly popped up in Song Shuheng's mind. When he had this thought, he sent a message back to the Heavenly Emperor. P.S. It was an accident. I will explain it to you when I have the time. Anyway, I was not targeting you. After replying, Song Shuheng checked the blacklist of his Cultivation chat group. Taking advantage of the fact that he had some spare time, he wanted to experiment with something. Theory will always be groundless without practice. If you have an idea, you have to test it out thoroughly to check its validity. Song Shuheng said, Demon Emperor Haji, I'll try with him first. After concentrating on Demon Emperor Haji's name, he cursed at him vigorously in his mind. He took out all the curse words in his vocabulary and threw them at Demon Emperor Haji. Song Shuheng discovered for the first time that cursing someone remotely was quite tiring and not that easy. Now, I'll send a message to Demon Emperor Haji to ask about the situation. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, sent a point of energy to Demon Emperor Haji, and attached a message. P.S. Senior Haji, did you feel chills all over your body just now? Demon Emperor Haji, who was recuperating in a forbidden area in the infernal realm, suddenly received a new message. With a thought, he opened it. Tyrannical Song. Demon Emperor Haji gritted his teeth. When he saw this name, his mind became clouded and his whole body felt uncomfortable. Why did Tyrannical Song send me a message? Is he scheming something? Beep, Tyrannical Song has remotely transferred you 1 point of energy. P.S. Senior Haji, did you feel chills all over your body just now? Demon Emperor Heji? Chills all over my body? What did this tyrannical song do to me? I have been trying to murder this tyrannical song all along, and tyrannical song must be of the same idea. As long as the opportunity presents itself, he would definitely try his best to murder me. Demon Emperor Heji gritted his teeth and returned a point of energy to Song Shuhang, with a postscript, "What did you do to me?" At the same time, Demon Emperor Heji quickly organized his thoughts and tried to figure out what might have happened. Could it be that Tyrannical Song learned some scary curse and cast it on me remotely? Or maybe he found some powerful magical treasure, locked onto my location, and launched a cross-world attack. In the sage's resurrection space, Song Shuhang received a reply from Demon Emperor Heji while keeping up the spam attack with his third eye. Song Shuhang murmured, "Eh." Demon Emperor Heji didn't feel anything. It seems he's not as perceptive as the Heavenly Emperor. Even if I cursed him behind his back, he didn't notice. Is this a difference between men and women? Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair on the top of his head was speechless. There were thousands of words in her mind that she wanted to say right now, but she felt that none of them were suitable. In the forbidden area in the infernal realm, Demon Emperor Heji performed a long divination, and after a lot of calculations, he was left with one answer. The result of the divination was, a few minutes ago, profound sage Tyrannical Song cursed you fiercely behind your back. The cursing lasted for about 3 minutes. One should not look at the time and take it lightly, as Tyrannical Song's cursing was very fast. In 3 minutes, he used a total of 6 countries' languages plus 2 dialects to swear at Demon Emperor Heji. After obtaining the answer, Demon Emperor Heji held the divination stick in hand and remained silent for a while. Motherf ********. Demon Emperor Heji threw the divination stick at the ground. I can't believe how stupid I am. I was even worried that profound sage Tyrannical Song might have cast some technique on me or made some big move. But in fact, that darned guy was just cursing at me behind my back. There is seriously a problem with that guy's brain. After finally calming down, Demon Emperor Heji suddenly felt a chill. He asked himself in a deep voice, was he testing me? No one who can ascend to the profound sage realm would mess around like this. Profound sage Tyrannical Song could be deliberately setting me up. Could he have just been testing the waters? It's possible that profound sage Tyrannical Song's real attack might be concealed in some sort of probing move. Demon Emperor Heji murmured to himself, I need to be careful. I should bring forward the plans of changing locations. Meanwhile, Song Shuhang finally stopped the third eye's spam attack. The resurrection information belonging to the Heavenly Emperor and the Venerable Emperor had been tossed around to the point of death and had weakened significantly. Since their resurrection information is already so weak, Song Shuhang's heart skipped a beat. He said in a deep voice, Fairy Virtue, Fairy Creation, Pavilion Master Chu, please protect me. At the same time, he summoned fellow Daoist stone tablet, and along with one instance of the saber nurturing technique, the two of them entered the tablet with the saber state. Once everything was ready, Song Shuhang's right eye opened. Compared with the scholarly sage's eye and senior three eye's third eye, Song Shuhang's right eye lagged behind. However, his right eye had potential. Embryonic gaze. Song Shuhang's right eye also had an exclusive innate magical technique. This innate skill had unlimited potential, and one day, its prestige would resound throughout the universe. The embryonic gaze locked onto the mutated water beast and then took it one step further, locking onto the Heavenly Emperor's resurrection data inside it. After all, he was more familiar with the Heavenly Emperor, and he had relatively greater confidence in dealing with her. In addition, from the Heavenly Emperor's messages just now, he could infer that while the Heavenly Emperor could somewhat sense what was happening to the resurrection information, she wasn't really affected by it. Of course, the message may also be a smoke screen to confuse him, so in the end, it was all up to him. However, the reply that Song Shuhang had given to the Heavenly Emperor was pretty vague. There was no useful information in that reply. The embryonic gaze worked quickly. A series of scale-like patterns appeared on the body of the mutated water beast, and a flower bud sprouted on its belly. As the bud bloomed, the Heavenly Emperor's resurrection information in the mutated water beast's body was plundered and pulled away. Success. Song Shuheng temporarily closed his right eye, letting his right eye take a short rest. After successfully extracting the Heavenly Emperor's resurrection information, the next step was to extract the one belonging to the Venerable Emperor. Song Shuheng did not dare to extract their resurrection information at the same time for fear of giving rise to a clash that could cause an unforeseen incident when the flower bore fruit. On the other side of the Black Lake, the fake fairy Yuan was staring at the mutated water beast and the flower on its belly. She wanted to move, but she dared not to. In front of her, there was a sentient flying sword, happily swimming around in the air like a fish. The flying sword's pattern was erratic, but its sharp sword intent was steadily locked onto her. This flying sword was Senior White's meteor sword. As long as the fake fairy Yuan dared to do anything, this divine weapon that had already gained intelligence would mercilessly cut her down. At first, the fake fairy Yuan dared not move because of the threat of the flying sword, but eventually, she could not move even if she wanted to. When Meteor Sword was flying around in circles, it had covertly set up a formation around her. Now, she was bound in place so tightly that she could not even move a finger. The fake fairy Yuan fell into a panic. It was a kind of skill that she had never come across. She had not been able to see when and how the formation had been set up at all. Unknowingly, she became a fish on a chopping board, ready to be slaughtered at any time. She quietly glanced at the Song Shuheng close to her and at the one in the distance, wondering how these two fellow Taoist Song would deal with her when the time came. On the belly of the mutated water beast, the flower of the embryonic gaze finally bloomed. It then withered and bore a pearl-shaped fruit. Song Shuheng stretched out his hand, catching the fruit containing the Heavenly Emperor's resurrection information. The pearl was warm in his hand, and there was a faint aura similar to that of the Heavenly Emperor emanating from it. Song Shuheng commented, "It looks like a large imperial pearl." Speaking of the imperial pearl, he remembered that before, every time he touched one, the imperial pearl would crack and shatter. For this reason, he was almost beaten up several times. The black-skinned soft feather emerged from his shadow, looked at the pearl, and said, "Senior Song, this fruit is giving me a sense of familiarity." Familiarity? Song Shuheng guessed after a little thought, maybe it's because it has a connection with the Heavenly Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor and Soft Feather's ghost spirit are temporarily in one body, so that might be the reason. The black-skinned soft feather nodded. If we want to verify whether there is a connection between this fruit and the Heavenly Emperor, we can do a small experiment. After Song Shuheng said that, his right hand stroked the fruit slightly. An instance of the saber-nurturing technique was applied to the fruit. We just need to wait and see whether the effect of the saber-nurturing technique will be passed on to the Heavenly Emperor. From that, we can easily deduce the answer, Song Shuheng said. Now, let's see if the Heavenly Emperor will contact me again. As soon as he finished speaking, the big pearl in his hand shattered with a pop. Song Shuheng. Pavilion Master Chu. The black-skinned soft feather reminded him, "Senior Song, the pearl broke." Song Shuheng looked up at the sky. "I can see that, soft feather." After the large imperial pearl was broken, a fruit covered in patterns was left in his hand. The embryonic gaze produced different treasures each time. Senior White looked at the fruit and commented, "It looks edible." Sister White Dragon said, "It smells good too." Pavilion Master Chu said, "There seems to be a path hidden in this fruit." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Then we can call it path fruit. It is a fruit condensed from the resurrection information of the Heavenly Emperor, so it may contain her secrets." Does this fruit count as a single child? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's thoughts were always unpredictable. Skylark shook his head and said, "It does not. It would be great if I could open my inner world right now." Song Shuheng looked at the fruit. If he could access his inner world right now, as long as the lotus roots came and inserted themselves into the fruit, the path of the Heavenly Emperor could be extracted from it and merge with the inner world. The black-skinned soft feather reminded him, Senior Song, the fruit seems to be disappearing. Song Shuhang took a look, and sure enough, the patterned fruit on his palm was gradually melting. Shuhang, how about you appraise it and then eat it, said Senior White. I'll try that. Song Shuhang activated the secret appraisal technique. Drawing from his previous experiences, he switched to his smoke mode before using the secret appraisal technique. The results of the appraisal were quickly transmitted to his mind. Mysterious path fruit, this fruit may be too hot and is evaporating. Why don't you cut it open and eat it? Song Shuhang. He opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit. Senior White asked expectantly, is it delicious? Song Shuhang thought about it and said, it does taste quite good. Then, can you use the embryonic gaze on the mutated water beast again? Senior White pointed at the water beast. The water beast still had the Venerable Emperor's resurrection information, so it could theoretically produce another fruit. I was already planning on doing that. Song Shuhang turned around, his right eye lit up, and he released another embryonic gaze at the mutated water beast. But this time, no new patterns appeared on the body of the mutated water beast. Instead, the inflated belly of the water beast exploded like an overinflated balloon. The power of the explosion set off a large wave in the lake. The body of the mutated water beast was blown into more than 10 different parts and scattered across the lake. Is it dead? Song Shuhang was taken aback. Could it be that after 2 instances of the embryonic gaze were used consecutively, the hidden skill, autodestruction, would be activated? Plop plop, more than a dozen pieces of the mutated water beast's corpse fell into the black lake. Afterward, every piece of the water beast's corpse began to change. Soon, there were a dozen mutated water beasts that were all smaller than the original. Does this thing reproduce by division? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was distressed. With this type of reproduction, how many babies would there be? Song Shuhang laughed and said, 10 babies in one go? Anyway, you all lost. Smiling and laughing, he landed back on shore. The path fruit that he had eaten began to take effect. Slowly, its side effects were emerging. The main reason for this was that the instructions clearly suggested that the path fruit should be cut open before it was consumed, but Song Shuhang had swallowed the fruit whole, so the side effects would inevitably be worse. Joy can always turn into sorrow. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair gently swayed. Song Shuhang's body twitched slightly. He could not get up from the ground. When he landed, his face had been facing the ground. This caused half of his face to be buried in the sand now, rendering him unable to speak. If he was not a cultivator, he would have very likely suffocated by now. The black-skinned soft feather squatted next to Song Shuhang and asked, do you want to take some pills, Senior Song? Maybe fasting pills or healing pills. Song Shuhang stretched out his arm tremblingly and waved it. The effects of the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit had fully revealed themselves. Every inch of his body felt as if it was burning. If he were to take any pills at this time, he might just explode and die. He did not have any resurrection methods or magical treasures left, so he could not make any mistakes. The virtuous Lamia lifted Song Shuhang with both of her arms and flipped him over. 16 took out a handkerchief and wiped the sand off of Song Shuhang's face. Would you like a healing technique? Sister White Dragon asked from beside him. Song Shuhang continued to wave his trembling hands. He rejected the healing technique for the same reason he rejected the pills. He was afraid that the healing technique would cause him to implode. Senior White stepped forward, stretched out his hand to feel Song Shuhang's pulse, and scanned him with his divine sense. Divine sense was very handy. This was why, in the past, cultivators often liked to pretend to be wandering doctors when they were experiencing the life of a mortal, as they were able to pinpoint any illnesses or injuries with a simple scan of their divine sense. This ability was just perfect to build the persona of a genius doctor. After the scan, Senior White said, "There is no problem with his body, and there are no hidden dangers." Sister White Dragon said, "It must be the fruit. After all, it contains the resurrection information of the Heavenly Emperor, and he's lucky he didn't die on the spot after swallowing it whole." Song Shuheng tremblingly stretched out his hand and made an "okay" gesture. Senior White said, "It does not seem like that much of a problem. As long as you go into seclusion and digest the fruit, you should be able to recover." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said earnestly, "You've already reached the 7th stage Venerable Realm, Shuheng. It's time for you to close up for real." Song Shuheng. Senior White smiled and said, "If you want to close up, I can lend you my makeshift stone room." While saying that, he extended his arm. Makeshift stone room? What kind of magic treasure is that? Soon, Song Shuheng learned what the makeshift stone room was. It was the stone box that Senior White had built from the Lock Immortal Prison's stone tiles. To his surprise, this stone box had been brought into the sage's resurrection space along with everyone. The stone box opened. Senior White stretched out his hand toward Song Shuheng. Then, he used his spiritual energy to lift Song Shuheng up and put him into the stone box. By the side. 16, Sister White Dragon, the Virtuous Lamia, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword, Fairy Creation, Skylark, and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber surrounded the stone box and watched Song Shuheng being put into the stone box. This scene really gave off the feeling of a ritual for some reason. Senior White said, "Have a nice meditative session. Your seclusion this time may last quite a while." "How long will it take?" Song Shuheng asked with some concern by using the secret sound transmission technique. He did not want to stay closed up for hundreds of years. He still had a lot of things to do, and before closing up for a long time, some mortal matters and cultivation-related matters had to be dealt with. Only then could he properly enjoy his session. "It depends on how long it takes you to absorb the fruit. You have 8 nascent souls and a fat whale golden core, so you should have a certain advantage when it comes to absorbing energy. In addition, you do not need to concern yourself about any mundane or cultivation matters." Senior White pointed at his face. He had not taken off the disguise mask yet, and he still had Song Shuheng's appearance. In other words, during Song Shuheng's seclusion, he could cosplay as him. Senior White said, "So, you can close up with peace of mind." He then stretched out his hand and sealed the stone box. The insides of the stone box plunged into darkness. Right before the box was sealed shut, Song Shuheng saw fellow Daoist stone tablet from the corner of his eye. It was standing firmly in front of the stone box, and beginning to activate its guarding powers. Song Shuheng. Heavens, I finally realized why it felt like a ritual. It's because I'm literally being buried, with a tombstone and coffin. This stone coffin seems to have some fate with me. I will refine it later and see if I can turn it into a magical treasure. Whenever I encounter someone I do not like in the future, I can bury them alive in the stone coffin. Anyway, with Senior White taking care of all of my matters, I can close up with peace of mind, Song Shuheng thought to himself. He closed his eyes and began to circulate the 33 Divine Beasts technique. Although he had the complete version of this cultivation technique with him, due to his own reasons, every time he ascended a realm, he had to do some fine-tuning to the 33 Divine Beasts technique. If he did not do so, he would not be able to exert the power of his 8 nascent souls. At the same time, his 3 top-tier body-tempering cultivation techniques were also circulating, assisting Song Shuheng in digesting the medicinal effects of the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit. As his cultivation techniques circulated again and again, Song Shuheng entered a true state of meditation. In this state, one would experience the feeling of one day in a retreat, 1,000 years pass outside. The 7th stage Venerable Song finally entered a true and genuine seclusion for the first time in his life. Beep the blacklisted Demon Emperor Haji has remotely transferred you 1 point of energy. P.S. Song Shuheng, who had finally gone into seclusion, was suddenly brought out of it. What is Demon Emperor Heji doing? Beep the blacklisted, Fairy Qinglin, has remotely transferred you 1 point of energy. P.S. Shuhang, what are you doing? I can feel that the cultivation chat group is changing. Song Shuhang. Is the cultivation chat group evolving? Why does Fairy Qinglin have a much clearer grasp of the state of the cultivation chat group than me? Beep your buddy, Heavenly Emperor, has remotely transferred you 1 point of energy. P.S. Senior Song, what are you playing at this time? I've been tossing and turning uncomfortably for a while now. Can't you calm down a bit? 3 people sent him messages in quick succession. It seemed that these big shots noticed the change in the cultivation chat group. The reason for this change must be the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit he ate. Immediately afterward, even Senior White 2 sent him a postscript. Shuhang, did you provoke or confront the fat ball again? No, not at all. Song Shuhang sent a postscript back to Senior White 2, nope, not at all. I just ate a path fruit, and that seems to have caused these changes in the cultivation chat group. A path fruit? Senior White 2 heaved a long sigh. He was guessing that the path fruit that Song Shuhang was referring to was not the same path fruit that he was thinking of. Senior White 2 said softly, forget it then. As long as he is not provoking the fat ball, it's all good. At the same time, he casually sent another point of energy to Song Shuhang, along with a postscript. What is this path fruit that you ate? Why had it caused such a huge commotion in the cultivation chat group? For a moment, he thought that Song Shuhang had quietly gone to fight the fat ball, causing the fat ball to take notice of the cultivation chat group. Among Song Shuhang's enemies, he believed that only the fat ball had the ability to forcibly interfere with the cultivation chat group and cause such a violent disruption. Song Shuhang replied, it was a path fruit produced by my embryonic gaze after I targeted the Heavenly Emperor's resurrection information. It tasted quite good, but I grew very full after eating it. I'm currently closing up to digest it. At the same time, he copied and pasted this message, sending it to Fairy Qinglin as well. Finally, he had to say something to the Heavenly Emperor, but it would be bad if he simply copy-pasted the reply. Still, he had to reply. If the Heavenly Emperor saw that he did not reply to her for a long time, she could start making guesses and figure out that her resurrection information had been turned into fruit and eaten. At that time, he would definitely be in big trouble. After some thought, Song Shuhang sent a postscript to the Heavenly Emperor, it's nothing. This is pretty normal as the cultivation chat group is often evolving. It is possible that the upgrade is causing some problems, but there is no need to worry. The chat group will definitely be faster and easier to use after the upgrade is completed. In order to update it smoothly, I am going to close up for a while. After sending the reply, Song Shuhang nodded in satisfaction. In this way, the Heavenly Emperor should be appeased. As for the message sent by Demon Emperor Heji, he could just ignore it. After all, Demon Emperor Heji could not bite him through the cultivation chat group. Now, time to close up for good. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and circulated the 33 Divine Beasts technique again. He adjusted his mental state and prepared to enter the retreat state again. But just then, Beep your buddy, Heavenly Emperor, has remotely transferred you a drop of energy. P.S. Senior Song, you liar. What are you hiding from me? Song Shuhang's heart skipped a beat. Did Heavenly Emperor notice something? Damn. How am I supposed to answer? If he gave the wrong answer, it was completely possible for him to explode and die right on the spot. While he was in thought, another message was sent. This time it was a postscript from Fairy Qinglin. You are the most courageous young man I have ever seen. You even dared to eat a fruit containing the Heavenly Emperor's resurrection information. You're probably suffering from heat stroke. I'm not. I'm healthy, I take my medicine on time every day, and I don't eat much. Song Shuhang had not had time to reply to Fairy Qinglin yet when he received another message. This time it was a postscript sent by the Dragon Network of the Black Dragon World. Admin Tyrannical Song, do you need technical support? Your cultivation chat is assimilating some data and evolving. Do you need technical support from the Dragon Network's fat ball? Y/N. The evolution of the cultivation chat group had alerted even Lady Kuna. In addition, it appeared that the group chat was assimilating some data. Song Shuhang immediately noticed this point. From the looks of it, the data in the Heavenly Emperor's resurrection information was similar in nature to his cultivation chat group. The path of the Heavenly Emperor was the path of the Heavenly City. The entire Heavenly City was her path, and every member of the Heavenly City was a part of her path. As for his cultivation chat group, it gave him the ability to add people he knew as friends. There were indeed certain similarities between them, but they were pretty different at the same time. Assimilating data and evolving. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand to tap on, yes. He could really use the support from the Dragon Network. Beep, the Dragon Network's fat ball will now provide you with technical support. Establishing connection. Using the Inner World Assistant as a relay point. Connection successful. The mechanical female voice of the Black Dragon World's fat ball repeatedly sounded in Song Shuhang's mind. Because of the barrier between the Black Dragon World and the main world, when she provided technical support to Song Shuhang, she had to use the Inner World Assistant as a relay point. The Inner World Assistant was a copy of the Dragon Network Assistant which had been integrated with Song Shuhang's Inner World. As such, using the Inner World Assistant as a relay station could improve efficiency and reduce the consumption of the connection. When the Dragon Network began helping him, Song Shuhang felt a cool stream circulate in his brain for a moment. During that short moment, a vast sea of information and data merged with his mind. Song Shuhang felt as if his body, or more specifically, his cultivation chat group had turned into a large and greedy snake. The voracious snake slithered in a dark space. In this dark space, there were countless clusters of light of different sizes. These clusters were born from the information contained in the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit and contained a part of her path. Under Song Shuhang's control, the huge, voracious snake swiftly moved around, devouring the clusters. In the meantime, the Dragon Network also provided some navigation assistance, directing Song Shuhang to avoid certain clusters that contained information that he could not yet swallow. It was important for the cultivation chat group to selectively absorb the information that would allow it to evolve. While doing so, it had to avoid being assimilated into the Heavenly Emperor's path. This technical support is amazing. Thank you, Dragon Network's will. Song Shuhang replied with a postscript. It's really nothing much, but please call me by my nickname, Fat Ball, the will of the Dragon Network replied. The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched. Only the heavens knew why the Dragon Network's will came to like the name Fat Ball. Every time he heard the words Fat Ball, Song Shuhang had two opposite reactions, one was to fight it, and the other was to run and hide. Beep, Fairy Cheng Lin has sent you a postscript. Do you still have resurrection items on your person? Song Shuhang. What is Fairy Cheng Lin planning on doing? Song Shuhang quickly replied, nope, I don't have any. Originally, I had a dragon talisman reincarnation rune, but it was used by the Fat Whale Golden Core when I was ascending to the 7th stage realm. Right now, the dragon talisman reincarnation rune is still recharging. Fairy Cheng Lin, please do not be impulsive. Fairy Cheng Lin sighed and added, that fruit with the Heavenly Emperor's resurrection information definitely contains her path, and her path is very domineering. Once you get involved in her path, you cannot escape unless you die. Fellow Daoist White Dragon and fellow Daoist Northern Emperor are examples of this. Do not be in a hurry to absorb the path fruit. You should first find a way to get yourself a resurrection item. At that time, after absorbing the path fruit, you should prepare to die and escape. Song Shuhang. He silently glanced at the cultivation chat group which had transformed into a voracious snake. Well, it might be too late. My beloved senior is urging me to go die, but I do not have any means of resurrection ready. What should I do? Waiting online, very urgent. Song Shuheng quickly sent a point of energy to Fairy Qinglin, with the following postscript attached: "It might be too late, Sister Qinglin. This gluttonous snake has already grown to more than 16 times its original body size, and it is still growing. It looks like it can no longer be stopped." Fairy Qinglin, who had just received Song Shuheng's postscript, was stunned. "What in the world do you mean by gluttonous snake? I'm having a serious talk with you, yet you suddenly start talking about snakes? We aren't on the same topic at all. How am I supposed to save you?" For a moment, Fairy Qinglin wanted to give up on Song Shuheng and leave him to fend for himself. If it was not for the cute fairy maiden beside her constantly urging her, she might have crawled through the cultivation chat group and pinched Shuheng hard enough to turn him into a long snake from a little mouse. After calming herself down, Fairy Qinglin sent a point of energy to Song Shuheng with this postscript attached: "I'm talking to you about the dangers of the Heavenly Emperor's path, so why are you suddenly talking about snakes? If you don't take what I'm saying seriously, just wait and see how I pinch you into a long snake." Song Shuheng. He discovered that text messages could fail to properly relay a message at times. As long as there was enough distance between them, even Fairy Qinglin could not use her face-reading and mind-reading skills on him, failing to keep up with his thoughts. If he did not explain some things clearly, Sister Qinglin would have no idea what he was talking about. Song Shuheng hurriedly explained, "It's my fault for not explaining clearly just now. When I was absorbing the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit earlier, Lady Kuna from the Black Dragon world provided me with remote support. She is currently helping me. After evolving from a hard-to-crush bug to a hard-to-crush mammal, he did not want to degenerate into a reptile. However, when he tried his best to explain, he was faced with the word limit of the postscript function again." Song Shuheng. He was trying to give an explanation when it was cut off. Being cut off at crucial times like this really made people feel anxious. Fortunately, he noticed that his message got cut off. Otherwise, if he only posted this half of his explanation without following up with the rest, he might really end up being pinched into a strip by Fairy Qinglin tomorrow. So he followed up with another postscript: "Absorb the data contained in the fruit. With her help, my cultivation chat group transformed into a voracious snake and is now devouring the data from the path fruit. Fairy Qinglin, can I still be saved?" After receiving the messages, Fairy Qinglin fell into deep thought. She did not reply to him for a long time, which scared Song Shuheng. After a while, Fairy Qinglin finally replied, "This snake, is it selectively swallowing parts of the Heavenly Emperor's information, or is it swallowing all of the Heavenly Emperor's information?" Song Shuheng replied, "Currently, it is selectively swallowing parts of the information. Lady Kuna seems to be guiding it to avoid the dangerous parts of the Heavenly Emperor's information." On the other end, Fairy Qinglin went silent again. After a while, she replied, "I will contact this Lady Kuna and talk to her directly. Where is she on your friend list? Open a connection." It was a matter that concerned his safety, so Song Shuheng quickly complied. He quickly linked Fairy Qinglin to Lady Kuna, who was in his allies' friend list. Lady Kuna didn't hesitate and swiftly accepted the connection with Fairy Qinglin. The two big shots began to communicate secretly. Meanwhile, Song Shuheng observed silently, not disturbing the big shots' meeting. About 6 minutes later, Lady Kuna's voice sounded in Song Shuheng's mind once again. "Beep, the Dragon Network's Fat Ball has provided new instructions after importing Fairy Qinglin's input. The technical support had upgraded." In the next moment, the snake game taking place in Song Shuheng's sea of consciousness underwent a change. The snake's ability to distinguish the clusters with the Heavenly Emperor's information had been enhanced. The clusters were now divided into red, yellow, and green, just like traffic lights. Green was for secure information, which was the group of data that could be swallowed without worry. Red was for the dangerous information, which was the group of data that must not be absorbed. Yellow was for ambiguous information, which was the group of data that Fairy Qinglin could not identify for the moment. It will take some time to identify and classify them, but when they were successfully classified, then they would change to either green or red. As the Jade Lake Empress who had once been involved in the collapse of the Heavenly City, Fairy Qinglin possessed a deep understanding of the Heavenly Emperor. She even knew the Heavenly Emperor's path as if it were the back of her hand. That was why it was so easy for her to distinguish the content of the data in the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit. With the addition of Fairy Qinglin's input and Lady Kuna's navigation function, the greedy snake swam around confidently. It ate the green clusters, avoided the red ones, and left the yellow clusters alone for the time being. In this way, the gluttonous snake grew even faster, and the speed at which it was absorbing the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit increased as well. Thank you, Fairy Qinglin. Song Shuhang sent another postscript. Fairy Qinglin calmly replied, "You're welcome. This is your reward for taking care of it #%times. At the same time, I would like to thank you all for breaking in and allowing the 4 scholarly tribulation transcenders to recover." Song Shuhang replied, "Unfortunately, those 4 tribulation transcenders will die soon." Fairy Qinglin, "What?" Song Shuhang replied, "Huh? You didn't know, Fairy Qinglin? The resurrection of the 4 tribulation transcenders is not perfect, and I am afraid that they will disappear within the next few days." He thought that Fairy Qinglin, the mastermind behind their resurrection, knew everything. Yet, Fairy Qinglin appeared to be unaware of some things. After a while, Fairy Qinglin sent him another message. "Dozy asked me to thank you for the eyes you gave to the 4 tribulation transcenders. After you leave your seclusion, he will reward you properly. You should think carefully about what you are lacking as of now." When Song Shuhang saw the first half of the sentence, the corners of his mouth twitched. "I didn't gift you those eyes. I just lent them to you. Also, what am I lacking lately?" He was lacking the materials for an immortal cave. Senior White was going to help him build an immortal cave on the moon so that he would have greater qualifications when he participated in the Sioux clan's annual meeting. This was something to keep in mind. Anyway, good luck. Close up well and continue playing Snake. Enjoy absorbing the useful information from the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit. Fairy Qinglin sent one last message before ending her connection with Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang sighed. He changed his posture in the stone coffin and returned to his business. He kept playing Snake until its body grew 20-fold. Beep Heavenly Emperor, Senior Song, can you tell me why there are so many familiar flavors in the evolving cultivation group chat? Song Shuhang felt guilty. He felt as if he had stolen a fruit and got caught by the owner. Every lie required 10 times as many new lies to cover it up. Knowing that, Song Shuhang didn't lie to the Heavenly Emperor earlier. She was a top-tier big shot, and low-level tricks such as lies were unlikely to work. Instead, he chose to mislead her while concealing part of the truth. But now, it seemed he got caught regardless. And to give the Heavenly Emperor a proper answer, he would need to mislead her again, which would only serve to create more holes in his side of the story. It feels like no matter how I answer, there will be problems. Sigh, I don't have too much experience in handling these matters. Song Shuhang said softly, it seems I can only seek help from the seniors who are familiar with the Heavenly Emperor. For example, Sister White Dragon and Fairy Qinglin. They understood the Heavenly Emperor the best, and they might be able to help him think of a perfect way to answer the Heavenly Emperor's questions. But how should he ask them for help? Senior, I've got a problem. When the Heavenly Emperor learned that my cultivation chat group was upgrading, she found many things that seemed awfully familiar. She's currently questioning me about it. How should I answer her? Song Shuhang thought to himself, this seems to be good enough. I'll send this to the seniors. It's a pity that I didn't get to add the Great Northern Emperor as a friend. Otherwise, there would be another big shot that I could consult on this matter. While he was in thought, the cultivation group automatically sent a request for help. The big shots on the VIP blacklist were the first ones to receive the message. Demon Emperor Haji, who was in a bad mood, received the second request for help of the day. Beep Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is in great distress. He needs help in explaining something to the Heavenly Emperor. Are you willing to help him? Y/N. Demon Emperor Haji didn't even give it any thought and immediately clicked on no, before replying with a disdainful hee in the postscript. But as soon as he made his choice, he pounded the ground hard. A violent earthquake shook the ground in a radius of 10 miles. I should have chosen yes. Demon Emperor Haji felt heartbroken. This kind of situation where he was being asked for help on resolving misunderstandings was the perfect situation for him to involve himself in. Once he interfered, he could cause even greater misunderstandings between Song Shuhang and the Heavenly Emperor until their relationship was completely ruined. Even if he failed, he did not have much to lose. When facing Song Shuhang, even if it meant suffering a loss, he would willingly take the hit as long as it made things worse for Shuhang. After Demon Emperor Haji, the Indestructible Lord, Striped Dragon II, the Almighty Merchant, I Really Want to Take a Color Photo, and Venerable Yellow Mountain all rejected Song Shuhang's request for help. Fairy Qinglin sent a postscript. What did you do this time? Didn't you say that you were going to close up for good? However, Song Shuhang did not have any time to reply to Fairy Qinglin. The sudden operation launched by the Cultivation chat group sent shivers through Song Shuhang's kidneys. Notifications about the rejections of the big shots in the VIP blacklist filled his mind. Stop quickly. Song Shuhang hurriedly called out. For now, it seemed that only the members of the VIP blacklist had received the request for help. The members on other lists should follow soon. Stop before it's too late. I cannot allow this request to reach the Heavenly Emperor. Otherwise, I'm really dead. But at that moment, beep, your buddy, Heavenly Emperor, has accepted your request for help. Initializing the process, opening new function modules, activating beta video call function. Song Shuhang. I swear that after the Cultivation chat group finishes upgrading, I must install an AI bot to manage it. My liver hurts, and so do my kidneys. In front of him, a window the size of a mobile phone screen gradually took shape. As it was a new function, it was still in an experimental stage and could not be turned off. Applications always had to be tested thoroughly before they were pushed to the market. Even then, they would likely still have bugs that needed to be addressed. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair coiled on top of Song Shuhang's head. Her intuition told her that Song Shuhang was done for. On the small screen, two windows appeared. In the large window was a projection of the Heavenly Emperor, who had come to help Song Shuhang. The small window was pitch black, with a barely visible face that was illuminated by the screen that had materialized in midair. This face belonged to none other than Song Shuhang, who was currently stuffed in a coffin. Hi, Senior Song. Is this a new function of the Cultivation chat group? This chat group doesn't have a proper text chat, but it already has a video call function. Senior Song, your skill tree and technology tree is honestly quite skewed. In the big window, the Heavenly Emperor could be seen sitting on a throne, resting her chin on one hand while her slender legs were crossed. She had the same appearance as Soft Feather, but the way they carried themselves was completely different. Song Shuhang. He tried his best to keep a straight face to avoid giving the other party any information. Also, he had no idea what to say. Senior Song, don't be so tense. Although I'm busy, I don't mind having a good chat with you. Anyway, it's quite dark over there. The Heavenly Emperor narrowed her eyes. That's because I'm closing up. Song Shuhang nodded vigorously and said, I was enlightened and urgently needed to go into seclusion to absorb all the information. How about we talk again after I'm done? It's fine, I can just watch you as you're closing up. The Heavenly Emperor chuckled. Song Shuhang. The Heavenly Emperor said slowly, sure enough, you are absorbing my path. As for the source of the path, it should be the data kept in my resurrection information. I'm dead, I couldn't hide it from her. Senior Song, my path is very dangerous. The Heavenly Emperor leaned over and said seriously, it is very, very dangerous. If possible, I hope that you can stop what you're doing immediately. How dangerous is it? Song Shuheng asked. He had already absorbed most of it, so he felt the need to ask this question. The Heavenly Emperor said, you are acquainted with the ancestral Golden Dragon and the Great Northern Emperor, right? You should already know that my path embraces all things, and while it is easy to become part of it, it is very difficult to leave it. Indeed. Song Shuheng nodded. However, that's not the real danger. The Heavenly Emperor pointed to the sky and said, the real danger comes from over there. My path is part of the self-completion plan of a certain someone. Since you have absorbed my path, it is very likely that you have become a part of that completion plan. You actually know about that? Song Shuheng was surprised. The Heavenly Emperor. She could no longer keep up her majestic and dignified appearance. What the hell? Senior Song, why does it seem like you've known about this detail for a long time? Song Shuheng and the Heavenly Emperor fell silent. Song Shuheng was a powerhouse of his own inside the group, and he could easily chat people to death. The Heavenly Emperor stared at Song Shuheng and asked him carefully, Senior Song, why does it seem that you knew about this matter already? How did you know that my path was a part of the completion plan? This matter was obviously her biggest secret. She had never told anyone about it, so how did Song Shuheng know about it? Song Shuheng raised his head and looked at the lid of the coffin. The coffin was sealed and stuffy, and his heart felt the same way. After a while, he nodded and said, due to special circumstances, I do know some things about the completion plan. One of those special circumstances was his entering the dreamland of a prototype version of the Heavenly Emperor. In retrospect, it was a painful memory second only to Lady Onion's hundreds of years of living as a green onion. To be honest, when he entered the dreamland of the prototype Heavenly Emperor and became an experimental subject, the pain and loneliness he felt were even worse than when he experienced Lady Onion's life. It was just that his will was already very firm by then, and he was no longer the rookie who had just come into contact with the world of cultivation. Therefore, although the pain and loneliness were greater, the impression that it left on him was weaker than Lady Onion's life as a green onion. Song Shuheng personally experienced the various experiments that Wielder of the Will liquid metal ball performed on the prototype Heavenly Emperor. And these memories may be lost to the Heavenly Emperor as she was in a state similar to that of an embryo back then. So when it came to the information about the origin of the Heavenly Emperor, Song Shuheng was the most knowledgeable person in the universe. The Wielder of the Will was not a ball and not a person, so they did not count. Experiment after experiment, the embryo eventually grew to become the Heavenly Emperor 01 boy version. This version of the Heavenly Emperor was set to start cultivating in the human world. Finally, this version of the Heavenly Emperor heard Tyrannical Song's mysterious call, looked into the abyss, and then took a leap of faith. It could be said that Song Shuheng had a clear understanding of everything that happened back then. But as for what happened after, and as for why the boy version of the Heavenly Emperor became a woman, these questions could only be answered if Song Shuheng got to enter the Heavenly Emperor's dreamland once more. After a long silence, the Heavenly Emperor said, suddenly, I can't see through you, Senior Song. With the screen and Song Shuheng's deliberately stern face, she could not read any useful information from his face. Song Shuheng said in a low, mature voice, a man must be full of mystery. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair above his head suddenly said, it's supposed to be a woman, not a man, thank you. Song Shuheng. Since Senior Song knows about the completion plan, then you also should know about the danger that absorbing my path will bring you. The Heavenly Emperor fell back and leaned against her throne. She didn't really want to involve Song Shuheng in the plans of the current wielder of the heavens will as she had placed a bet on Song Shuheng. Or rather, she was betting on Song Shuhang's steel manifestation. In addition, when Song Shuhang spoke with a deep and mature voice just now, she got a familiar feeling. Song Shuhang nodded slightly. He did know about the danger, but it was too late. The Cultivation chat group had already absorbed a majority of the Heavenly Emperor's path, so it made no sense to stop now. Moreover, it was impossible for it to spit out the parts it had already absorbed. Fortunately, during the absorption process, Lady Kuna provided him with some technical support and managed, along with Fairy Chenglin's input, to classify the Heavenly Emperor's path into 3 different colors. At present, the only clusters he absorbed were the green ones, and this should allow him to avoid the worst outcome. Then, I have nothing else to say. Now that I think about it. This is a good thing for me. Senior Song, since you are also involved in the completion plan, you can move to the front and draw most of the firepower. I will cheer for you from behind, said the Heavenly Emperor with a happy smile. Song Shuhang. The Heavenly Emperor waved her hand and said, the next time we meet, we might even be on the same side. Alright then, goodbye. With that, the video call ended, and the screen of light dissipated. Song Shuhang pinched his chin. He thought he was going to die this time, so it was unexpected when his call with the Heavenly Emperor ended on good terms. The Heavenly Emperor's position was hard to gauge. Above his head, Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said lazily, you could say that you've passed another test. Song Shuhang nodded. In his mind, he began to recall the experiments of the liquid metal ball when he was dreaming of the life of the prototype Heavenly Emperor. With those experiments, Wielder of the Will liquid metal ball might have been trying to leave a backdoor in the prototype to eventually gain full control of its body. Perhaps I can find some useful clues in the information to ruin Wielder of the Will liquid metal ball's completion plan. Meanwhile, on the asteroid where the Heavenly Emperor was residing. The Heavenly Emperor sat on her throne, lost in thought. There was a divination trigram in front of her, but the result of the divination was vague. It lacked a clear result. A man has to be full of mystery. She murmured, imitating the deep, mature voice of Song Shuhang during the video call just now. Her intuition told her that this voice was the key to Song Shuhang's secret. It was just that she could not figure anything out for the time being. Therefore, the Heavenly Emperor chose to give up for now. She got up and went to the room behind the throne. This room contained the sun boat that she had taken from the Black Dragon world. Song Shuhang's steel manifestation was sealed inside. What is troubling you? A mechanical voice came from the sun boat. This sound had a special power, like a demonic sound capable of penetrating straight into one's brain. Nothing is troubling me. It's just that my impression of profound sage Tyrannical Song has slightly changed today. The Heavenly Emperor chuckled and said, don't waste any more time. Return to Earth. There is an important fragment of the Heavenly City there that needs to be retrieved. The electronic voice asked, the mysterious island? Yes, the mysterious island. The Heavenly Emperor nodded. As she stepped forward, a door opened on the sun boat, and the Heavenly Emperor strode into it. The mechanical voice continued, departing. Inputting the coordinates of the sky over the East China Sea on Earth in the main world, the small sun-shaped sun boat lifted off, and after a swift acceleration, it traversed space. At this time, in the stone coffin, Fairy Chenglin sent another message, were you talking with the Heavenly Emperor just now? The crazy operations of the Cultivation chat group almost killed me, Song Shuhang replied with a postscript. Then, he briefly shared the content of the chat between him and the Heavenly Emperor with Fairy Chenglin. He also shared information about the Wielder of the Will's self-completion plan. At the same time, he summoned Senior White too. He opened several different chat windows in one breath, conversing with multiple people at the same time. Song Shuhang felt as if he had returned to the time when he was still a teen, back when he had first come into contact with various chat software. Back then, he could spend all night just chatting with his friends. Most, if not all of it, was pointless chatting, as by the next day, or even by the end of the same day, he had no idea what exactly they had chatted about. But after a while, he became obsessed with reading, and the time that he had for chatting with his friends decreased. This was the charm of knowledge. Song Shuheng briefly described Wielder of the Will Liquid Metal Ball's completion plan to Senior White 2. At the same time, he described what he experienced when he entered the Heavenly Emperor's dreamland and the experiments the liquid metal ball performed on him. Senior White 2 replied with a postscript, "And you were saying that you were not provoking the fat ball? You're literally going for the main body of the fat ball." Song Shuheng: "I was not. I was just minding my own business when I got involved in this mess for no reason. I did not want any of this trouble." At the same time, Fairy Cheng Lin replied to him with a postscript, "I did not think that the Heavenly Emperor would discover that she is a part of the Wielder of the Will's completion plan. This is completely outside of my expectations." Song Shuheng: "Fairy Cheng Lin, did you also know about the completion plan? Why does it feel like everyone in the world knew about this secret except for the Heavenly Emperor herself?" While Song Shuheng was dwelling on his thoughts, Senior White 2 sent him another postscript: "You can continue with your seclusion with peace of mind and absorb what you need to absorb. However, when absorbing the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit, remember to record everything. After returning to the main world, transfer that data to me, and I will study it for you. In addition, try to recall as much as you can about the experiments performed on the prototype Heavenly Emperor. Nobody in the universe knows the fat ball better than me. As long as you give me time to study the data, I should be able to get something useful out of it." Although there was still a difference between Netherworld Ruler Fat Ball and Wielder of the Will Fat Ball, they were one before ascending to the position of Wielder of the Heaven's Will, and their modus operandi was not going to change too much after the split. By following the train of thought of Netherworld Ruler Fat Ball, one could roughly deduce what Wielder of the Will Liquid Metal Ball was planning or thinking. Combining this info with Song Shuheng's memory of the experiments performed on the prototype Heavenly Emperor and the data contained in the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit, Senior White 2 was sure he could devise a plan with a 20% success rate that could ruin the fat ball's completion plan. Of course, he did not tell Song Shuheng about the success rate. Saying everything out loud would take the fun out of things. And for Song Shuheng, Senior White 2's reply was like a wonder pill. His mind suddenly became at ease. Song Shuheng said boldly, "No problem, Senior White. I will record as much data as I can. When the time comes, we can overturn the completion plan of Wielder of the Will Fat Ball." Senior White 2 replied calmly, "You got this. In addition, I would like to remind you that my main body is still sealed by the fat ball, so don't get too excited, lest I be unable to save you." Song Shuheng's heroic aura lost most of its confidence. After finishing talking with Fairy Cheng Lin and Senior White 2, Song Shuheng changed to a side-lying position and continued his seclusion. This time, no big shot interrupted his seclusion with any postscripts. In his sea of consciousness, the greedy snake, which represents the Cultivation chat group, had grown into a giant snake. All of the data in the Heavenly Emperor's path fruit that suited the chat group had been absorbed. Song Shuheng had a premonition that after this seclusion, the chat group would finally be complete. The posture he was currently in was a bit awkward, but this did not affect his seclusion. Circulating the 33 Divine Beasts technique and his 3 top-tier body-tempering cultivation techniques, Song Shuheng entered, once again, a state of meditation. This time, he could finally lie in his coffin without being disturbed. Inside the scholarly sage's resurrection space, the black-skinned soft feather said, "We finally caught it." She raised the big net in her hand, and an ugly water beast could be seen struggling inside. 16 said, "This should be the last one we have to catch, right?" Before leaving the sage's resurrection space, Senior White casually decided to capture and take away some of the smaller water beasts after the split. Since this black lake was rather weird, it took some time to capture the small water beasts. Sage Song Shuheng White smiled slightly and said, "Yeah, that should be enough. I don't intend to capture every single water beast. He used the universe hiding sleeve to put away the 12 water beasts they had captured together with Song Shuhang's coffin and fellow Daoist stone tablet. The black-skinned soft feather, fairy creation, and fairy virtue returned to Song Shuhang's physical body. Are you ready? Senior White asked as he took out a disposable flying sword. 16, Fairy Skylark, and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber all nodded. Then, they grabbed onto the wooden swords that Senior White had given them. Our destination is the moon of the main world. Let's go. Senior White activated a sword art. Meteor Sword returned, and the fake fairy Yuan was released from the formation binding her. Immediately afterward, the disposable flying swords in everyone's hands lit up, and they began to traverse space. The figures of 16 and Senior White were the first to disappear. Let's go, Thrice Reckless, called out Fairy Skylark. She took one last look at the Black Lake before leaving as well. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber was the last to leave. Holding the shiny wooden sword in his hand, his eyes fell on the Black Lake. In the Black Lake, a fat fish leaped up. It was a clone of the water beast that was lucky enough not to be caught. The water beast leaped out of the water, intending to attack the fake fairy Yuan and devour her. But the moment it jumped out of the water, its eyes met those of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber grinned and looked at the surviving water beast. The water beast froze in the air for 2 seconds, then fell back to the Black Lake with a plop. It did not expect that there was still someone who had not left. Whoosh! The wooden sword in Thrice Reckless' hand shone brightly, bringing him away through space, out of the scholarly sage's resurrection formation. The freed fake fairy Yuan hurriedly fled from the Black Lake. She did not have Senior White's ability to traverse space, and she did not have Skylark's privileges. If she wanted to leave the scholarly sage's resurrection formation, she could only do it the normal way. Outside the scholarly sage's resurrection formation space. The bald tribulation transcender who was among the survivors of the heavenly city had a bitter expression on his face. No one expected that the scholarly sage's space would take the initiative to drive people out and lock itself. The bald tribulation transcender was now waiting for the space to open up again. At the same time, his people had surrounded the area. In this way, when the first sage in 1,000 years, Tyrannical Song, and the person disguised as Azure Reckless came out, they would have no way of escaping. Whoosh! Shortly after Skylark's departure, the scholarly sage's resurrection formation space was unsealed. The place could be accessed once again. The bald tribulation transcender was the first to seize this opportunity to enter. He could not wait to punch Tyrannical Song in the face. However, other than Fairy Yuan, there was no one left inside the space, not even a single trace of Tyrannical Song. In order to prevent Tyrannical Song and the others from escaping through the back door, the bald tribulation transcender had his men surround the scholarly sage's resurrection space. Yet, Tyrannical Song and the others still managed to leave without a trace. In other words, they did not exit the scholarly sage's resurrection space through normal means but used spatial abilities to directly traverse space. There must be loopholes in our spatial confinement system. The bald tribulation transcender gritted his teeth. This spatial confinement system was something that he and his colleagues were very proud of, and they believed that it could trap even an immortal for quite some time. Yet, Tyrannical Song and his party could seemingly come and go as they pleased even with the spatial confinement in place. It was as if this place was their backyard. For this reason, the bald tribulation transcender believed that profound sage Tyrannical Song and the others must have found a loophole in their spatial confinement system. Bring her to me first. The bald tribulation transcender glanced at the fake fairy Yuan and ordered. The fake fairy Yuan did not resist, and she was very cooperative with the members of the heavenly city as they brought her away. What awaited her was the infamous Lock Immortal prison. The bald tribulation transcender said, "Notify our companions scattered across the universe. Tell them to pay close attention to the whereabouts of profound sage Tyrannical Song. If there is any news of him, it must be passed on to us immediately. However, tell them to be extra careful when facing him. They must not act rashly. The first sage in 1,000 years, his reputation was well deserved, and his strength and means were also extraordinary. The bald tribulation transcender recalled the first time he saw profound sage Tyrannical Song. The real profound sage Tyrannical Song turned out to be a lot more impressive than his self that appeared on the screen. It almost made people not want to be enemies with him. Moreover, profound sage Tyrannical Song seemed to be related to Chenglin. Therefore, when dealing with Tyrannical Song, it might even be necessary to ask Zither Master Phoenix Bearing to personally make a move. After he finished voicing out his instructions, the bald tribulation transcender began to carefully inspect the scholarly sage's resurrection formation and the Black Lake. After his inspection, his face turned even uglier. The Heavenly Emperor's resurrection information that they had placed in the Black Lake had disappeared. Moreover, a large part of the energy of the resurrection formation had been consumed. Tyrannical Song. Chenglin. The bald tribulation transcender punched the air violently. After the bald tribulation transcender and the remaining members of the heavenly city left, a branch sprouted at the bottom of the Black Lake. The remaining water beasts swam over to the budding branch. A seed appeared on the branch, which quietly attached itself to a water beast, concealing itself. This was one of the tricks of the fake fairy Yuan. Since she had been willing to break into the scholarly sage's resurrection formation space, she naturally would not let herself be caught so easily. The scholarly sage's resurrection formation revived 4 tribulation transcenders at once, which was extremely expensive in terms of energy. However, it had not collapsed yet, and it could still carry out resurrections. After all, when the scholarly sage had set up this formation, it was meant to resurrect all 13 of the scholarly faction's tribulation transcenders. I still have a chance. The real body of the fake fairy Yuan was hidden in the seed, waiting for an opportunity. On Earth's moon, in the main world. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's sword light was the last one to arrive. The disposable flying swords had opened a spatial rift that brought the user directly to the moon's coordinates. When half of Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's body exited the spatial rift, he saw that Senior White, now disguised as Shuheng, 16, the black-skinned Soft Feather, and Skylark were all on the ground, waiting for him. The black-skinned Soft Feather said, "Senior Thrice Reckless, you're so slow." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied solemnly, "I was thinking about something, Soft Feather." The black-skinned Soft Feather asked curiously, what problem was Senior Thrice Reckless thinking about? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber pointed at himself, and said, "Half of my body is currently in the main world, while the other half is still in the spatial rift. When the spatial rift closes, what will happen to me?" The black-skinned Soft Feather replied seriously, "You will die." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber waved his hand and said, "Death is only one of the possibilities. I'm thinking about another possibility. Will the upper and lower parts of my body be able to move freely after being cut in half by space? Like 2 individuals? Stop seeking death." Skylark reached out and pulled Thrice Reckless Mad Saber out of the spatial rift. After Thrice Reckless landed on the ground, the disposable flying sword in his hand turned into sawdust and disappeared. The energy in the disposable flying sword had been completely exhausted. If he had wasted any more time, the spatial rift would have really closed. Sister White Dragon chuckled. "Little friend Thrice Reckless, if you had taken any longer to come out of the spatial rift, you would become just like fellow Taoist White." Thrice Reckless Mad Saber looked at Sister White Dragon in puzzlement. "Same as Senior White?" "Why?" "Because I'm now in the very state that you desire," said Senior White. He stretched out his hand and lifted his waist up. Then, the upper and lower parts of his body were separated. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's eyes widened. Senior White placed his body back calmly and asked, "Where is fellow Taoist Skylark going next? Do you need me to give you a ride?" After thinking for a moment, Skylark said, "I'm going to head back to Earth first. Afterward, I might visit the scholarly faction. Senior White asked, shall I send you off? Skylark shook her head. There is no need for that. This is not that urgent. Skylark and Thrice Reckless Mad Saber chose to fly back to Earth. After bidding farewell to everyone, the two rushed into space with their sword and saber. 16 took out her phone and shook it slightly. There was a branch of the Spirit River Sioux clan on the moon, and her mobile phone had a signal. She said softly, it's December 1st. 16, are you planning to go back? Asked Senior White. The Spirit River Sioux clan's annual meeting was about to start, and as a genius who inherited a numeric number, 16 would be one of the protagonists of the annual meeting. Generally speaking, it would be necessary for her to rush back in advance to help the clan. 16 nodded. Senior White patted 16's head and said with a smile, if Shu Hang has exited his seclusion by the time the annual meeting starts, I will send him over. 16 said softly, thank you, Senior White. Senior White's charm coupled with Song Shuhang's appearance was almost deadly for her. As a result, she could not even speak properly. Senior White asked, do you need me to send you back to the Spirit River Sioux clan? I know where their base is located. 16 nodded after some thought. Song Shuhang was still closing up, and she did not want to fly back to Earth alone. Senior White reached out and placed his hand on 16's body. Then he activated his spatial abilities and sent her to a location close to the Sioux clan back on Earth. Senior White smiled and said, speaking of which, 16 is radiating with luck today. It seems that she will encounter good things. Beside him, the black-skinned soft feather was making use of this time to try to communicate with her main body, wanting to share her recent experiences. The black-skinned soft feather asked casually, what about me, Senior White? Am I lucky lately? Senior White said seriously, I can't tell. That was because the area between the eyebrows of the black-skinned soft feather was naturally black. The black-skinned soft feather? Senior White smiled and said, let's go. Let's find a place on the moon and dig out an immortal cave for Shu Hang. Senior White took the black-skinned soft feather and wandered on the moon's surface, looking for a suitable place to dig out an immortal cave. Since human technology had already extended its hands to space, to the moon, and to the other planets in the solar system, some cultivators, who were not fond of being disturbed, hid their immortal caves deeper in the ground or simply moved elsewhere. Compared with hundreds of years ago, the moon was now much more lonely, and there were many areas that had since become vacant. Senior White took the black-skinned soft feather on a walk around the moon for about half a day. It could be seen from this that he was in a relatively good mood. When he saw that most cultivators were either lowering their heads or moving away after seeing him, Senior White found the experience novel and amusing. In the past, due to his charm being too strong and him being unable to control it, it was always as if there was a spotlight on him regardless of where he went, so he had never enjoyed this kind of treatment. It was especially interesting when Senior White saw that some fellow Taoists who he had met several times in the past hundreds of years were also avoiding Song Shuhang, keeping a distance. Sometimes, Senior White would even go out of his way to greet some of his old friends. He was having a great time. Senior White, we've been strolling for a long time. Have you found a suitable site yet? The black-skinned soft feather asked. She felt that while Senior White was having a blast, he seemed to have forgotten that they were supposed to be looking for a suitable location for an immortal cave. Senior White, who was leading the way, visibly froze. The black-skinned soft feather sighed inwardly. Sure enough, Senior White was having too much fun and forgot about choosing a location. Ha ha ha, while I did spot several good locations when wandering around, their overall layouts were not imposing enough. Senior White said solemnly, we should go to another area. We'll definitely find a location with great geomancy before Shu Hang exits his seclusion. The black-skinned soft feather. The entire time, Senior White kept talking about rich lands with great geomancy and sites for digging. Why do I keep on getting the feeling that we aren't even looking for a place for Senior Song's immortal cave? Senior White, who was leading the way, said, "Hey! I see another acquaintance." The black-skinned soft feather sighed and followed silently. Until Senior White had not played enough, it seemed that he would not be able to concentrate on doing business. So after much deliberation, she decided that she would simply let Senior White have fun before mentioning the task at hand once more. The acquaintance this time is also acquainted with little friend Shuheng. When I sent Shuheng to space, I asked him to help arrange a trial so that Shuheng could also practice in space. But later, that formation ended up becoming useless. Senior White explained to the black-skinned soft feather while they were flying. After hearing Senior White's introduction, the black-skinned soft feather became slightly interested and flew forward with Senior White. "What is the name of this senior?" Senior White explained, "His Taoist name is Sobbing Old Man. He is a very interesting fellow Taoist, but if you stay with him for quite some time, he quickly becomes quite unbearable." Ahead, the sobbing old man had just returned from a nearby cultivator market, and he was carrying a box of natural treasures and medicinal pills. He returned to his small immortal cave on the moon, made a hand seal, and opened the door. "Fellow Taoist sobbing, long time no see." At this moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. As soon as the sobbing old man turned his head, he saw profound sage Tyrannical Song approaching him, and behind profound sage Tyrannical Song was a fairy with very long legs. He quickly recognized the little fairy maiden to be the daughter of profound sage spirit butterfly, Fairy Soft Feather. However, he could not help but wonder why Fairy Soft Feather suddenly had such dark skin. "It's you, profound sage Tyrannical Song." After seeing Song Shuheng, the sobbing old man was so excited that he burst into tears. Tears kept flowing down his face. He had a bit of history with profound sage Tyrannical Song. A few months ago, the sobbing old man wanted to join the crystal clear water pavilion, and profound sage Tyrannical Song helped him significantly in this regard. Unfortunately, Pavilion Master Chu ultimately refused to accept him as an apprentice. As such, the sobbing old man took the second best option and decided to become Shuheng's disciple, which would allow him to indirectly achieve his purpose of joining the crystal clear water pavilion. But during this period of time, some of his memories became blurred, and he ultimately lost the opportunity to become profound sage Tyrannical Song's disciple. The sobbing old man had been wanting to find profound sage Tyrannical Song for quite some time, but hadn't had the chance to do so. Today, profound sage Tyrannical Song came to his door in person, and he could not help but cry out loud due to how moved he was. Senior White slammed on the brakes. He was worried that the overexcited weeping man would rush at him and drown him in tears. Senior White also feared that the sobbing old man would end up dying of dehydration from all the crying. The black-skinned soft feather greeted the other party respectfully, "Greetings, Senior." Fairy Soft Feather, "Hello to you too." The sobbing old man managed to control his emotions and greeted Soft Feather. Senior White stepped forward and patted the old man. "How have you been doing recently?" He remembered that Song Shuheng once promised to think of a way to help the sobbing old man join the crystal clear water pavilion. Now that Pavilion Master Chu had become Song Shuheng's strand of hair, there might be some hope for him. The sobbing old man replied while sobbing, "I've been good. Besides, a fairy maiden came to my door a few days ago to guide me on the follow-up chapter of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. I am going to close up soon and push for the next realm." Someone guided his practice of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Who was it? Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair had been slightly sticking out from Senior White's sleeve, checking the outside world. She was taken aback when she heard the sobbing old man's words. Senior White also showed a puzzled expression. "A fairy guided you in your cultivation? Who was it?" Yes. Sobbing old man subconsciously started to reply, but when he was about to answer, he frowned. To his horror, he found out that he could not remember who that fairy was. It was something that had happened just recently when he met that fairy who guided him on the sequel of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. However, he could not remember anything about her at all. How could this happen? Sobbing old man scratched his head, crying anxiously. Fellow Taoist sobbing, don't worry. Senior White smiled and patted him. His smile carried a calming power. Taoist sobbing soon calmed down. Senior White asked, where is that fairy now? I don't remember. Taoist sobbing smiled wryly and shook his head. Don't worry, fellow Taoist sobbing. Maybe that fairy does not want you to know her identity. There are always this kind of fellow Taoists who choose not to leave their names behind after doing good deeds. Senior White comforted. Taoist sobbing pondered for a moment, then nodded. After a while, Senior White and the black-skinned soft feather were invited by the sobbing Taoist to enter his immortal cave for a short rest. Taoist sobbing turned around and went to make tea for his two guests. After the sobbing old man left, Senior White suddenly turned around and said with a smile, mysterious fairy maiden, why don't you come out and meet with us? Hearing Senior White's words, the black-skinned soft feather quickly turned around and looked back. She had not even sensed that a person had appeared behind her. The other party's ability to restrain their aura was so powerful. Could she be a powerful senior? When she turned around, she saw a graceful fairy maiden sitting quietly in a corner, holding a thick book in her hand, watching them from afar. She was wearing a long lavender dress, her long brown hair was braided, and her long fringe slightly covered her eyes. She looked quite charming. However, the black-skinned soft feather immediately noticed that the other party was not restraining their aura at all. Their sense of existence was actually so weak that she had not sensed them from the very beginning. Seeing the scene, Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix could not help but recall a certain forgettable senior from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. After thinking of that senior, Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix felt a slight ache in her heart. This fairy's sense of existence is too weak. Even after teaching the sobbing old man his cultivation technique, the sobbing old man could not remember her. How heart-stifling must that feel? Senior White and the black-skinned soft feather both stared at the mysterious fairy maiden. At the same time, the mysterious fairy stared right back at Senior White and the black-skinned soft feather without blinking. How did you notice me? The mysterious fairy asked in confusion. Senior White replied, I saw you as soon as I came in. The mysterious fairy blinked and smiled sweetly. Senior White added, long time no see, fairy ye see. The mysterious fairy was taken aback for a moment. Because she had just been called by her name. I had been wondering previously. Who might it be that could teach the sobbing old man about the tome of never-ending tears? After some thought, only one person came to mind. But in the end, it was merely speculation. Senior White's voice changed back into his own voice. Senior White, you really are special. Yi Si put away the big book in her hand. Similarly, as soon as she saw this tyrannical song, she knew that he was not Song Shuheng. There was a contract between her and Song Shuheng, and the unique connection of this contract could not be fabricated. From the inexplicable and intense charm the other party was exhibiting, she was able to quickly deduce that he was Senior White. Senior White asked, is it an effect similar to that of the wielder's small black room? However, what was special about the current situation was that Yi Si could still move around and interact with the main world even with the effect of the wielder's small black room shrouding her body. Yi Si nodded slightly, and then she added, this is a special clone I have that can still interact with the outside world. The black-skinned soft feather did not make a sound and silently recorded everything that she was seeing for her main body. Do you want to meet Shuheng? He's in my sleeve. Senior White waved his sleeve. Yi Si shook her head lightly. There's no need. Actually, I've been by his side all this time. The black-skinned soft feather blinked repeatedly. Then, do you want to meet Pavilion Master Chu? Though, she is currently only a strand of hair. That tip of hair is hers. Senior White pointed to the tip of hair sticking out of his sleeve. EC did not know whether to laugh or cry. The tip of Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair twitched slightly. The black-skinned soft feather continued to record everything silently. Why did you suddenly teach the sobbing old man the tome of never-ending tears? Senior White finally got to the point. Ending ties. EC sat upright and replied softly. She had numerous ties of karma, and she had secretly begun ending them one by one. Senior White said, "It seems that you are planning on doing something big. Forming ties, ending ties. After ending ties, there will no longer be an entanglement brought about by karmic ties." Coupled with EC's current state, where she was under the wielder's small black room's effect, it implied that she was about to do something big. EC nodded slightly. "Be careful. And if you ever need help, you can find me through Shuheng," said Senior White softly. He did not explicitly ask EC about what she was planning. As long as it was truly a big deal, then he would naturally be very interested in participating. EC replied, "Thank you, Senior White." Senior White smiled and said, "It's nice to be young." In the middle of the conversation, the sobbing old man who had gone to make tea finally came back. When he saw EC, he was taken aback for a moment, and then seemed to be lost in thought. After a long while, he finally remembered something. "Fairy, you're still here." The sobbing old man was so moved that tears streamed down his face. This was the normal reaction of a normal cultivator seeing EC nowadays. EC said, "I've always been here." The sobbing old man excitedly said to Senior White, "Profound sage Tyrannical Song, this is the fairy that taught me the follow-up chapter of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears." Senior White replied with a smile, "Yes, I know." The sobbing old man held a teapot and poured everyone a cup of spirit tea. EC took the cup of spirit tea and took a sip. "I have already taught you the rest of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Now you need to practice it step by step. I'm hopeful, but the rest will be up to you." "Yes, thank you for your teachings, Fairy," said the sobbing old man with a nod. He took out a book and recorded all of EC's words, lest he somehow forget the fairy's teachings. EC smiled slightly and said, "And so, this is the end of our fateful meeting. In the future, it shall be up to fate once more should we meet." The sobbing old man took out a box and handed it to EC. That was the Tome of Never-Ending Tears' inheritance fragment that he had acquired when he was young, as well as the location where he got the inheritance. EC took the box and put it away. Then, she turned to look at Senior White and the black-skinned soft feather. "Well then, Senior W, ahem." Senior White coughed lightly, and said in Song Shuhang's voice, "Then, Fairy EC, we shall meet again later." EC immediately understood Senior White's intention. "Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, Fairy Soft Feather, may we meet another time." She waved at Soft Feather and Senior White. Then, a spatial passage opened right beside her. At this time, the black-skinned Soft Feather suddenly asked, "Fairy EC, where are you heading next?" "I'm heading to Wenzhou City next," EC replied. "Does Fairy Soft Feather wish to come with me?" The black-skinned Soft Feather shook his head. "No, I was just asking." EC lovingly rubbed the head of the black-skinned Soft Feather, and then stepped into the spatial gate and disappeared. "Then, we shall not interrupt fellow Taoists' training any longer." Senior White stood up, bid farewell to the sobbing old man, and got ready to leave. The black-skinned Soft Feather touched the top of her head with an enigmatic expression and also bid the sobbing old man farewell. Senior White left the sobbing old man's immortal cave together with the black-skinned Soft Feather. The black-skinned Soft Feather asked, "Senior White, where are we going next?" Senior White pinched his chin and pondered for a moment. He then took out a branch cut off from Shuhang's wooden body from his spatial magical treasure, and lightly threw it into the air. The branch spun in the air. After landing, it pointed to their 3 o'clock. Senior White said, "Very well, let's go in this direction. We will definitely find a suitable hole." While speaking, he glanced back at the sobbing old man's immortal cave. Someone was spying on them. Interesting. Senior White found the whole thing rather amusing. While it did seem that nobody dared to meet Tyrannical Song's gaze directly, there were still people trailing him in secret. Senior White reached out and flipped the small silver token on his wrist. This silver token was connected to the stone coffin in his universe-hiding sleeve. In this way, when he was disguised as Song Shuhang and cultivators from wherever it may be in the universe looked at him, they would not sense the sage name White, but rather the sage names Tyrannical Song, Tyrannical Scholar, Tyrannical Dragon, and Tyrannical Demon. However, because Song Shuhang had 4 sage names, Senior White had to flip the silver token every once in a while to switch sage names. He found this little game of switching sage names somewhat fun. Senior White led the way, holding the branch in his hand as he shook it gently. The black-skinned soft feather followed closely behind him. Meanwhile, the stalker in the shadows kept following them from afar. Senior White walked at a controlled pace. If he walked too fast, the stalker might lose them. As he was walking, a sword light streaked across the sky and fell towards him. Fairy Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix shouted, "Senior, watch out. Don't panic, it's not an enemy." Senior White stretched out his hand, and the sword light in the sky fell into his hand. It was Meteor Sword. There was also a piece of paper hanging from Meteor Sword with a large "OK" written on it. The black-skinned soft feather blinked, puzzled. Senior White explained, "I just ordered a table of immortal dishes from Immortal Fairy Bishwe as she also happened to be on the moon. When we find a good location, we can have a meal before starting to dig out the immortal cave." The black-skinned soft feather nodded. After over half an hour, Senior White and the black-skinned soft feather left the cultivator gathering area, stepping out of the protection range of the formation that covered the gathering area. After flying for some time toward the location where the branch pointed, they arrived at a desolate area. This place is not bad. Soft Feather, go wait over there," Senior White nodded and said to the black-skinned soft feather through voice transmission. Without the protective formation, communication on the moon became slightly more troublesome. Then, Senior White took out a compass like a professional, looked left and right, muttered some words, and did some calculations with his fingers. The black-skinned soft feather did not know much about geomancy and such, so she sat quietly by the side and waited. After quite a long time. "It should not take much longer," said Senior White while putting away the compass and nodding. In order to facilitate communication, Senior White casually drew a formation on the ground with his feet while taking measurements. Those inside the formation could communicate with each other normally without needing to use the secret sound transmission technique every time. The black-skinned soft feather asked, "Senior, have you found a good location?" Senior White replied, "No, I was talking about the dishes that I ordered from Immortal Fairy Bishwe. They are about to arrive." The black-skinned soft feather blinked. While they were talking, a magical treasure in the form of a moving vehicle suddenly came hurtling toward them from a distance. This moving vehicle had a total of 10 carriages, and it was moving at incredible speed. "Don't tell me that is Immortal Fairy Bieshua's food truck," the black-skinned soft feather said. This food truck was like a siege engine, seemingly wanting to smash everything in its way. Senior White nodded and said, "That's right, it's a dining car. When Immortal Fairy Bishwe was designing this dining car, she contacted me. I gave her advice on how to make the dining car faster, more stable, and more impactful." The black-skinned soft feather looked up at the sky. Suddenly, the dining car slammed on the brakes, just as if it had hit something. Immediately afterward, a painful scream sounded. Ah! Sure enough, it had crashed into something. That cry of pain sounded so miserable. Under the effect of Senior White's formation, the screams echoed again and again. The virtuous Lamia emerged from Senior White's universe-hiding sleeve, holding up a sign that said, 3.2 points. Fairy Creation then came out as well, holding up a sign that said, 3.3 points. The words, full score, 10 points, were also written in the lower right corner of the sign. After raising their signs, the two fairies looked at the black-skinned soft feather. Huh. Do I have to score it too? Fairy Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix pointed at herself. Fairy Creation and the virtuous Lamia nodded sternly. The black-skinned soft feather thought for a while, then stretched out 4 fingers and said, well, I'll give it 4 points. Although it was a rather short scream, the despair within was rather nice, so I'll give them a bit more points for that. At this moment, the black-skinned soft feather finally sounded like an inner demon. As an inner demon, the more pain that others were in, the calmer she should be, and she should even ridicule them from the sidelines. Fairy Creation and the virtuous Lamia glanced at each other, and then finally nodded in approval. The black-skinned soft feather had passed the test. The dining car came to a steady stop amidst the flashes of light on the screen. At the front of the dining car, a figure emerged from a state of invisibility, and it was evident that the screams had come from this person. Because they were on the moon, and they were at a location where there was no protective formation like the one at the cultivation market, the scene of this person being knocked into the air was rather exaggerated. After several consecutive 10-point somersaults in the air, the figure fell onto the ground embarrassingly, and then lay there motionless. Are they dead? Asked the black-skinned soft feather. The voice of the black scarlet heaven sword sounded from the virtuous Lamia's belly. They're still alive. You can still sense their aura. It's not so easy for a cultivator to die. It seems that their injuries are quite serious, but there doesn't seem to be any value in healing them, the black-skinned soft feather said seriously after giving it some thought. Her inner demon nature only resurfaced when dealing with certain groups of people. The fingers of the stalker who was knocked to the ground kept twitching, he felt that he could still be saved. We should not just give up on treating him. Life is very precious, said Senior White as he took out an artifact from his cosmos bag. The black scarlet heaven sword looked at the artifact questioningly. What is that? Senior White explained, it's a medical X-ray machine. This is something I got in a lottery draw previously. It's been in my spatial magical treasure all this time. It seems that it'll finally come in handy today. The black scarlet heaven sword. I've never heard of a lottery where something like that could be won. The virtuous Lamia floated forward. She scooped up the guy who had been knocked over by the food truck with her tail before sending him to the X-ray machine. The black scarlet heaven sword asked, how are you going to use this machine without any power? Senior White grabbed a power inlet. I'm right here, so I can just use the battery charging technique to power it. With Senior White acting as the power source, the X-ray machine began scanning the stalker. Soon, an X-ray film came out. The black scarlet heaven sword said, according to the X-ray, he has suffered some fractures. Look, you can see several broken ribs over here. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said, a healing technique will do, but it would be best to fix his bones first. Leave the repairing of the bones to me, said the black-skinned soft feather. While saying that, she borrowed Senior White's phone and opened a photo-editing software. Soft Feather's main body was good at making emoticon packs. As an inner demon, she had some talent in this aspect as well. She could easily adjust broken bones based on the X-ray. The black-skinned soft feather said enthusiastically, give me a minute, I can use an app to fix his bones. The body of the cultivator who had been knocked into the air by the food truck slightly convulsed when he heard what she said. She's going to use an app to fix my bones? Did I hear wrong? Or could it be some advanced healing magical treasure that has its own app? The black-skinned soft feather added, After fixing his bones, I'll also polish his skin and adjust the brightness on the X-ray film so that the light in the film looks softer and does not hurt the eyes of those who look at it. The cultivator who had been knocked into the air. Fairy, are you a demon? The black scarlet heaven sword exclaimed loudly, beautiful job, Butterfly Song White Creation Yellow Trigram Lychee 6 Doe Phoenix. You're finally starting to look like a proper inner demon. Ever since it got to know her, today was the day that the black-skinned soft feather resembled an inner demon the most. The cultivator who had been knocked into the air could not handle it any longer, his eyes rolled as he fainted on the spot. Is this my inner demon? Did he just pass out? This cultivator's mental endurance is so weak, the black scarlet heaven sword commented, feeling rather surprised at how weak this cultivator's mind was. It's a lot worse than Song Shuhang. Senior White, who was opening the door of the dining car, slightly paused. He was currently acting as Song Shuhang, so should he say a few words? The black-skinned soft feather reminded them, Senior Song's endurance cannot be used as a reference for ordinary cultivators. After all, one is a professional and the other is an amateur. The two are simply not on the same level. Her words made a lot of sense, and Senior White, who wanted to refute Scarlet Heaven Sword's words for Shuhang's sake, found himself with nothing to say. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair was speechless. Are you guys not really going to save this poor cultivator who just got steamrolled by a vehicle? Senior White entered the dining car and brought out the immortal dishes he ordered from Immortal Fairy Bishwe. There were 10 carriages in total, and only one immortal dish was placed in each carriage. Senior White said, next time, we should design a small food truck for Immortal Fairy Bishwe. He then took out another dining table and neatly arranged the immortal dishes. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, what should we do with this cultivator? Should we wake him up? I'll wake him up. As long as I make a hand seal, this dining car will turn around and return to the Immortal Fairy Bishwe's immortal cave. You guys can place this fellow Taoist on the path of the dining car, and when the dining car heads back, he should wake up soon enough, suggested Senior White. Great idea, the black-skinned soft feather said. I'll look for somewhere on the path back to place him. Cough, cough, cough. The cultivator began coughing violently. His strong desire to survive had brought him back to consciousness. If he did not wake up, he might really just end up dying. Since when did people wake others up by placing them on the path of a speedily moving vehicle? Senior White clapped his hands lightly. In the next moment, the train-style dining car began rumbling. Then, it passed by the injured patient and headed back to Immortal Fairy Bishwe's immortal cave. The injured cultivator broke out in a cold sweat. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said judgingly, his mental strength is too poor. As a qualified inner demon, its goal was to break down the hearts of normal cultivators and allow for little inner demons to be born within them. Tell me, who are you, and why are you following me? Senior White sat at the head of the table. The virtuous Lamia put a table napkin beside him. She was responsible for opening the immortal dish lunch boxes. As for Fairy Creation, she was responsible for feeding Senior White. And as for the black-skinned soft feather, she was responsible for serving the tea. Senior White did not even need to move his hands. The tacit understanding between him, Fairy Creation, the virtuous Lamia, and the black-skinned soft feather was incomparable. When he wanted to eat or drink, he did not even need to issue a single instruction as what he wanted would immediately come. I feel that Shuhang will definitely be turned into a spoiled brat in the future. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair sighed. These 3 fairies could attack and defend, sing and dance, snatch lines and poses, and now they could even feed and serve tea. With that being the case, what was the point of Song Shuhang's existence? What else did Song Shuhang need to do? On the ground, the injured cultivator gulped. Are you not going to speak? Senior White looked down majestically at the injured cultivator, his left eye imitating a dazzling light. Wait a minute, Senior Tyrannical Song. Please show me some mercy. No, wait, don't show me mercy. The wounded cultivator revealed a sorrowful expression. I am not that unwilling to speak, and there is nothing that I cannot say. I am just an ordinary loose cultivator, and sometimes I work part-time as an intelligence officer to earn some extra money. Someone wants to buy my information? Senior White tapped his fingers on the table and asked, "Who is it?" "I do not know much about the buyer. In the business of buying and selling information, the buyer generally hides their identity, and sometimes they even issue tasks through an intermediary. My mission was to merely provide your coordinates, Senior Tyrannical Song, and then I would receive a lot of spiritual stones." The wounded cultivator smiled bitterly. "I was so blinded by money that I did not even think twice before following you, Senior Tyrannical Song." As soon as he finished speaking, Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair curled up. "He's not telling the truth." The injured cultivator said urgently, "Fairy, you're mistaken. I have already said everything I know." "Really?" The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, "Let's just use the mind-reading technique, or directly extract his memories." At this time, the black-skinned soft feather raised her hand again and said, "Seniors, I have a plan. Why don't you let me try it?" Senior White glanced at her. He then nodded and said, "Sure, we're not too pressed for time anyway." The black-skinned soft feather smiled and walked towards the wounded cultivator. When the wounded cultivator saw her approaching him, his heart started beating faster. He badly wanted to escape. But at this moment, the strand of hair in the sleeve of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was pointing at him, and his body was as if petrified, unable to move. After the black-skinned soft feather reached the injured cultivator, she opened the contact list in Senior White's mobile phone and dialed a senior's number. Senior, why did you think of calling me today? What can I do for you?" A hearty laugh came from the phone. "Senior Creation, it's me, Soft Feather." The black-skinned soft feather continued, "Senior, did you come up with any new songs recently, maybe one that is similar to the Seven Deaths song?" Dharma King Creation laughed and said, "Yes, of course. I just wrote a new song the day before yesterday called Killing the Nine Heavens Again. I just finished recording it today." The black-skinned soft feather asked cutely, "Senior, can you sing it for me?" "No problem. Wait for me for a moment, I'll go get my instruments." Dharma King Creation agreed without hesitation. He was so happy that he even ignored the fact that the other party was the black-skinned soft feather. After a while, piano music could be heard coming from the phone. The black-skinned soft feather moved her hands in a flurry. She took out a headset cable that she had prepared earlier and plugged it into the phone. Next, she put the earphones into the ears of the wounded cultivator. Behind her, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword was dumbfounded. The black-skinned soft feather today was pure evil. Even Senior White had begun seeing the black-skinned soft feather in a new light. They had always thought that the black-skinned soft feather was a fake inner demon, but now it seemed that she was a hidden king among inner demons. Anyway, it appeared Dharma King Creation's new song, Killing the Nine Heavens Again, was working really well. Although none of them could hear the song themselves, it was evident from the expression of the wounded cultivator how stimulating the new song was. The injured cultivator's face changed colors from red to orange, to yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. It seems that fellow Taoist Creation's new song has the effect of making those who listen to it change colors. Senior White nodded while commenting on the new song of Dharma King Creation. After a while, the injured cultivator's eyes rolled upwards and he started frothing at the mouth. Even after being inflicted with a binding magical technique, his body still managed to convulse and tremble. Body language could be very powerful, far greater than any words. And the injured cultivator was very expressive with his body language. From his small movements, those who were looking at him could easily tell just how horrible it was to listen to the song. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword added, "Without fairy creation sound of nature, little friend Dharma King Creation singing carries an even greater destructive force." Fairy Creation nodded and said, "Song stupid." 2 minutes soon passed. The black-skinned soft feather methods worked wonders, and the injured cultivator confessed everything. The faction that is purchasing Senior Tyrannical Song's coordinates is an ancient faction in the Beast Realm, the Imperial Palace. They only wanted Senior Tyrannical Song's coordinates. Moreover, they have highlighted that whoever is to carry out this task is not to disturb Senior Tyrannical Song. With that being the case, I believe this to be a relatively easy task. I have done business with the Imperial Palace several times in the past, and they have always been great to deal with. Originally, I wanted to provide them with the coordinates when I was still at the Moon's cultivator market. But before I knew it, I ended up following Senior Tyrannical Song all the way here while watching his back. Maybe I really was too obsessed with money. The wounded cultivator confessed desperately. When they heard this, everyone's eyes turned to Senior White. Cough. Well, it seems like this is partly my fault. Senior White looked up at the sky. Even when disguised as profound sage Tyrannical Song, someone whose name alone could make babies stop crying, his charm was too much. As long as someone were to pay attention to him for a long time, they would end up getting charmed. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said curiously, "What kind of force is the Imperial Palace? When did Song Shuheng offend Thesero power?" Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair smiled slightly. Fellow Daoist Stone Tablet is panicking now. Fellow Daoist Stone Tablet was paying attention to the outside world through her. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "Don't panic, fellow Daoist Stone Tablet, it's fine. I used to panic like you all the time, but I eventually got used to him provoking big shots left and right. In fact, now it feels uncomfortable when he does not offend a big shot for just a day." The Imperial Palace should have been created by the survivors of the ancient heavenly city, the black-skinned soft feather speculated. We just destroyed their plan to resurrect the heavenly emperor and swaggered away from the scholarly sage's resurrection formation. The other party definitely wants to find a way to get back at us for what we did. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said doubtfully, "But why is Song Shuheng the only one they are targeting? Could it be because there were two Shuhengs at the time? No. Is it my fault again?" Senior White continued to look up at the sky. Among the people present at the time were Skylark, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Senior White disguised as Song Shuheng, as well as others such as the Black-Skinned Soft Feather, the Virtuous Lamia, etc. But perhaps his being disguised as Song Shuheng had caused him to be the most conspicuous, resulting in the heavenly city mainly targeting profound sage Tyrannical Song. The Black-Skinned Soft Feather said, "Technically speaking, we are no longer safe on the Moon. Maybe someone has already reported the information to the Imperial Palace, and a cross-base attack from the members of the ancient heavenly city may be coming at any moment. Senior White, what do we do now?" Senior White thought for a while and said, "Don't worry, I'm here. If things get dangerous, we can escape as quickly as possible." They could go wherever they wished with the space-time traversal of the giant turtles of disaster. Senior White was confident that he could keep everyone safe. Senior White added, "It's best to first deal with this matter of profound sage Tyrannical Song being watched by the heavenly city. Otherwise, with the fact that he is a wanted man, Song Shuheng would be facing a lot of trouble in the future." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword nodded. Shuheng also does not have any means of resurrection at the moment, so he has to be careful. "So, do we fight?" Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair asked. "However, I have not recovered much of my energy. If the immortal on the other side makes a move, I can only help fellow Daoist White block 2 attacks at most. 2 is enough." Senior White nodded and said, "Anyway, let us focus on digging out an immortal cave first. I have a great idea for a magical technique. It is something I wanted to use to catch a big fish in the beast realm, but maybe I can test it out on these fellow Daoists from the Imperial Palace first." The Black-Skinned Soft Feather asked, "Can we help you in any way?" Senior White nodded and said, "I'm going to need a large number of disposable flying swords to set up the formation. I'll need everyone to carve some wooden flying swords for me." "Leave it to us," the Black-Skinned Soft Feather said and turned to face the injured cultivator again. "Is there anything else you can tell us?" After the injured cultivator finished spitting out the white foam in his mouth, he began to spit out all the information he had. He not only talked about this stalking incident, but even all the other sensitive information that he knew about. He poured everything out. A raw secret treasure was unearthed from a certain mine of the newly ascended sage that goes by the name of Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue. It is said that this secret treasure is related to a talented immortal of the Jet Black sect. The birth of the secret treasure destroyed the restrictions placed on the mine, resulting in several miners escaping with the secret treasure. Among the escaped miners were loose cultivator Qiao Yan, a humanoid monster named Mo Ran, Peak Lord Bao Ming of the Limitless Demon Sect, and 7 other Peak Lords also from the Limitless Demon Sect. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue sent out a message asking for the coordinates of these escaped miners. Daoist Monarch Li from the western part of the moon returned from the depths of the universe with a treasure. It is said that this treasure can stimulate a cultivator's life-bound magical treasure, giving it a small chance to condense a weak consciousness, or allow for magical treasures with weak consciousnesses to advance, with a small chance to evolve into an item with a proper consciousness. Some people have come forward willing to pay a huge amount of spirit stones in hopes of borrowing Daoist Monarch Li's treasure. At the moment, Daoist Monarch Li's whereabouts are uncertain. Daoist Monarch Li is powerful, and it is recommended to avoid conflict so that everyone can benefit from the exchange. On Earth in the main world, the mysterious island is showing signs of revealing itself once again. A group of unconvinced fellow Taoists and a few seniors who want to retrieve their memories are seeking the coordinates of the mysterious island at a high price. The large demonic sect named Limitless Demon Sect recently held a grand demonic ceremony. After the grand ceremony, the sect will go ahead with their enlistment process, which only takes place once every 200 years. There are some loose cultivators who plan to join, and they are willing to buy enlistment tokens for high prices in the hope to join the Limitless Demon Sect and further their cultivation. One piece of information after the other was spat out from the mouth of the wounded cultivator. They honestly did not expect such a weak-willed guy to be a professional intelligence dealer. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "This little fellow knows a lot of things." The black-skinned soft feather nodded and said, "He's a professional, after all." She then took off the earphones of the injured cultivator's ears. It appeared that Dharma King Creation had already stopped singing. Since the earphones had been worn by the injured cultivator the entire time, the black-skinned soft feather did not know when the song came to an end. As soon as the earphones were taken off, the injured cultivator revealed a look of relief, his eyelids twitching happily. He finally could not hold on any longer and truly passed out. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword suggested, "I feel like these earphones can be further enhanced. They might come in handy again sometime in the future." The black-skinned soft feather. Is it not a bit too cruel to be using fellow Taoist creation to torture people every time? Senior White recalled the scene in his mind, feeling the actions that had transpired to be rather cruel. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword let out a cute laugh and explained, "I was doing it for Shuhang's sake. Last time, Netherworld White 2 told Shuhang that it was best for him to fight head-on and force his opponent to compete with him in terms of spiritual energy. Shuhang has a great advantage when competing with those in the same realm as him." Senior White and the black-skinned soft feather nodded when they heard its words. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair seemed to agree as well. While in the same realm, if he forced others to compete with him in terms of spiritual energy, with his 8 nascent souls and fat whale golden core, together with all the other cheats that he had, he could easily overwhelm any opponent. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword continued, "Just think about it. If he does manage to force his enemy into a competition of spiritual energy, it would be the perfect opportunity to suddenly bring out these earphones and stuff them into his enemy's ears. Once they're on, they could then play the singing of Dharma King Creation in a loop. Does that not sound perfect for him?" When the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword voiced out its explanation, a vivid scene emerged in everyone's mind. It was an explanation that one could almost see. "Cultivation deviation," said Senior White. "Rampaging spiritual energy," added Pavilion Master Chu. "Song, so stupid," said Fairy Creation. The black-skinned soft feather nodded and said, "What Fairy Creation said is very reasonable." Forcing people into a competition of spiritual energy while making them listen to Dharma King creation singing would destroy the enemy both physically and mentally. I'll find a way to enhance this pair of earphones after I've dealt with the Imperial Palace. Senior White was intrigued by what the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword had suggested. The black-skinned soft feather said, "Senior White, I suggest that you forge a pair of wireless earbuds for better effect and easier concealment." Pavilion Master Chu added, "I think it's best to give the item the ability to lock onto the enemy's ears. After bringing it out, it would actively seek the enemy's ears and cling to them. Maybe, you could even make 2 pairs. While some fellow Taoists of the monster race do transform into humans, there are some who choose to remain in their beast form. As such, there should also be a pair for those with animal ears. Moreover, with 4 different channels, there will be double the experience and thus double the excitement." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said, "It is also very important to consider the durability of the wireless earbuds. Otherwise, if the enemy cultivator were to use their spiritual energy to shatter them, everything would have been for naught." After some thought, Senior White took out a notebook and started recording all the suggestions that were provided. At this point, he had already come up with a prototype of the magical treasure in his mind. Senior White said, "It is not that difficult to make something like this. We can also record all of the classics of fellow Taoist creation. After all, fellow Taoist creation is not online all the time, and he won't be always available to torture the enemy. If the need arises, the recorded songs can take his place. Despite not being as lethal as a live broadcast, they should still do the job. Moreover, with the item not being that difficult to make, if it was effective, he was planning on making 100 sets during the Chinese New Year and give 2 pairs to all members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group as gifts. When the members of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group encountered an enemy, they could throw out 2 or 4 wireless earbuds and have them lock onto the enemy's ears. As long as the enemy was not a fan of Dharma King creation, they would be headed toward defeat. After eating, Senior White began setting up the immortal cave. As for the wounded cultivator, Senior White sent him toward Sage Monarch's 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's mine with his disposable flying sword version 005. It would be nice to send Sage Monarch's 7th Cultivator of True Virtue a miner seeing that he had just lost so many. Senior White attached a note to the disposable flying sword, asking 7th Cultivator of True Virtue to have this fellow Taoist work in the mines for 3 months. For cultivators, 3 months was but a fleeting time. This cultivator had already experienced the baptism of the dining car and was then tortured by the singing of Dharma King creation, so he had been punished enough. Senior White only sent him to work in the mines for 3 months to make sure that he stayed put for a while. "We need to dig a large hole." Senior White went to the location he had selected, stretched out his hand, and then lightly pressed it against the ground. As if responding to his call, the ground sank automatically, creating a hole that satisfied Senior White. Senior White's attribute was earth, and the earth-type magical technique that he was most familiar with was the ground leveling spell. The ground leveling spell should not be underestimated. In the past, if Senior White cast this spell seriously, an entire city could be leveled in an instant. In addition, now that Senior White has ascended to the 8th stage, the lethality of the spell was even greater. You could do it without tripping and falling to the ground, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword blurted out. When it heard fellow Taoist White say that they needed to dig a large hole, it thought that once fellow Taoist White found a suitable location, he would throw himself to the ground and create a crater. Senior White. The virtuous Lamia blinked and stretched out her hands, taking out several virtuous fruits that had been growing on Senior White's virtuous tree. Song Shuhang's inner world still had some in stock. Then, she swallowed these fruits in one gulp. "Fellow Taoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, I can only help you so much." "Oh, fairy, please stop messing around," shrieked the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword. It was an inner demon, and these virtuous fruits would cause it a ton of damage. Next to it, the black-skinned soft feather quickly entered into cute mode. She sat next to Senior White and began to sharpen wooden swords. A bundle of 10 swords was soon handed over to Senior White. Senior White took the wooden flying swords and gently patted the black-skinned soft feather's head. He began to redesign these flying swords into the small black room-breaking version. He then placed them in the pit of the immortal cave, having them act as the foundation. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said curiously, "Could it be that fellow Taoist White intends to create an immortal cave that can traverse space?" Senior White nodded and said, "Exactly." The black-skinned soft feather asked, "However, if you want to make an immortal cave that can move in space, can't you just use a batch of ordinary disposable flying swords version 005 as the foundation?" "That would indeed be fine if it were just an ordinary spatial jump," said Senior White. While speaking, he unlocked his cell phone and sent a message to fellow Taoist. "When the bright moon appears, scholar, I'll be giving your family some new members. My goal this time is to allow the immortal cave to perform an unconventional spatial jump. As such, I must use the small black room-breaking version." Senior White smiled slightly at the black-skinned soft feather as he explained. The black-skinned soft feather and Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair fell into thought after hearing this. Meanwhile, when the bright moon appears, received a private message from someone for the first time in half a year, he was so elated that he nearly cried. In the second half of this year, he had successfully broken through, and his cultivation realm had risen to a higher level. But then, he realized that his sense of presence had gotten even weaker as a result of the breakthrough. In the past, when chatting in the 9 Provinces number 1 group, the fellow Taoists would, at most, fail to remember his Taoist name, but they could still answer or reply to him. But in the past 6 months, it was as if he had become completely invisible. Whenever he was sending important information to the group, he could only spam the message until it covered the whole screen, otherwise, his messages would end up being ignored by the fellow Taoists in the group. To be honest, scholar, when the bright moon appears was starting to develop inner demons lately. But today, someone in the group suddenly sent him a private message. Scholar, when the bright moon appears quickly opened the message. The scholar said emotionally, "It's Senior White." Sure enough, Senior White is really special. After seeing the sender, he quickly glanced at the content of the message. Wait, what does this message even mean? Senior White is asking me to get ready to have members be added to my family? Since when did I have a family? Scholar, when the bright moon appears was confused. Could Senior White have sent the message to the wrong person? Could it be that he wanted to send it to another scholar in the group, perhaps Scholar Xian Gong? Or was this message meant for a scholar from some other group? After some thought, the scholar sent a message back to Senior White. "Senior White, did you send the message to the wrong person?" Senior White replied, "Not at all. In the past few days, I've created a batch of buddies for you." After that, Senior White sent a message to the 9 Provinces number 1 group. White, at Venerable Yellow Mountain, fellow Taoist Yellow Mountain, do you have the current address of the immortal caves of the people in the group? I will be preparing Chinese New Year gifts over the next few days and plan to send them to the fellow Taoists in the group. Some fellow Taoists in the 9 Provinces number 1 group changed immortal caves quite frequently, so it was important to confirm their addresses. As usual, Northern River's loose cultivator was the first to reply. Senior White is back from the Beast Realm. Do you need my help with the addresses? White, I just got back today. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. I have some of the addresses of our fellow Taoists. However, there are a few who do not have a fixed residence. At everyone, all of you who have no permanent residences like Copper Trigram, the scholar who just exited his seclusion, Dongfang Snow, and so on. I won't name the rest of you one by one, but remember to send Senior White an address where you can receive the gifts. In addition, Venerable Yellow Mountain noticed that Senior White's nickname in the group had changed again. What happened? Senior White could not have ascended again, right? Northern River's loose cultivator, Senior Yellow Mountain, I have an incomplete list with the addresses. I will send it to you first. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, thanks. Currently, in the 9 provinces number 1 group, it was only Northern River's loose cultivator who could still give Senior Yellow Mountain some sense of comfort, provided that the shady fortune teller did not show up. Fairy Lychee, soft feather reporting emoji, reporting to the group owner and Senior White, I will rush back to Earth before the new year. I am currently forming a group with my junior and senior sisters for a mission. Venerable Yellow Mountain, sure. White, sure. Immortal visitor amidst clouds, eh? It seems that I'm quite lucky. I get to receive a New Year's gift from Senior White the same year that I leave my seclusion. Fairy Dongfang 6, Senior White is going to give everyone a New Year's gift. What kind of gift will you be giving this year? Song Shuhang Spiral Ascension emoji, I am the little white crane at the edge of the world, as long as it is a gift from Senior White, I'll like it. White, the specifics of the gift will be kept secret for the time being. I had a lot of fun this year, so there may be more than one gift. I may prepare a package for everyone. The harvest was plentiful this year, and he had managed to go around and have a lot of fun as well. Therefore, besides the wireless earbuds that he was going to be producing soon, Senior White also planned to add some other gifts to create a New Year's gift package. Young Master Phoenix Slayer appeared and replied, I'm suddenly looking forward to the coming new year. As soon as he thought of Senior White's New Year's gift package, he could not help but become excited. But at the same time, he felt a chill in his heart and he had no idea how to make it go away. It seems the weather is getting colder. Should I change homes? I should look for little friend Shuhang and order some spirit beast fur from him when I have time. I heard that Shuhang has begun breeding spirit beasts in his inner world, and I can help his business out a bit while I am at it. Dongfang Snow, soft feather knocking on the door emoji, by the way, for the coming new year, do you want to hold a large-scale gala event? Daodu and I can go on stage and sing a song for everyone. System message prompt, Dongfang Snow has been muted for 5 minutes by the group owner, Venerable Yellow Mountain. I am Mr. Yellow Mountain's loyal dog. Fairy Dongfang Snow was the embodiment of admitting one's mistakes and never repenting. Just as everyone was communicating, another person with a new nickname came online. Venerable Song, Senior White is going to give out a New Year's gift package? Then, is it too late for me to apply for my disciples to join the 9 provinces number 1 group? Medicine Master. Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Fairy Lychee. Northern River's Loose Cultivator. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon, True Monarch Eternal Fire, True Monarch White Crane, True Monarch Fallout, and True Monarch Ancient Lake Temple also followed with a string of ellipses. Venerable Song. It was obviously a tier lower than Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, but the impact of the words Venerable Song was far greater for some reason. White? Isn't Shuhang supposed to be closing up? Why did he suddenly pop up in the 9 provinces number 1 group? Senior White was considering whether to forcefully isolate Song Shuhang by cutting off the internet, confiscating his phone, or disabling all of his communication channels with the outside world. Why did my nickname change? Venerable Song asked in confusion. I changed it, do you like it? Xian Nu Sect Skylark went online and replied. Fairy Skylark was also an administrator. Fairy Dongfang 6, my heart hurts, Senior Skylark. White, I'm going to cut off Shuhang's internet. Waving hand expression, Venerable Song, wait a minute, Senior White. Listen to my explanation. I'm still closing up, I'm not lazing about. Please don't cut off the internet. Venerable Song explained desperately, I came online because there is something important I must tell everyone. My cultivation chat group is being upgraded as we speak. Lady Kuna asked me if there was a specific template I wanted to upgrade it to. And so, I went online to introduce the basics of chat softwares to her. Song Shuhang was speaking the truth. With the help of Lady Kuna and Fairy Chenglin, his cultivation chat group had transformed into a voracious snake, constantly devouring the data that comprised the Heavenly Emperor's resurrection information, absorbing anything that would benefit itself. With the swallowed data having accumulated to a certain extent, the Cultivation chat group now needed to adjust its overall framework. Lady Kuna, who was the one providing him with remote assistance, asked Song Shuheng to choose a template that he liked. Fortunately, when she had been making adjustments to the Cultivation chat group, she had tried her best to make it so that the template would be to his liking, which would make it easier for him to manage the chat group later. That was the reason Song Shuheng had taken some time out of his busy schedule to go online and write in the 9 Provinces #1 group. His real purpose was to show the layout of the app to Lady Kuna. Song Shuheng was not hoping for anything too grand and briefly explained the basic functions of the app to Lady Kuna, such as direct messaging, group chats, chat options, voice inputs, and so on. Other functions could be added to the main framework after the Cultivation chat group was done upgrading in the future. It just so happened that while he was showing the 9 Provinces #1 group to Lady Kuna, he saw that Senior White was planning on giving everyone New Year's gifts, so he could not help but chime in. Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked, "Shuheng, is the Cultivation chat group that you're talking about the QR code Golden Core composition?" Venerable Song, "Yes, that is exactly what I am talking about." Senior White suggested several names for it, but in the end, I settled with the name, Cultivation. I felt that this name was the most appropriate. Now the Cultivation chat group is gradually being upgraded. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber appeared and said, "So you are going to be the new group owner?" At Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire. Senior Yellow Mountain, Shuheng wants to usurp your throne. Venerable Yellow Mountain looked at his computer screen but did not respond to Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. To be honest, he was enjoying himself right now. He felt that it was indeed about time for him to retire. He looked at the medicinal bottles on the table, feeling that it was time to say goodbye to them. Song Shuheng retorted, "Senior Thrice Reckless, don't talk nonsense. In the Cultivation chat group, would not take the role of a group owner. I would merely be acting as a server, medium, or main body." After seeing this message, I'm that little white crane at the edge of the earth's end replied, "A main body? Like a bird's torso?" True monarch white crane's main body was that of a white crane, so it was normal for it to subconsciously think of a bird's torso when the words, main body, were mentioned. Song Shuheng replied, "It's alright for Senior White Crane to think of it as such. Anyway, that is pretty much what it is. So, are we all Senior Song's wings?" Stressed by Spirit Butterfly Island, Soft Feather, suddenly came online. Venerable Song, what? Confused emoji. True Monarch White Crane quickly replied, Soft Feather shaking head animated emoji. No, I'm Senior White's wings. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, White Crane's analogy sucks. Cave Master Snow Wolf, I just grew out a pair of wings. Now, I don't want them anymore. Stressed by Spirit Butterfly Island, Soft Feather, Senior Song, for how long did you close up this time? Song Shuheng replied, I'm still closing up. White. Venerable Song, I've been closing up from yesterday all the way until now. Although it seems that I'm just chatting, I am multitasking. At this time, I'm still controlling the snake to devour information, so I'm still closing up. Northern River's Loose Cultivator said calmly, leaving your phone outside when going into seclusion is a basic practice nowadays. White, that's enough. In the next moment, Song Shuheng's profile picture dimmed. Senior White had cut off his internet connection. In the stone coffin, Song Shuheng held his phone, which had lost signal now, and lay on his side like a salted fish. He could not control himself just now. He hadn't gotten to chat in the 9 Provinces #1 group for some time now, so he was tempted to do so. But in the end, he spent too much time in the group and Senior White cut off his internet connection. After the data collection is complete, I will adjust the framework of the Cultivation chat group to make it match the needs of Administrator Tyrannical Song. Lady Kuna's prompt sounded soon after. Closing up, closing up. Song Shuhang put the phone away. At the same time, he had a new goal in mind. In the future, he wanted to connect the Cultivation chat group to the internet. It would be best to seamlessly integrate it with the several apps currently on the market. At that time, he would truly be able to chat in group chats while closed up and cultivating, and even Senior White would not be able to cut off his connection. However, his realm, knowledge, and experience were still lacking. Luckily for him, he was still young and had a lot of room to grow. If you have no goal in life, then what is the difference between you and a salted fish? In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Stressed by Spirit Butterfly Island, Soft Feather, Senior Song, Safe Travels. Waving emoji, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked, speaking of which, Soft Feather, did you not choose a new Taoist name today? Is Senior Spirit Butterfly off today? As soon as he said that, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly sent him the picture of a mushroom cloud in a private chat. Soft Feather said happily, thank you for reminding me, Senior Thrice Reckless. I just finished practicing and have yet to recover from the state of meditation. I'll go look for my father now and ask him for today's Taoist name. In the next moment, Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly sent a series of violent pictures to Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. It seems that Senior Spirit Butterfly is quite irritable at the moment. That's not good. Well, then why don't I make him even more angry? And so, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber took a screenshot of Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly's private chat with him, and forwarded it to Soft Feather. When sending a photo of the messages, he also used the annotation function to circle the specific time when Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly sent him the messages. As long as Soft Feather saw the time of the chat records and then compared them with the time that Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly's messages were sent, she should be able to quickly understand the meaning. This picture would speak much louder than words. Even after sending Soft Feather the picture privately, it appeared that Thrice Reckless hadn't had enough fun just yet. He then forwarded his private conversation with Soft Feather to Senior Spirit Butterfly. Thrice Reckless left a message, Senior Spirit Butterfly, there's no need to thank me, I'm a born messenger. Ah, how refreshing. Thrice Reckless, who was currently in space, put his phone away. Then, he suddenly began trembling. What's wrong? Skylark asked suspiciously through voice transmission. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber replied via voice transmission, just now. I could not control myself and sought death 3 times in a row. I feel that I have offended Senior Spirit Butterfly thoroughly this time. Senior Skylark, how about we don't go back to Earth and take a stroll around space for a while? Skylark smiled slightly. She flicked her long blue hair and extended her slender hand to Thrice Reckless. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber had a puzzled look on his face as he watched her hand. Skylark said softly, grab my hand. Rather than immediately grabbing Skylark's hand, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber asked warily, Senior Skylark, do you agree with me? After all, he had been tricked several times in the past. But before he could react, Skylark reached out and grabbed him. Stop spouting nonsense. Then, she increased the flight speed of her flying sword. My time is precious. How can I waste it strolling around in space? We are now speeding up our return to Earth. Hurry up, Thrice Reckless. With that, 2 rays of light streaked across the void and rushed toward Earth. One of the lights flickered happily, while the other betrayed a feeling of despair. Meanwhile, on Spirit Butterfly Island. Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly looked at his phone, speechless. After a while, he took out a divination stick. He had gotten word that Thrice Reckless was returning from the moon. As such, he decided to calculate when he would return to Earth. The world better not let him complete this divination, or else he might really kill Thrice Reckless Mad Saber to celebrate the Chinese New Year on Spirit Butterfly Island this coming year. He would kill Thrice Reckless this year, kill Thrice Reckless next year, and kill every other Reckless the year after that so as to reinforce the fortune of Spirit Butterfly Island. On the moon. Senior White stretched himself. At this time, there was already a layer of disposable flying swords in the hole. Senior White was truly the embodiment of chatting while working. He could use the branches of the wooden body to chat while his own hands were constantly making small blackroom-breaking disposable flying swords. As the chat group started quieting down, the hole that was the immortal cave had become completely filled with disposable flying swords. The first step was complete. "Senior, do you need more wooden swords?" the black-skinned soft feather asked obediently, her little hand moving slightly. After cutting out so many flying swords, her hand had gotten so used to it that it was moving even though it was empty now. She might just be the first inner demon to work so hard. Senior White patted the black-skinned soft feather's head again. "Thanks for all your hard work. I don't need any more for now." The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, "Is the next step to build the immortal cave? What does fellow Taoist White plan to do?" Senior White stretched out his hand and flicked it lightly, creating a simple optical illusion. Several different designs of immortal caves were displayed to fill the hole. The first design was an immortal cave with a simple style. This style was common on the moon, with it being in line with the aesthetics of cultivators from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. With a swipe of Senior White's hand, the previous design was replaced with a sci-fi immortal cave made of steel. Then came a fantasy design, a rural design, a primitive and savage design. All kinds of styles were displayed one after the other. Is fellow Taoist White trying to build an illusory cave for Song Shuhang? The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword thought to itself. At this time, Senior White asked, "Which design do you think is best?" It turns out that he was not trying to add any tricks to the immortal cave but just checking which design looked good. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword felt somewhat disappointed. But it had learned the lesson earlier, so it replied cutely, "I feel that the mountain cave style suits Shuhang quite well. If such an immortal cave were built, Song Shuhang could stand at the entrance of the cave every day, look up at the sky, and shout. Would that not be exciting?" Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair said in a lazy voice, "Actually, I feel like this pit is already good enough. Just place Song Shuhang's stone coffin inside and cover it up. Then, place fellow Taoist stone tablet on top of it and plant some virtuous trees all around. With that, a simple and practical immortal cave will have been built." The black-skinned soft feather said, "Pavilion Master Chu, Senior Song will cry." Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair smiled and said, "No, his band of monkeys will be responsible for crying. If not, the crying old man from before is very suitable for the role as well. Anyway, we are still on the moon, so it won't take too long for him to come over if we ask. You must have all been infected by Thrice Reckless. I will give you all a checkup later," said Senior White. The immortal cave he was going to build now would be used as bait, and it would be him disguised as Song Shuhang who would be living in it. Since it was the bait, he could not do a half-assed job. "Seriously speaking, I think the tower shown earlier was beautiful. Its cylindrical structure was very conspicuous," the black-skinned soft feather said seriously. "In addition, I suggest that a huge flaming eye be installed on top of the tower as a symbol. Senior Song is known through the sage's eye. When others see the cylindrical tower and the flaming sage's eye, they should immediately be able to guess that this is Senior Song's immortal cave. Once the tower was erected, the cultivators in this area of the moon would be under the gaze of the flaming sage's eye, and they would recall their frightening experience from when they were struck by it." After thinking for a while, Senior White nodded. "Okay, it's settled then. Soft Feather, I'll give you credit for that. When I give out the New Year gifts, I will send one to you and one to your main body." "Thank you, Senior White." The black-skinned soft feather revealed a reserved, ladylike smile. "Now. Time to start working." Senior White used the ground leveling spell, and the hole in the ground was completely filled, concealing all of the disposable flying swords. But Senior White was not done just yet, and spiritual energy continued to move about. As if the ground had received specific instructions, parts of it began moving upward and became solid. It was as if a tower was being 3D printed as layer after layer was formed and stacked on top of each other. A tower built in this way has no soul, the Black Scarlet Heaven Sword could not help but complain. Senior White explained, we do not have that much time. We have to make a rough shell first. The survivors of the Heavenly City had likely already assembled and begun searching, so it was impossible to seriously build a high tower brick by brick. The best they could do with the little time they had was to create an outer shell and disguise it. After everything was over, it wouldn't be too late to build another one. Amidst the rumbling sound, a tower about 500 meters tall soon took shape. This should be enough. Senior White stopped the ground leveling spell and nodded in satisfaction. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair asked, but how are you going to add the flaming eye? Fairy Creation blinked her eyes, and then she made a gesture of plucking out an eye. Song Yelajuo, the black-skinned soft feather said, Senior Song's lustrous eyes were given to the 4 tribulation transcenders. If you pluck out his eyes again, what if they don't grow back? The virtuous Lamia froze, she had received an order from Song Shuhang. Afterward, she reached out to open Song Shuhang's inner world and pulled out a huge flaming eye from it. The origin of this eye was rather special. It used to be an eyeball deity equivalent to a 9th stage tribulation transcender. Back then, Senior White 2 had lent Song Shuhang 2346 Holy 8 projection, and only thanks to that was the eyeball deity defeated. It ended up leaving behind this huge burning eyeball, which had been left sitting in Song Shuhang's inner world doing nothing since then. Not bad. Senior White took the eyeball with a smile. Then, he completely sealed Song Shuhang's stone coffin, preventing even divine sense from seeping through so as to stop him from peeking at the outside world. So dark, so dark, so dark. He could not connect to the internet, his divine sense was blocked, and his cultivation chat group was currently in the middle of upgrading. The virtuous Lamia, Fairy Creation, and the black-skinned soft feather were all outside. Pavilion Master Chu. Are you still there? Asked Song Shuhang. Right now, the only foreign entity that remained on his person was Pavilion Master Chu. Pavilion Master Chu, who had always stayed above his head in the past, did not respond to him. Song Shuhang hastily stretched out his hand to grab the top of his head. The place where Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair would always stay was currently empty. Could it be that Pavilion Master Chu also moved over to Senior White? Song Shuhang scratched his head. There was nothing that he could do. Now, he could only close up for real and play with his voracious snake. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair got out of Senior White's sleeve. In order to help Song Shuhang focus on his seclusion, she could no longer stay on top of his head. Otherwise, whenever she peeked outside, she would end up sharing information about what she saw with Song Shuhang. Senior White reached out and grabbed Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair, placing her on the top of his head. Then, he said to everyone, let's go place this flaming eye on the top of the tower. With that, this temporary immortal cave can be considered complete. All of Song Shuhang's external aides were currently gathered around Senior White. Senior White willed it, and his spatial ability was activated. Everyone was instantly transferred to the top of the tower. At the top of the cylindrical tower, there were 2 huge, palm-shaped structures. The 2 palms were like blooming lotus flowers, made to perfectly hold up the flaming eyeball. Senior White held the huge flaming eyeball and placed it in between the 2 palm-shaped structures. He then turned to look at the virtuous Lamia and asked, how do I activate it? Do I just fill it with spiritual energy? The virtuous Lamia shook her head. She leaned forward, curled up her tail, and slapped the flaming eyeball with it. That hurts. Take it easy. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword changed its voice to imitate the eyeball. After being whipped hard, the eyeball was activated. It had the ability to automatically adjust its own size, so its body began to swell in size, soon turning into a huge eyeball with a diameter of over 20 meters. The flaming eyeball began to rotate slowly on its own, and its gaze was like a radar, sweeping in all directions. And because it had been placed in Song Shuhang's inner world previously, it had been assimilated by it, so it carried Tyrannical Song's aura. It looked as if a strange light was constantly at the ready within the huge flaming eye, giving people an inexplicable sense of oppression. It's done. Senior White clapped his hands. Want to take a group photo? Suggested the black-skinned soft feather. After all, this was the first immortal cave built by Senior Song on the moon. The black scarlet heaven sword's eyes lit up, and it praised, when Song Shuhang comes out of his seclusion, we can use this group photo to rend his heart. Good idea, soft feather. The black-skinned soft feather. That was not what I had in mind, so don't put the blame on me. Alright, let's take a photo together before the tower gets destroyed. It's a nice memory. Senior White once again brought out a magic lamp and gently rubbed it to summon Demon Venerable Lushan Street. After Demon Venerable Lushan Street was summoned, he silently took the phone from Senior White and floated away from the tower. He then pointed the camera at Senior White and tried to capture as much of the tower as possible. Senior White, who was disguised as Song Shuhang, stretched out his hands and activated a magical technique that allowed him to grow 2 additional arms. The virtuous lamia, the black-skinned soft feather, and fairy creation floated up, each heading toward one of Senior White's palms. The black scarlet heaven sword was also temporarily released and caught by Senior White's right hand. Meanwhile, Meteor Sword swirled around Senior White like a swimming fish. Demon Venerable Lushan Street adjusted the angle and took a series of pictures. He took group photos of everyone from various angles. After taking the photos, Demon Venerable Lushan Street silently returned to the magic lamp. He no longer asked about when he would be freed. During his time in the magic lamp, he discovered something special about Sage White. Originally, Demon Venerable Lushan Street's lifespan was about to run out, so he closed up one last time to see if he could break through to the next realm. However, he knew that his chances were slim. If the 8th stage Profound Sage realm was so easy to reach, then there would not have been a 1,000-year period where not a single Profound Sage appeared. But as long as he continued to stay by Sage White's side, he might just be blessed with enough luck to encounter an opportunity that would push him to the 8th stage realm. The only thing that worried him at the moment was that Sage White was not that good at raising pets. Regardless, he could only hope to stay alive long enough to break through. Senior White took his phone back and nodded with satisfaction. Demon Venerable Lushan Street's photography skills were very impressive. Every angle was captured perfectly. His skills were catching up with Fairy Lychee. Senior White opened the 9 Provinces number 1 group, selected a close-up photo and a long-range photo, and sent them to the group. After that, he uploaded the pictures to his personal space. Everything is ready. Now, we only have to wait. Senior White put away his phone. While waiting for the fish to take the bait, the bored Senior White began to improve the tower, painting various rune patterns to increase its beauty and strengthen it. In the 9 Provinces number 1 group, the group members were discussing Senior White's New Year's gift package and, subtly, made it clear that the group owner, Senior Yellow Mountain, should also send everyone a gift. While this was going on, White suddenly sent 2 photos to the group. Northern River's loose cultivator, huh? Is this on the moon? I've never seen this building before. Which fellow Taoist's immortal cave is this? Fairy Lychee, these photos were taken pretty well. Young Master Phoenix Slayer, am I seeing things? Why does it feel like Shuhang has become so handsome all of a sudden? The moment I saw the photos, my heart thumped. Fairy Dongfang 6, Young Master Phoenix Slayer, so I wasn't the only one that felt that way. I too got that long-lost heart-thumping feeling. Dongfang Snow, once a little guy, he's grown into a fine man. Medicine Master. He tried his best to type the word once. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, could it be that after ascending to the 7th stage Venerable Realm, little friend Shuhang's bearing has changed? When the bright moon appears, that's nonsense. There won't be such a big change after becoming a 7th stage Venerable. I'm a little white crane at the edge of the earth's end. Where is Senior White? Since this is a group photo, why isn't Senior White in it? I don't want to look at Shuhang. Immortal Master Copper Trigram, I can't help but feel like something is wrong with this photo. Shuhang is closing up, and he was disconnected from the internet by Senior White. So, why did Senior White suddenly pull him out to take these pictures? Moreover, this song Shuhang gives a vibe similar to that of Senior White. Yellow Mountain is very tired and wants to retire, perhaps, that really is fellow Taoist White? Meanwhile, after Senior White finished beautifying the tower, spatial fluctuation spread from the place above their head. They're finally here, Senior White said happily. The cultivators on the moon were feeling particularly unsettled today. Half a day ago, someone saw profound sage Tyrannical Song wandering around the market area of the moon as if he were looking for something. At that time, some cultivators already had a bad feeling. Half a day later, when a 500-meter tall tower rose out of nowhere in an open area not far from the market area, the ominous premonition of this group of foresight cultivators finally came true. Profound sage Tyrannical Song had decided to build an immortal cave on the moon and live there. Based on how 8th stage profound sages perceive time, he may live in this residence for hundreds of years. What made everyone even more alarmed was that a flaming eyeball suddenly appeared on the 500-meter tall tower. The flaming eyeball was filled with Tyrannical Song's aura, and it was obvious that it belonged to him. Seeing it, people could not help but recall a certain unbearable memory of the past. Moreover, the flaming eyeball was spinning non-stop. It would have been fine if it were merely floating on the top of the tower. In that case, the psychological pressure that everyone was under would not have been that great. However, this eyeball was constantly spinning, and every time it turned, those in its line of sight felt as if it was looking at them. And it was spinning really fast, like an electric fan set at max speed. It did not leave anybody a way to survive. Is anyone brave enough to join me in talking to profound sage Tyrannical Song? A prestigious cultivator stood up bravely. He was going to gather a group of cultivators to speak to profound sage Tyrannical Song. He wanted to ask if it was possible not to make the flaming eyeball spin so fast. The eye was currently spinning way too fast. He hoped that profound sage Tyrannical Song would listen to them and lower the speed. Just when this prestigious cultivator was about to make a move, some sharp-eyed cultivators discovered that a huge spatial rift had emerged at the top of the tower that was profound sage Tyrannical Song's new immortal cave. Spatial fluctuations? Could it be that a tribulation transcender is coming? The prestigious cultivator was taken aback. Could it be that there is a senior tribulation transcender who is closing up in our area and they could not stand the eyeball at the top of senior Tyrannical Song's tower and came to visit? A Western magic practitioner speculated. When everyone thought of it, that did seem to make sense. Wonderful. Even senior Tyrannical Song has to give a senior tribulation transcender some face, right? A Taoist priest touched his chest, feeling that his wildly beating heart could finally calm down a little. However, a monster cultivator reminded them, it's too early to relax. Don't forget, there has been a rumor circulating in the cultivation world. According to that rumor, profound sage Tyrannical Song might not actually be a profound sage. He might be a tribulation transcender in disguise. Moreover, he is the kind of tribulation transcender who wants to step onto his own path. The reason he held a divinity show again and again might be because he was strengthening his path. A childlike fairy beside the monster cultivator added, besides, what is even more terrifying is that this senior tribulation transcender came to visit in person. That means that even they could not stand the pressure of profound sage Tyrannical Song's eyeball constantly scanning around. In other words, profound sage Tyrannical Song was probably even more terrifying than the senior tribulation transcender. When everyone thought of this possibility, they felt a burst of despair surge inside them. A loose cultivator said, but if we think about it carefully, maybe profound sage Tyrannical Song will end up giving the senior tribulation transcender some face. After all, a senior tribulation transcender's opinion will definitely hold more weight than ours. As a result, the cultivators in the entire area began to pay attention to profound sage Tyrannical Song's tower. They even started calling their friends over. Within a few breaths, news of a tribulation transcender visiting profound sage Tyrannical Song's tower spread throughout the entire moon. Immortal Fairy Bishwe came out of her immortal cave, looked at the 500-meter-tall tower in the distance, and frowned. Is Sage White in trouble? Meanwhile, inside 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's residence. The meditating sage monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was awakened by Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue and hurried out of the immortal cave. He quickly forwarded this matter to the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. At this time, the flaming eye turned upward, locking onto the cracks in the sky. The spatial rift slowly widened. In the next moment, a gigantic phoenix emerged from it. The body of this phoenix was nearly 200 meters long, and when its wings were spread out, they covered the entire sky. She only had one claw and a small eyeball growing on it. It was the big shot among the survivors of the ancient heavenly city in the beast realm, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing, who was an immortal. Previously, when she appeared and grabbed Song Shuhang, only a shrunken claw had been sent over. This time, she came with her real body. Her appearance meant that the Venerable Emperor's subordinates had failed to take over the lair of the survivors of the heavenly city. As they had failed, the Venerable Emperor's subordinates must have already retreated. The flames on Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's body were burning with rage. Senior White, who was disguised as Shuhang, had his arms crossed and a calm expression on his face. The virtuous Lamia floated behind him. Fairy Creation cleared her throat, ready to sing a song at any time and manually play some background music. In the sky, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing lowered her head slightly. Her pair of phoenix eyes and the eye on her claw fixed on profound sage Tyrannical Song. Then, another spatial gate opened right beside her. A bald tribulation transcender appeared together with 2 8th-stage profound sages. These 2 8th-stage profound sages were both masters of tribulation transcender weapons and could easily dish out tribulation transcender level attacks. You're here. Senior White smiled slightly. His eyes swept over the lineup of the heavenly city. The number of members that came over was fewer than he expected. It made sense though. The survivors of the ancient heavenly city had just finished battling with the Venerable Emperor's subordinates, so some of them must have remained in their base to prevent the Venerable Emperor's forces from launching another attack. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing, the bald tribulation transcender, and the 2 profound sages. This was already the limit of what the survivors of the heavenly city could bring out at the moment. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing gritted her teeth and said, "I do not want to talk to you." To be honest, she was filled with anger when she came here. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who was suspected to be Cheng Lin's reincarnation, not only blew up the Immortal Lock prison but also destroyed the scholarly sage's resurrection formation, completely ruining her plan. When she came over, she planned to directly crush him to death. But when they actually met, and she looked at Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, the anger in her heart unexpectedly began to subside. The flames burning on her body also gradually weakened. For this reason, she could not allow herself to speak with Profound Sage Tyrannical Song any further. She had to act immediately. If they continued chatting, she was afraid that she would become soft-hearted and become unable to do anything to him. So, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing no longer hesitated. Her claw directly pressed down onto the tower. With this kind of attack, the tower and Tyrannical Song would be crushed directly. At the same time that Zither Master Phoenix Bearing made her move, there was a faint spatial fluctuation in the void. Then, the projection of a black steel quietly emerged. There was a black shadow supporting the black steel that blended into the shadows of Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's attack, launching its own attack at Song Shuhang. Senior White's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, the fish had taken the bait. This was truly a surprise. Senior White had only wanted to use the survivors of the Heavenly City as guinea pigs to see how feasible his plan of fishing for prey by building an immortal cave on the moon was. After the experiment was over, he would build another immortal cave, go to the beast realm to spread some news, and then catch the real fish he was looking for. Unexpectedly, the big fish had directly delivered itself to his door. A bright smile emerged on Senior White's face, and he said softly, "It seems that I'm quite lucky today." When the black scarlet heaven sword heard what he said, it wanted to speak but couldn't find the right words. After all, fellow Taoist White was very lucky every day, and what he said was not wrong, so it was hard to say anything about it. The claw of Zither Master Phoenix Bearing came down at them. The space could not bear her strength and began to tear apart. Spatial rifts emerged beneath her claw. When these rifts appeared, pitch-black electric arcs flowed out of them like liquid. The electric arcs were a side effect of the space being forcibly torn apart. They were not truly lightning, but rather blood that flowed out after space was injured. If one were to come into contact with these pitch-black electric arcs, unless they were a ninth-stage tribulation transcender, they would die immediately. Every time there was a battle between genuine powerhouses, the first to be injured was always the innocent space. Down below, the newly built tower could not bear the pressure of Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw and began to crack. After all, it was only a temporary building made by Senior White, and it was already impressive that it had not directly collapsed into a pile of rubble as soon as the other party had appeared. The main reason it had been able to hold on for so long was the rune patterns engraved onto it by Senior White earlier. At the same time that Zither Master Phoenix Bearing attacked with her claw, the flaming eye on the tower shot out a blazing beam of light toward her. With it being under attack, it automatically began defending itself. Unfortunately, the beam of light stood not the slightest chance against Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw. It was directly crushed into light particles by the claw. The flaming eye immediately froze and did not shoot out any more beams. At the same time, the shadow hidden in Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's attack raised a black steel high up, locking down the space below. It did this to prevent Profound Sage Tyrannical Song from escaping by traversing space. It was doing its best to boost Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's attack without being a hindrance. The escape-proof net together with the bald Tribulation Transcender watched everything from the sidelines. From their perspective, it looked like an utterly hopeless situation for Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. At this moment, all the cultivators who could still remain standing in this area of the moon focused their eyes on Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's flaming eye tower. The cultivators who were not strong enough had already fallen down the moment when Zither Master Phoenix Bearing launched an attack. The remaining cultivators who managed to resist were absolutely shocked by the sight they were bearing witness to. None of them expected the big shot who stepped out of the spatial gate to attack Profound Sage Tyrannical Song without saying a word. Moreover, judging by the power of their attack, the entity that had launched the attack was, at the very least, someone at the pinnacle of the Tribulation Transcender realm. They all began to wonder how Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was going to fare against such a terrifying existence. It's time to verify the rumors. Such a thought emerged in the minds of some of the cultivators. Was Profound Sage Tyrannical Song truly a Tribulation Transcender level existence as the rumors suggested? On the tower, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song was wearing a white windbreaker that fluttered due to the wind. Under the pressure of the claw attack, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's short hair suddenly began to grow, and it grew until it reached his back. Facing the desperate and world-destroying attack, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song did not show any fear. He handsomely flared out his arms and faced the attack. In an instant, all the cultivators, no matter if they were cultivators, monsters, beasts, wizards, or holy knights, as long as they were capable of feelings, they all found their heartbeats speeding up. Their breathing began to speed up as well. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, how is he going to defend against the attack? Nothing is going to happen to him, right? Those who were watching found themselves worrying about Profound Sage Tyrannical Song for some reason. Rumble, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw was only 10 meters away from profound sage Tyrannical Song's head. However, she discovered that her claw could no longer press down any further. What's going on? Everyone looked at profound sage Tyrannical Song with confused and questioning gazes. It's a strand of hair. A cultivator with sharp eyes saw the details of the scene. On the top of profound sage Tyrannical Song's head, there was a single straight strand of hair that had extended until reaching a length of 10 meters. This strand of hair was currently blocking Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw. A single strand of hair had blocked Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's furious attack. It was almost a comical scene. In a duel between cultivators where they engaged in close-quarters combat, one side blocking their opponent's full-powered attack with one finger would be very visually impactful. However, profound sage Tyrannical Song managed to do something that was even more outrageous. He blocked the attack of the huge phoenix with only a single strand of his hair. Immortal's hair stab. At this time, a melodious voice sounded from profound sage Tyrannical Song's side, announcing the name of his attack. You should be honored to die under the power of my hair. Another melodious voice sang. It was the virtuous Lamia, not wanting to be outdone. But after interjecting, she noticed that the line and scene did not seem to match. So the virtuous Lamia said another line, I did not expect that you would manage to block my strand of hair. I, Tyrannical Song, acknowledge you. You idiots, I'll strangle you to death later. Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair fumed. The black-skinned soft feather, who was about to follow in her sister's footsteps, immediately stopped. For some reason, the particularly handsome profound sage Tyrannical Song wasn't affected in the slightest by the lines of the two fairies today. He still had a temperament of an otherworldly immortal. The long strand of hair on top of his head flicked lightly, parrying the attack of Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. Pavilion Master Chu. The voice of Zither Master Phoenix Bearing sounded in the void. She recognized the aura on the strand of hair. Some time ago, the survivors of the heavenly city living in the beast realm had plotted against the crystal-clear water pavilion. Now, Pavilion Master Chu ended up joining forces with Cheng Lin's successor. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw clenched lightly. In the next moment, a total of 5 superscale attacks formed at the tip of her claw. Fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword, Senior White said lightly and stretched out his hand. The black Scarlet Heaven Sword moved to his right hand. In the meantime, Meteor Sword returned to Senior White's left hand. Senior White brandished the saber and the sword, swinging down. The top of the tower was chopped off, and the flaming eyeball was stored away by the virtuous Lamia. Next, Senior White took everyone and jumped into the cylindrical tower. Bye-bye, Senior White descended into the tower and blew a kiss at the people above. At the bottom of the cylindrical space, all the disposable flying swords were activated. A shocking amount of spatial energy gathered in the next moment. The figure in the shadows said anxiously, not good, he is planning to escape through the spatial formation. What kind of formation is this? It can't be stopped. After pondering for a moment, it jumped out of the shadows and straight into the cylindrical tower in an attempt to pursue the other party. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing snorted coldly, and she launched her claw forward. Her claw flew toward the tower like a spear. The bald Tribulation Transcender said sternly, we should chase after them. He led the 2 profound sages, a man and a woman, and they also jumped into the tower, chasing after profound sage Tyrannical Song. The claw of Zither Master Phoenix Bearing would need their help, after all. This time, they absolutely had to capture profound sage Tyrannical Song. Just like that. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw, the figure hidden in the shadows, the bald Tribulation Transcender, and the 2 profound sages jumped down one after the other. Inside the tower, profound sage Tyrannical Song fell rapidly. Even when he was in the middle of falling, he didn't panic in the least and remained very calm. The bald Tribulation Transcender roared, Tyrannical Song, do you think you can escape? He followed closely behind Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw, his fists clenched and ready to punch Tyrannical Song in the face. What a pity that only so few of you followed. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, who was ahead of them, turned his head and looked right back at them. There was a hint of regret on his face. Despite having a regretful face, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song looked very handsome. Whoosh! At this time, hundreds of sword lights gushed out from the bottom of the tower. A strange and unstoppable spatial ability was activated, which caused the entire tower to become transparent. Immediately afterward, the tower and everyone inside disappeared. In place of the tower, only a huge hole was left. The cultivators in the surrounding area gulped. Profound Sage Tyrannical Song truly was a tribulation transcender. The rumors had been confirmed today. Facing the terrifying attack, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song managed to escape safely and even took away the new immortal cave that he had just built. If he were a tribulation transcender, it would be enough to explain why he was able to remain so calm throughout the confrontation. The cultivators who were still standing began to discuss what had just happened amongst themselves. Some of them could not wait to spread this matter to their acquaintances through various technological or cultivation means. However, just as everyone took out their phones or magical treasures and was about to relay the news, their fingers stopped. Wait, Tyrannical, who? The fairy with a childlike face asked first. Was it Profound Sage Tyrannical Wood? A Taoist priest frowned and asked. No, I think it was Profound Sage Bong, the demon cultivator next to him retorted. All of you have misremembered his name. I'm pretty sure it was Profound Sage Pregnancy, a wizard said in a deep voice. All the cultivators looked at each other with confused faces. After looking at each other for about 10 seconds, someone asked, wait, what happened just now? Why are we here? It seems that there was a big battle. It was a battle between this senior phoenix and another person. But, who was that senior phoenix fighting? Everyone's memory was becoming increasingly blurred. In the distance, Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, who had been secretly watching, frowned. He used to be the owner of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, so he knew some secrets that others did not. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, has your memory been affected as well? Asked Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Fairy 6th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded silently. Sage Monarch 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said softly, even you were affected. That must mean that all the information about their existence has been erased from the root. He looked at the huge phoenix in the air. Where am I? Why am I here? What am I doing here? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing wondered while floating in the air. She wanted to scratch her head with her claw, but when the thought came, she realized that she had no claws. The place where her claw should have been, was now empty, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing was silent for another moment. Then, she suddenly realized, oh, right. I don't have claws. After a short while, it waved its wings, opened a spatial gate, and left the moon. The space above the moon returned to its original calm. The space that was torn apart by Zither Master Phoenix Bearing earlier was also slowly recovering and healing. In the Spirit River Sioux Clan. Sioux Clan 16, who was taking a bath, suddenly stopped. Shuhang. She murmured. She frowned and quickly wrote the words Song Shuhang on the bathroom wall with her fingers. However, the words she had written slowly disappeared after only a second, as if they were being erased by an invisible hand. Sister White Dragon emerged and asked, Shuhang's existence seems to have been erased. What is he doing? Shuhang is closing up. It should be Senior White who went on another adventure. 16 immediately defended Song Shuhang, but her voice lacked confidence, and she seemed to not believe in what she said. As she spoke, she stretched out her hand to rewrite the word Suhang on the wall. These 2 words did not get erased like the previous ones. 16 nodded in satisfaction and smiled sweetly. If she could not remember Song Shuheng, then she would remember him as Suong first. Anyway, whether she pronounced his name as Shuheng or Suong, Song Shuheng, who was from Wenzhou, would not be able to tell the difference. In Wenzhou City, Papa Song and Mama Song had finished their trip and returned. The two were going to rest at home for a while, and then set off for the next place. Since their eldest son Song Shuheng was on vacation, they went out more often. The couple sat on the sofa intimately, leaning against each other. Do you think Shuheng will like it when our second child is born? Mama Song rubbed her stomach. Papa Song was slightly taken aback. Second child? Isn't this our first child? Mama Song was also slightly taken aback, and after a while, she smiled sweetly. Yes, this is our first child. The couple smiled at each other and leaned together. Not far behind them, an invisible fairy choked up with tears and wept silently. Shuheng was forgotten by his parents again. Fortunately, this time, the younger sister or younger brother had yet to be born. Otherwise, after Papa Song and Mama Song forget about Shuheng, they might want to have another, second child. When the second child became the third child, Shuheng might find himself in a rather embarrassing position. At Spirit Butterfly Island, Soft Feather, who was asking her father for today's Taoist name, froze. Her connection with the black-skinned Soft Feather was cut off, and her memories of her were disappearing, along with her memories of Senior Song and Senior White. Soft Feather said softly, "Is it the small black room's effect?" Fortunately, she left the black-skinned Soft Feather with Senior Song. This way, when Senior Song and Senior White came out of the wielder's small black room, she would be able to learn about the fun experience from her clone. "Father," Soft Feather said, "today, my Taoist name should be Fairy Forgetful." Sage Monarch Spirit Butterfly had a confused look on his face. At this time, the Flaming Eye Tower was silently floating in a pure white space. All the small black room-breaking disposable flying swords were detonated by Senior White, blocking Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw again. After the explosion, the claw paused along with the Bald Tribulation Transcender and the two Profound Saints. "What is this place?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw said in a deep voice. She felt that the connection between herself and the main body had been cut off. "This is a corner that has been forgotten by the world," Song Shuheng said with a reminiscent tone. "As long as we're here, you, me, and everyone else will be completely forgotten by the people outside." "What do you mean?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw asked gravely. "This is the wielder's prison." At this time, the evil demon that had been hiding in the shadows screamed out. It recognized this place forgotten by the world. It was a special place that made use of the principles of the heavens' will to imprison people. After Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw heard the words, "Wielder's prison," the expression in its eye changed dramatically. Although she had never been in contact with this place, she had heard rumors about it. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw said uneasily, "Is it the space where once you're locked inside, any information about you is wiped and you're forgotten by all living beings in the universe?" Behind Senior White, Fairy Creation opened her mouth. "Silasol, this is the wielder's small black room." After a moment of silence, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw suddenly said, "My main body is still outside. Your main body will definitely think that it was born without any claws. Because all the memories of her claw will have been erased. Your main body originally only had one claw, but now it has become a clawless bird." Pavilion Master Chu's strand of hair took advantage of this opportunity to pierce the other party's heart. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw trembled. "Why were you able to get inside?" said the strange evil demon. Due to it being a product of the Fat Ball's research on the Bone of Eternity and Tyrannical Song's necrotic kidney, the body of this evil demon exuded a faint aura of mist that was similar to Song Shuang's pseudo-eternity mode. "Right, how is Profound Sage Tyrannical Song able to open the wielder's prison that is supposed to only be openable by the wielder of the heaven's will?" The Bald Tribulation Transcender and Zither Master Phoenix Bearing both stared at Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. The virtuous Lamia replied quickly, because I'm handsome. Senior White stretched out his hand, and stuffed fairy creation and fairy virtue back in his universe-hiding sleeve. He was not Song Shuhang, and he would not let the two fairies embarrass him any further. What trick did you use? The evil kidney demon then thought of a possibility. Currently, the wielder of the heavens was missing a piece of itself, so its thinking was robotic and not very nimble. In such a case, it was possible that as long as certain conditions were met, the principles of the heavens would move on their own to lock people inside the wielder's prison. Profound sage Tyrannical Song probably knew of these conditions and exploited them to open the prison and drag everyone inside in a desperate attempt to save his life. When the kidney demon said that, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing immediately thought of this possibility as well. On the opposite side, after Senior White dealt with the two fairies, he flicked his windbreaker lightly and said, "You should not be worrying about how I opened this space but rather about the fact that you are now trapped inside. The people in the outside world have completely forgotten us, so it would be best to let go of all of our grievances and take this opportunity to have a heart-to-heart talk and become friends. Because in the time to come, we will have each other to rely on." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. The Bald Tribulation Transcender. The two profound sages. They felt that they really might just end up getting convinced by profound sage Tyrannical Song at this pace. It was possible to enter the wielder's prison, but leaving was impossible, unless the wielder of the heavens will let them go. It was completely possible that they would end up staying here forever and never get back to the outside world. If that were the case, how they would deal with the other people stuck in the prison would indeed be a big problem. The strange evil demon sneered and said, "Have a heart-to-heart talk with each other? I don't even have a heart, how can I do such a thing?" Scarlet Heaven Sword in Senior White's hand nodded and said, "That's right. That guy only has a kidney but no heart. So, do you still want to fight me?" Senior White looked at the demon. The strange evil demon said in a deep voice, "I will, at the very least, capture you." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw flicked lightly. "I was thinking the same." While speaking, the claw sprang forward, the spiritual energy in the area where Senior White was located began to twist. The Bald Tribulation Transcender launched 2 punches at Senior White in quick succession. The terrifying punches shot forward like mortar shells. "Alright, you can try to chase after me." Senior White laughed and raised Meteor Sword. His body turned into light and he shot into the distance. At the same time, the scabbard, which the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure had transformed into, took the form of 2 jet engines and further propelled Meteor Sword. Senior White had obtained his set of the 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure in the mysterious sealed space close to Heavenly Field Island. It was the product of Wielder of the Will White. At this time, this set of 33 divine beasts' combined magical treasure revealed its true power, instantly increasing Senior White's flying speed by over 10 times. And so, Senior White, who had taken the appearance of Song Shuhang, flew at the front. Meanwhile, the strange evil demon, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing, and the Bald Tribulation Transcender all chased after him. From time to time, peals of Senior White's joyful laughter and the roars of the engine attached to his flying sword could be heard. He was greatly enjoying the speed and excitement the event brought him. For Senior White, the feeling of having an enemy chasing after him crazily, forcing him to use his speed to the extreme, was indescribable. The more fiercely the enemy chased after him, the greater the potential that he could release, and the faster his flying sword would fly. At this time, not even Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw could catch up to the speed of his blade light. This game of cat and mouse went on for a whole day. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing and the others all chased after Senior White until their hearts ached. Every time she accelerated and felt that she was about to catch up with profound sage Tyrannical Song, the engine would roar and push him forward with explosive force, causing profound sage Tyrannical Song's speed to rise to another level. At this moment, Senior White, who was flying ahead of them, suddenly said, "I'm done." No matter how fun a game was, things would start to get boring after one played it for a long time. Despite the exciting chase, Senior White eventually felt bored after playing for an entire day and a night. "I'm not playing anymore," Senior White said. Then, he stretched out his hand and threw out a wooden sword. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw revealed a hint of doubt in its pupil. In the next moment, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song turned into a layer of light. He didn't turn into a blade light like before, but he became a true beam of light this time. Then, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song simply disappeared. "How is that possible?" the Kidney Demon, who was several steps behind, roared. "Profound Sage Tyrannical Song actually escaped from the Wielder's prison? How was he able to escape from the Wielder's prison? It's something that even the Netherworld ruler can't do. Unless Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is the wielder of the heaven's will?" But that was impossible. There was no way that Profound Sage Tyrannical Song could be the wielder of the will. As a product of the ruler of the Netherworld, it was aware of this point. He was not the wielder of the will, but had the same authority. Could he be the missing part of the wielder of the will? A bold guess emerged in its mind. Could the part that was bitten away by the scholarly sage with his innate ability have reincarnated as a human after thousands of years? Senior White turned into light and disappeared, leaving Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw, the bald Tribulation Transcender, and that strange evil demon with dazed expressions. The bald Tribulation Transcender shouted out loud, "What happened to staying and having a heart-to-heart talk with each other? What happened to relying on each other?" Sure enough, the more attractive a person was, the more likely they were to be a liar, and today, Profound Sage Tyrannical Song could be classified as such. The male Profound Sage asked, "Is there a way for us to turn into light and leave like him?" The Kidney Demon said bitterly, "Unless the wielder of the will sees us one day and releases us, we will not be able to get out of this place." The female Profound Sage frowned and said, "Then, does that mean that we're trapped here forever?" After a moment of silence, the Kidney Demon suddenly said, "So, shall we talk to each other and become friends?" The bald Tribulation Transcender. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's claw. The male Profound Sage asked, "All right, why are you so intent on dealing with Profound Sage Tyrannical Song?" And so, they began chatting. Senior White did not directly bring Song Shuhang and others back to the main world. Instead, he drove the disposable flying sword into a gap between the wielder's small black rooms. In reality, there wasn't only one wielder's prison, there were many such places with different sizes. When in a smaller wielder's prison, one could fly for around 10 minutes before reaching the edge and returning to the starting point, just like an infinite loop. As for larger wielder's prisons, such as the one that they were in today, Senior White had been able to fly a whole day and night inside before reaching one of its ends. However, every wielder's prison did have one thing in common: they were all very clean. This was mainly because whenever the prisoners died or were released, everything inside was absorbed and stored in this layer between each of wielder's small black rooms, keeping the space inside clean. Nearly anything could be found in these gaps. There were highly poisonous underworld waters, fragments of magical treasures, a large quantity of golden sand. Some were relics left by the people that were inside, and some were substances that existed when the wielder's prisons had been created. There was useful stuff, useless stuff, harmful stuff, and so on. Senior White landed on a large clod of soil. The soil was very ordinary, and it was unknown how it ended up in the gap between the wielder's small black rooms. Senior White nodded in satisfaction. "This place isn't bad. Senior White, are we not going out?" The black-skinned soft feather emerged from the shadows and looked around. She saw the highly poisonous underworld waters and countless kinds of things that left her scalp tingling. "Not yet. I want to prepare a good place where Shuhang can close up." Senior White placed his feet firmly on the soil and activated a magical technique. This piece of land wildly swelled in size, and a lot of the garbage around was swallowed into the soil as it was growing to enhance its stability. After about 10 breaths of time, the clod of soil had grown into a big island. The large island floated above the poisonous underworld waters. The water did not damage the island and simply supported it. Senior White stretched out his hand to cast another magical technique, summoning golden sand from a distant place and spreading it across the island. Senior White said with some regret, I already took most of the good stuff left in the gaps. Now, there aren't many useful things left. While they were discussing, he had collected various treasures, which were mostly spatial magical treasures of 8th stage quality or higher. Once we're out, each of you will have a share. Senior White patted the spatial magical treasures. The black-skinned soft feather asked curiously, do I also get a share? Of course. Senior White gently patted the black-skinned soft feather's head. The virtuous Lamia emerged from Senior White's sleeve, and the black-scarlet heaven sword asked, are you going to leave Song Shuhang here? Senior White nodded and said, I'm going to have him stay here for the duration of his seclusion. This place still carries the influence of the wielder's small black rooms, so the memories of Song Shuhang in the minds of his enemies will fade away. For example, the main body of Zither Master Phoenix Bearing would not remember Song Shuhang at all. Once he was back outside, he would look for a way to send Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's main body to this place. Only then he would let Song Shuhang out. There was also the black steel from the beast realm that had to be sent here to avoid problems. Fairy creation also emerged from Senior White's sleeve. The 3 fairies stood side by side in the pit in the center of the island. This was the place Senior White reserved for Song Shuhang when he was making the large island. Senior White's universe hiding sleeve opened wide. The stone coffin Song Shuhang was in was released and placed inside this pit. The surrounding golden sand seemed to come alive, and it took the initiative to cover up Song Shuhang's coffin. Subsequently, fellow Daoist stone tablet was also released by Senior White to guard the place where Song Shuhang was closing up. Senior White said, fellow Daoist stone tablet, please take care of Shuhang for the next period of time. Fellow Daoist stone tablet promised, leave it to me. With me here, Tyrannical Song's safety is guaranteed. The black-skinned soft feather thought for a while. How about I stay here and take care of Senior Song? No, soft feather, you have to come out with me. I'll need your and fellow Daoist Scarlet Heaven Sword's powers for the next part of my plan. Senior White smiled slightly. Don't worry, it won't take long. It won't be too late to come back and take Shuhang out at that time. In addition to fellow Daoist Stone Tablet, Senior White left another fellow Daoist to stay behind and take care of Song Shuhang. Demon Venerable Lushan Street, who was inside the magic lamp, was left in front of Song Shuhang's grave. After setting up Song Shuhang's retreat location, Senior White activated the disposable flying sword again, leaving the gap between the wielder's prisons. At this time, in the secret realm within the base of the Imperial Palace, which was the base of the survivors of the Heavenly City in the Beast Realm. After Zither Master Phoenix Bearing returned to the Beast Realm from the moon, she returned to the place where she normally practiced, which was her Parasol Nest Immortal Cave. After returning to her immortal cave, her huge body lay down on a large, nest-shaped bed. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing murmured, something feels really off. Although in my memory, I have never had a claw, what is this strange feeling? Without any claws, my stomach lays directly on the bed, and it feels very uncomfortable. Eventually, after she finally got used to her current state, she began to focus on various matters of the Imperial Palace. As they had just had a fight with the Venerable Emperor's subordinates, the Imperial Palace had a lot of things to deal with. Strange, why do I have to handle these things? Wasn't there someone who handled these things for me before, complained Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. It seems that I must promote someone and delegate this task to them. Zither Master, someone has requested to see you. They said that they were an old friend of yours from the era of the Heavenly City. At this time, someone said via voice transmission. Old friend from the era of the Heavenly City? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing frowned slightly, and her consciousness flitted outward. She saw a golden man standing at the entrance of the secret realm. The man was holding a brush in his left hand. The golden man had a brush in his left hand and a bucket in his right one. He was rather slim, and he seemed to be an ascetic. "Who is this?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing frowned. She did not remember having such a friend when she was in the ancient heavenly city. However, the golden skin of the other party was a bit familiar. There were several fellow Taoists since the era of the heavenly city who had such golden skin. As if sensing Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's divine sense, the golden figure suddenly raised his head and smiled slightly in her direction. "He sensed me?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing was a little surprised. When she scanned the other party with her divine sense, she tried to do so as sneakily as possible to avoid being noticed by the other party. However, she did not expect the other party's senses to be so strong. "He's very strong." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing could feel that the golden man's thin body contained a terrifying energy. She felt that he was not any weaker than her. If the other party wanted to force his way in, the defenses of the secret realm would not be able to stop him. Considering that she had just had a fight with the Venerable Emperor's subordinates, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing did not want any more trouble for the time being. "Let him in. Bring him directly to my immortal cave," Zither Master Phoenix Bearing said via voice transmission. This immortal cave was a fragment of her palace from the heavenly city. This was a place where she could fully display her strength. After a few minutes, the thin golden man arrived at the entrance of Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's immortal cave under the guidance of a member of the imperial palace. The little Taoist priest who had led the way had walked slowly on purpose. As they had just fought with the Venerable Emperor's subordinates, everyone was still quite vigilant. The thin golden man did not mind. He followed behind the guide very cooperatively, admiring the surrounding scenery while walking. The guide who led the way said respectfully, "Here we are, Senior. This is Zither Master's immortal cave." As soon as the words fell, the little Taoist priest was taken aback. When facing this thin golden man, his tone unknowingly became respectful. From the beginning to the end, the thin golden man did not release any pressure. He maintained a kind demeanor and smiling expression the entire time. The little Taoist priest thought to himself, "How terrifying. This might be another senior who has survived from the era of the heavenly city just like Zither Master. Thank you, little friend. Would you like to have golden skin? As a thank you for leading the way, I can paint a layer on for you for free. Domineering gold is the fashion of olden times." The thin golden man lifted the bucket in his hand with a smile. It was filled with dazzling gold paint. The little Taoist priest shook his head repeatedly, waved his hands, and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I don't need such a thing." "What a pity, you missed a rare opportunity." The golden man put away the paint bucket and said, "This is a treasure that even immortals envy. In the era of the ancient heavenly city, when others begged me to paint them with it, I would be reluctant to do so." The Taoist priest was taken aback. That golden paint was so precious? "I'll see you later, little Taoist priest. You're a nice person." The golden man put the brush in his trouser pocket and pushed the door open. When the door was pushed open, the brush in the trouser pocket swung left and right in an eye-catching manner. The Taoist priest stood at the entrance of the cave and stayed there for a long while. He touched his chest, recalling what the golden man said, and could not help but feel a sense of loss. He truly felt that he had just lost a great opportunity. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing watched the entire scene carefully. Era of the ancient heavenly city. Paint. Valuable gold paint. Domineering gold. Following these keywords, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing searched her mind for anything relevant. Soon, a classic picture appeared in her memory. It was a man whose face she could no longer remember, screaming and being beaten from one end of the heavenly city to the other. It was quite the spectacle. The screams of that man could be heard throughout the entire heavenly city. And from that day on, the White Dragon Emperor became the Golden Ancestral Dragon. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing said softly, "Slow-witted song?" However, that should not be the case. This thin golden man was very different from slow-witted Song in terms of image, temperament, and physical appearance. While she was in thought, the golden man had already arrived before her. He wasn't afraid in the least, and he casually sat down on the spot. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing had shrunk in size at this time, but her body was still nearly 10 meters tall. The golden man was thin and small. As such, when he sat in front of her, he looked like a bug in front of a chicken. The golden man said with a smile after sitting cross-legged, "TSK, I can't help but feel that you might just lower your head, and peck me and eat me at any moment." "Who are you?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing asked again. Although she already had some guesses in her mind. The golden man raised his hand and said, "Is that some kind of secret code?" "I am me, a firework with a different color." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing stared fiercely at the other person, thinking whether or not she should really peck and eat him. "You already have guesses in your mind, so why ask more?" The golden man grabbed his feet with both hands, and sat on the ground shaking like a tumbler. "Zither Master Phoenix Bearing." The golden man asked suddenly, "By the way, where is your claw? Why is it missing?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing said coldly, "I don't have claws." "Huh?" The golden man was taken aback for a moment, and then he burst out in laughter. He laughed so hard that tears even came out of his eyes. "What are you laughing at?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing exclaimed angrily. The flames on her body flared up. "Fairy Phoenix Bearing, you're a phoenix with the bloodline of a Bifang, one. Right now, your only leg has been removed, yet you do not even know it. It seems that you have been tricked." The golden man was still shaking like a tumbler as he added, "Don't you feel somewhat uncomfortable as of late, as if something was missing?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's eyes turned serious. If no one had reminded her, she would probably have kept feeling that she truly did not have claws. But as soon as someone pointed it out, with her realm, she could immediately sense that something was indeed wrong. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing asked, "So, where's my claw?" The golden man laughed and said, "You ask me, but how am I supposed to know?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. "By the way, Fairy Phoenix Bearing, do you want to be painted with golden paint? Today I can give you a discount, half price for a layer of gold skin." The man suddenly took out the brush in his trouser pocket and waved it around. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing said with annoyance, "Get out." She did not want to change her name to Zither Master Golden Phoenix. "You missed a rare opportunity." The golden man shook his head. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing said sternly, "Stop fooling around. Tell me, what are you here for?" The golden man smiled and said, "You really can hold your temper. I've been chatting with you for so long, and only now did you ask to get straight to the point. If I were you, I would have already pecked myself until getting under my skin." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. "If you continue to talk about your skin, believe it or not, I might really peck it off clean." The golden man stood up and stretched out his hand. The bucket of golden paint and the brush were stored in his spatial magical treasure. Then, he made an embracing gesture in Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's direction and said, "Come, be my bird." A legendary crane-like bird with only one leg. And so, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing pecked at the other party without hesitation. The peck was faster than lightning. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's blow was merciless. She wanted to peck the golden man into pieces like a mere bug. "As soon as I say peck, you start pecking? As an immortal, are your means of attack really so poor?" the golden man said happily. He did not move away or dodge at all, letting Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's beak peck at him. Clang, a sound similar to a bell being struck sounded. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing struck hard, but only caused a small scratch to appear on the golden man's body, revealing his silver body beneath the golden paint. "How is this possible?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing stared at the golden man. She had not shown any mercy in that blow, but when she hit the golden man, instead of pecking him apart, the rebound force made her beak hurt. At this time, her beak was nailed into the ground by the Golden Man's side. If this was not her immortal cave, which had numerous layers of strengthening, her beak would have pecked a hole through the cave and caused a high-intensity earthquake in the secret realm. The Golden Man continued to roll forward and backward like a tumbler. He stretched out his arms that had been grabbing his feet and shook them in front of the eyes of Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. Then, he said triumphantly, "Did you see that? If I punch you now, your eyes would get infected with my dermatophytosis." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing quickly shut her right eye, glaring at him through a slit. "I have no malice toward you, so you should not react so aggressively," said the Golden Man. He took out a bundle of tape and carefully pasted the tape on the area around the scratch on his body. Afterward, he took out the bucket of golden paint and the brush, carefully covering the scratch on his body with paint before polishing it with sandpaper. After patching up the scratch, the Golden Man removed the tape around the scratch and polished and waxed the area. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing did not even know what expression to make to express her broken heart. "Did you see that? I was only using golden paint number 1 this time, which is why you were able to leave a scratch on my body. If I used the golden paint that I used back in the ancient heavenly city, your attack would not have even managed to leave a single scratch on my body." The Golden Man waved the paint bucket in his hand. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. She slowly raised her head and looked down at the Golden Man again. At the same time, she replayed the scene of her previous attack in her mind. "When I struck you just now, my power was weakened when my beak reached you." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's voice was calm again. After returning to her senses, she raised her doubts. The Golden Man said slowly, "That is because you relied on the path of the Heavenly Emperor to step into the immortal realm. Therefore, you are limited by the path of the Heavenly Emperor. This is a matter of course." When Zither Master Phoenix Bearing joined the ancient heavenly city, she was not an immortal. She was different from big shots like the 4 great emperors, White Dragon Emperor, and Fairy Qinglin, who were already immortals. When she was enlightened and stepped into the immortal realm, she made use of the path of the Heavenly Emperor as a base. Since she had borrowed the path of the Heavenly Emperor, her capabilities naturally became limited. When Zither Master Phoenix Bearing heard this, she suddenly thought of a possibility. Her body leaped up from her nest bed violently. She then stared at the Golden Man in shock. You. Yes, you have guessed correctly." The Golden Man spread his arms out wide. "Right now, I am the Heavenly Emperor. The path of the Heavenly City and the path of the Heavenly Emperor have been inherited by me." After Zither Master Phoenix Bearing leaped up into the air, she remained suspended in mid-air and did not fall. She shook her head vigorously and said, "This is impossible. There is nothing impossible in this world. The wheel of fate continues to turn, it has simply favored me this year." The Golden Man sat upright and put on a majestic display. "In fact, you should be able to sense it if you try hard enough, the fact that I am the Heavenly Emperor, that is." The clawless bird looked like a hydrogen balloon, nearly floating to the roof of her immortal cave. This was because she instinctively wanted to hide and stay away from the Golden Man. "Don't worry, I'm different from the Heavenly Emperor. Be good, come down, I won't eat you." The Golden Man waved to Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing did not reply and still continued to act like a balloon. The Golden Man said slowly, "I came here this time to set you free." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. The Golden Man raised his head and said, "You have been collecting ancient heavenly city fragments, and you even plan to resurrect the Heavenly Emperor. Frankly speaking, you and your fellow Taoists were probably doing so due to the limitations placed on you by the path of the Heavenly Emperor. Without the help of the heavenly city fragments, there would be no path of the Heavenly Emperor to support you. Your path to immortality will collapse, and you may even fall back down to the Tribulation Transcender realm." Existences like Zither Master Phoenix Bearing were the biggest victims of the fall of the ancient heavenly city. Her path heavily relied on the ancient heavenly city, leaving her more restricted than the 4 great emperors and the ancestral golden dragon. I have a way to free you. In fact, the Great Northern Emperor and the Great Western Emperor have already regained their freedom. The Golden Man stood up and looked at Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. This is your only chance. What do I need to do? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing asked cautiously. Facing such a temptation, it was impossible not to be moved. It's very simple. The Golden Man showed a bright smile. You only need to die once, and I will arrange the rest for you. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing fell silent, and after a while, she said, Give me some time to think about it. The Golden Man said slowly, No problem. Such matters need to be considered thoroughly, after all. But don't ponder on it for too long, since I don't have many opportunities to show up and contact you directly like I am doing right now. I cannot guarantee when I will be able to show up like this before you in the future. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing nodded silently. The Golden Man said, If you're considering freeing yourself, then you can let go of some things. You do not have to plan how to revive the Heavenly Emperor, and you also do not need to be so obsessed with gathering the Heavenly City fragments. You can live an easier life. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing asked, You want the Heavenly City fragments? The Golden Man shook his head. I'm different from the Heavenly Emperor. The ancient Heavenly City fragments are meaningless to me. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing said, In that case, let me collect some more. She may become free, but among the old members of the Heavenly City that she had gathered, there were many who simply wanted to reproduce the Heavenly Court from back then. Even if she freed herself, she still wanted to protect this group of old friends from the Heavenly City. At the very least, she wanted to give them a place to stay. The Golden Man said frankly, You are as kind as ever. This is why you always suffer when you meet someone like me. You are easily tricked into selling yourself and counting the money for me. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. Can we not have a good chat? Will you die if you chat normally? Are you saying that as long as you are freed, you will no longer pursue the matter regarding the resurrection formation? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside the Golden Man and Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. A handsome Tyrannical Song stepped out of a spatial rift. This handsome Tyrannical Song was wearing an equally handsome windbreaker and holding an umbrella in his hand. If one were to look closely, they would discover that this umbrella was, in fact, the combination of a sword, a scabbard, and a barbed umbrella. If the umbrella was swung around, scary barbs would pop out and cause piercing and tearing damage to the enemy. It was a terrifying murder weapon. Who are you? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing stared at the man who had appeared with extreme vigilance. This was a secret realm made from Heavenly City fragments. Additionally, there were spatial seals everywhere, especially around her immortal cave. Her immortal cave was located at the very center, and every inch of space here had been carved with spatial seals. However, this man had appeared out of nowhere and easily traversed space until reaching her immortal cave. It appeared as if they had no trouble entering her immortal cave at all. Are my spatial confinement skills that bad? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing wondered. Senior White said seriously, Well, you can call me Tyrannical Song. Acting had to be done dutifully. Even if Song Shuhang was locked up in the gaps between the wielder's small black rooms and the universe did not remember the reputation of Tyrannical Song, as long as he was still acting as Song Shuhang, he had to go through with it until the very end. Originally, Senior White was planning to find an opportunity to send Zither Master Phoenix Bearing and the other important figures from the Heavenly City into the wielder's small black room. However, he changed his mind when he heard the conversation between the Golden Man and Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. Tyrannical Song? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing stared at Tyrannical Song, who was in front of her. In the next moment, the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect activated. Sage Monarch White, cried Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. Senior White's hand froze. It was such an embarrassing moment when his sage name was spoken out loud. How could he continue his act now? He raised his hand and touched the small silver token on his wrist and sighed. Sure enough, after leaving Shuhang in the small black room, I've lost the ability to change sage names with just the flip of a token. This is no fun. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. The Golden Man. After some thinking, Senior White flipped his hand, and a sage seal appeared in his palm. Looking at the sage seal, Senior White fell into deep thought. Half of the black-skinned soft feather's body came out of the shadows and said, "Oh, no. Senior White has gotten distracted again." "I'm not distracted. I'm just thinking about something." Senior White bent down and patted the black-skinned soft feather's head. Then, he looked at the Golden Man and asked, "Fellow Taoist, are you selling that golden paint of yours?" "Of course it's for sale. The discount today is particularly large. It is on sale for half price. Buy one and get one free." The Golden Man smiled brightly as if he had found a bosom friend. Senior White nodded and said, "Please give me a bucket." The Golden Man took out another bucket of golden paint and handed it to Sage White along with a row of brushes of different sizes. A bucket of golden paint number 1 is usually 1/9 stage spirit stone, meaning that I will only charge you 5/8 stage spirit stones since it is half price. If you are interested, I have several other versions. The Supreme version only costs 888 9th stage spirit stones. Senior White took the bucket of golden paint and flipped his sage seal. He coated the seal with a thick layer of golden paint with one of the smaller brushes, covering up his original sage name, Sage Monarch White. What is he doing? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing looked confused. Sage White was painting his sage seal with the golden paint. But the sage seal of an 8th stage profound sage was akin to a concept. As long as it was resummoned, it would look brand new. Even if it were painted with golden paint, it would not turn it into a golden seal, would it? In the meantime, Sage White had already painted a centimeter-thick layer of golden paint on his sage seal. Then, he began to write on the layer of paint, engraving the words, "Tyrannical Song," on the seal's surface. There was one more character than "Tyrannical Song," but it basically sounded the same. "Done," said Sage White as he blew on the sage seal. This blow was like a blessing, infusing new spirituality into the sage seal. The seal shone brightly. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing found that while staring at Sage White, the "nobody under the heavens doesn't know of me" effect was activated again, and this time she recognized him as Tyrannical Song. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. What the hell happened? She had lived for so long, from the ancient era to the current era, and she had never heard of someone who could change their sage name in such a way. This was going too far. Could it be a function of the golden paint? Was the golden paint really that amazing? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing turned her head and looked at the Golden Man. However, the Golden Man was also staring at Sage White with his eyes and mouth wide open. There was a bewildered expression on his face. The meaning of the expression on his face was very obvious. The golden paint did not have the effect of changing one's sage name. Very good now, I am Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Senior White was satisfied. He handed his sage seal over to the black-skinned soft feather for her to keep. This was because if the sage seal were to be unsummoned, it would be restored to its original state the next time it was summoned. In order to maintain the effect of the golden paint, the sage seal needed to remain outside for the time being. Now, let's talk. Tyrannical Song said to Zither Master Phoenix Bearing and the Golden Man. The Golden Man smiled slightly. Fellow Taoist, please speak. How did you get in here? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing asked eagerly. Senior White said, I came in using my spatial skills. Don't worry, your spatial confinement methods are very complex and most people would not be able to break in, so you have nothing to worry about. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. Senior White asked, just now, I heard bits of your conversation. Fairy Phoenix Bearing, as long as you are freed, will you really no longer care about the resurrection formation? Will you be able to let go of what happened in the past? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing asked in a confused manner, in the past? Senior White explained, you probably have no memory of what happened. Still, it is mainly because of the scholarly sage resurrection formation that everything even happened. In fact, I am the reason why your claw is gone. However, it was you who came to confront us first, so in other words, you losing your claw was ultimately your fault. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing tried her hardest to remember what happened, but she could not recall a thing. How about everyone sit down, and then we can have a good talk and discuss a solution. There's no need to talk about writing off anything for now. Let's just have a good talk and see if we can resolve things. Senior White put his hands in the pockets of his windbreaker, secretly making a hand seal for a sword art. Before Zither Master Phoenix Bearing could answer, the Golden Man said, "Fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song, may I talk to Fairy Phoenix Bearing first?" Senior White looked at Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. The Golden Man said, "I would like to have a talk with Fairy Phoenix Bearing in private." He seems to have noticed Senior White making the hand seal. "All right." Senior White nodded. The Golden Man said, "Fairy Phoenix Bearing, there is indeed some misunderstanding between you and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song." Fairy Phoenix Bearing asked directly, "Do you know this Tyrannical Song?" After the Golden Man heard this question, he quickly replied, "A man, Tyrannical Song is a man." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing? What kind of answer is that? That isn't right. Wait a minute, let me explain. The Golden Man stretched out his hand and waved it repeatedly. I'm a little allergic to the question you asked me just now. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing asked, "What's wrong? Is Tyrannical Song a fairy maiden?" That's not what I meant. Don't jump to conclusions. The Golden Man sat upright and entered into serious mode. What I will be saying next is a huge secret. It is related to the identity of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, and it's best not to spread this secret. Tell me, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing said. I'm not a gossipy person. If his identity is truly as important as you say, then I won't spread it. Actually, Fairy Phoenix Bearing, you should have also heard of Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, for he is the reincarnation of the scholarly sage, the Golden Man said gravely. That is why he was able to barge into the tightly guarded resurrection formation. It's because that resurrection formation is something he arranged as a backup plan in his previous life. In this life, he would naturally return to it. It is similar to how ordinary human beings continue to eat and drink when they grow older, it becomes an instinct. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing mused, the reincarnation of the scholarly sage? On the side, Senior White pinched his chin and pondered. The reincarnation of the scholarly sage? And it's natural for a person to return to where they set up a backup plan in their previous life? Yes, there is no doubt about it. The information about Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is temporarily blocked, so you won't be able to recall any memory about him for the time being. However, you only need to remember what I said just now. When your memories of him return in the future, you will find many clues that will line up with what I just said. Whether it's his eyes or his abilities, he carries the characteristics of the scholarly sage everywhere. The Golden Man had a serious look on his face as he explained. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing pondered shortly and said, if he really is the reincarnation of scholarly sage, then I can't make a fuss about him barging into the resurrection formation. The Golden Man said, if you do not believe me, you can look for information in the scholarly faction yourself. The scholarly faction is very strict about this matter, but with your means, if you just want to confirm this information, it should not be too difficult. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing replied, even if you did not say that, I would have tried my best to confirm your words. The Golden Man continued, also, there is something else that I must mention to you. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing said, I'm listening. The Golden Man added, when you recall the information about Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, you might associate him with Chenglin. However, do not be impulsive. Chenglin's aura has only tainted his body by accident. The aura does not originate from him, he was simply infected with it. Once this month is over, the aura of Chenglin that is on his body will dissipate. As soon as the words, Chenglin, were mentioned, Zither Master Phoenix Bearing failed to control her aura. Her resentment toward Chenglin was unchanged. Why did the reincarnation of scholarly sage get involved with Chenglin? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing stared at the Golden Man. They have nothing to do with each other. The reincarnation of the sage merely visited the ruins of Chenglin and got tainted with her aura, that's all, the Golden Man replied. Besides, the Jade Lake Empress Chenglin. She has died for real. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing sneered and said, "You think I would believe that?" The Golden Man stood up and said, "This time is different. She's truly dead. There is no chance of resurrection. Even her path to immortality can no longer allow her to be reborn. In a month, her aura will disappear from the universe." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing fell silent. After a while, she looked at Sage Monarch White and asked, "What is the relationship between Sage Monarch White and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song?" Senior White replied, "I used to feel that he was simply an ordinary junior. But now, I feel that Tyrannical Song is very special." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing asked, "Is Profound Sage Tyrannical Song really the reincarnation of the scholarly sage?" Senior White replied, "I have seen him appear in the form of the scholarly sage when facing off against enemies. A virtuous person like Senior White would naturally make the best choice at this time. He chose to let the events take their course." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing went silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, "What about my claw?" Senior White nodded and said, "The next time we meet, I will bring you your claw back." Zither Master Phoenix Bearing said, "Fine. When the information about Profound Sage Tyrannical Song is restored, I will personally confirm whether he is the scholarly sage or not. If he and I can sit down and have a good talk." "That's great. Now that the matter is settled, I'll take my leave." The Golden Man laughed and got up. He seemed to be in a hurry, as if he wanted to leave as quickly as possible. "Wait, what is the relationship between you and Tyrannical Song?" Zither Master Phoenix Bearing stared at the Golden Man again. "Since Profound Sage White is Tyrannical Song's friend and has a very good relationship with him, it is reasonable for him to come to me and try to resolve the issue between me and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. But what about you?" Regarding the matters revolving around Profound Sage Tyrannical Song, the Golden Man clearly cared about them. From what she could remember, the Golden Man said he had various plans to help her free herself, and that paved the way for resolving the possible grievances between her and Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. Looking back, it truly appeared as if he was looking out for Profound Sage Tyrannical Song. But from what she could recall, he should have nothing to do with the scholarly faction. "So you still took notice, Fairy Phoenix Bearing. You are still as careful as ever." The Golden Man sighed and turned around. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing stared at him closely. The Golden Man said triumphantly, "Actually, I am Profound Sage Tyrannical Song's mother." In the next moment, a sharp strand of hair shot out from Senior White's sleeve like a spear and fiercely pierced his waist. The long hair attacked while accompanied by the principles of life and death, and of prosperity and adversity. Ding! A sharp and pleasant sound rang out. The Golden Man said proudly, "Depending on the personality of the one who hits me, the sound is different. Fairy Phoenix Bearing produced the sound of a long bell when she hit me, but this strand of hair produced a tinkling sound." While he was speaking, the long hair curled into a spiraling sword and began to spin wildly. "Stop spinning, stop spinning. My body this time is terribly hard and not any worse than last time. Last time, you couldn't even bite my body. So if you only use a strand of your hair, you will definitely not be able to pierce it." The Golden Man bowed his head and smiled softly. "Still, I'm glad to see that you are safe and sound." The twirling long hair paused for a moment. "I'm sorry. Next time, I'll change to a weaker body and let you beat me so that you can calm down. I'm currently quite confident when it comes to taking a beating." The golden man lightly patted Pavilion Master Chu's long hair. Afterward, he stepped back and disappeared from where he was standing. Fairy Phoenix Bearing, please make a decision as soon as possible. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing. It seems that I need to strengthen my spatial confinement formations tenfold. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing looked at Profound Sage White again. Are you also going to use your spatial ability and whoosh away? Senior White thought for a while and asked politely, would you rather I go through the main entrance? Zither Master Phoenix Bearing rubbed her head with the tip of her wings, feeling a headache coming. Forget it, it would be better if you just whoosh away as well. If you were to exit through the main entrance, how am I supposed to explain to the others how you got here in the first place? Then Fairy Phoenix Bearing, I shall take my leave. Senior White bid his farewell with a smile and cupped his fists. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing suddenly said, I'm sure we will meet again in the future. Although you have snagged away my claw, I feel that you're an honorable person. I do not dislike fellow Taoists with your personality. Perhaps we can even be friends in the future. Senior White smiled slightly. If fate brings us together again, I would like to have a drink with you. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing nodded and said, sure. Senior White stretched out his hand. Sword light flashed, then his figure merged into space and disappeared. Zither Master Phoenix Bearing's huge body slowly landed back down in her nest. Is that a special escape technique? Just now, I vaguely saw the flash of a sword light, and that sword light contained strange spatial fluctuations. She waved her wings lightly and wrote a series of magical runes in the air. She wanted to upgrade her immortal cave and modify her spatial confinement formations. The special escape technique Sage White used just now would also be taken into account while carrying out the modifications. After Senior White escaped from the secret realm of the survivors of the Heavenly City, he arrived at a mountaintop in the Beast Realm. The black-skinned soft feather came out and asked curiously, Senior Chu, who was that golden man just now? Pavilion Master Chu's long hair had retracted to its normal length, silently circling around Senior White's head. After hearing Soft Feather's question, Pavilion Master Chu thought for a while and replied, Slow-witted Song. Oh, the culprit that causes Senior Song to often get beaten for no reason. The black-skinned Soft Feather recorded this information and marked it with a red circle, ready to share it with her main body when she got the opportunity to do so. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword asked, however, this slow-witted Song does not look similar to Shu Heng, and even his temperament is very different. He was not like this in the past, and that was not his true face just now, replied Pavilion Master Chu. She did not seem to be in a great mood today. The black-skinned Soft Feather no longer tried to dwell on the topic. The Black Scarlet Heaven Sword said suddenly, Fellow Taoist White, what are you thinking? You aren't distracted, are you? Senior White shook his head and said, I'm not distracted. I'm thinking about the scholarly sage. The black-skinned Soft Feather asked, is Senior Song really the reincarnation of the scholarly sage? I am not 100% sure, so I can't answer that question. Senior White's eyes narrowed and he looked down. There was a particularly strong presence of evil energy of the netherworld beneath this mountain peak. The matter regarding the survivors of the Heavenly City had been resolved thanks to Slow-witted Song. So before Shu Heng exited his seclusion, they could try and see if they could resolve the hidden dangers in the Beast Realm. If that big black steel was able to continue what it was doing unhindered, things would become very unfavorable for Song Shu Heng. After thinking for a while, Senior White asked, Fairy at #%times, can you apply for some authority over the inner world from Shu Heng? We will be needing the cooperation of Shu Heng's inner world for our next actions. The virtuous Lamia nodded slightly. With Song Shu Heng advancing, it was almost time for the inner world to be fed again. In the gaps between the small black rooms, fellow Taoist Stone Tablet looked up at the sky. Above its head was a blue sky, while below was a very prosperous city. This city was located near the sea. In this prosperous city, there was a constant flow of people and traffic along with reinforced concrete buildings and spacious streets. From fellow Taoist stone tablets' point of view, this place was very exotic. Is this the city where fellow Taoist Tyrannical Song lives? The stone tablet muttered. All the scenes it saw were displayed by Song Shuheng, who was closing up. These scenes were a display of Shuheng's illusory reality. The illusory reality that Song Shuheng had summoned was no longer the pseudo-desert world formed with the help of the demonic god pillars or the projection of his golden core composition. This time, Song Shuheng was truly relying on his power as a seventh-stage venerable to form the projections of his illusory reality while he was closing up. Song Shuheng hadn't gone into deep seclusion in the past, but this time, it was different. This was a milestone. In the illusory reality, all kinds of characters acted out their lives as if they were real. Perhaps, even the people in the illusion believed that they were real. Throughout the ages, many big shots found the illusory reality of seventh-stage venerables to be very special. Normally, this ability should not be something that a seventh-stage venerable could grasp. Whether it was their understanding of the principles or their mastery of energy, it was reasonable to say that seventh-stage venerables did not have what it took to produce something as miraculous as an illusory reality. However, the practitioners of the universe immediately grasped how to use the illusory reality after they stepped into the seventh-stage realm. The image projected by Song Shuheng at this time was an exact copy of his hometown, Wenzhou City. But soon, the illusory reality changed. The scene switched from Wenzhou City to Jiangnan University Town. High-rise buildings transformed into teaching buildings, the square transformed into playgrounds and sports fields, and residential buildings transformed into dormitories. At the same time, the residents of Wenzhou City who were present in the previous scene underwent rapid changes. As they walked forward, the clothes on their bodies changed, and the same went for their appearances. Before they could take 10 steps, all residents transformed into students, teachers, and various other staff. They had all become part of the university. The entire transformation process was very smooth. If someone entered this illusory reality and came into contact with these characters, they would find that the people within the illusion were now fully convinced that they were the students of a university. Fellow Taoist stone tablet sighed silently. This was the illusory reality of seventh-stage venerables. All living beings were like dreams. Everything was like a dream. The world was like a dream. Earlier, in the room behind the throne of wealth distribution, Senior Three Eyes had reminded Song Shuheng not to rush to the next realm after ascending to the seventh stage. He advised Song Shuheng to try to master and understand the illusory reality. Song Shuheng listened to what Senior Three Eyes said and seemed to be trying to construct a framework of an illusory reality that truly belonged to him. Fellow Taoist Stone Tablet was very curious about what kind of world Song Shuheng would eventually create. While it was in thought, the sky of Jiangnan University City in the illusory reality turned dark. A great darkness covered the whole world, swallowing its sky. Chaos befell the illusory reality. After a long time, a light emerged from the chaos. That light was a character. And one after the other, more of those characters appeared. Soon, countless zeros and ones filled the space of the illusory reality. What is this? Fellow Taoist Stone Tablet looked confused.